What up, pimps? What up, pimps? What's going on? Che, why are you in a shitty mood this afternoon? What's going on? What up, Alev? Baal worship. 50,000 missing Ukrainian children found on Epstein Island. Classic. It's okay. I have to be really realized that I'm too poor to be alive. Really, dude, for fucking real. I wasn't at any live streams last week, barely. Who is Apvenxel? I think you're kind of new, right, buddy? What is your name? Apvenxel. Ugh. Got freaking hair all over. Dude, Kiddo Boy, he came out this afternoon. He was rubbing on his sister Winks. And then Mushka saw him and started going... And then he crawled back under the couch, but he be coming out. He be having fun. He's a good boy. How's everyone doing? What up? You get disability and have really reasonable rent. Well, that's good. But dear God forbid I want anything else other than the basics. Yeah, for sure. I know, just living is like... expensive. It's madness, dude. I'm feeling better. I still sound like shit, but I feel better. You're rich in the things that count. Good, Che. That's what counts, right? The beauty and the perfection of a piece of fruit. That's all we need. That's what I keep saying to myself. Right? Alright, boys. Let's freaking get started. Let me go feed the cat so we can start perusing. We can start goofage. We can look at some fucking Paul. We can look at some Savannah shit, some Paul shit. Alright, little dudes. Here we go.
Our cities that we
Boom.
occupy, the ruins of the past people that they are hastily destroying in real time. Everywhere I go, the destruction of the old.
Yeah, feeling better. Still sound like shit though. I did a 2-hour frickin' arm balancing workshop today. It was fun as hell.
It's only 100.
All my buddies at yoga.
It's not even that long ago.
Alright, here we go. Gonna go feed the cats. Gotta hit this Black Death verse. I see myself in the silhouette of the sunset.
Still no rest for the
Undead.
undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapsed
Bunk
bunk beds. But
beds.
this cut's never gonna heal. If I keep investigating the cause, it'll just increase the infection rate. When it's left to wait in the gauze.
Press play.
And then
Press
press
pause.
pause. I'll find my place where I left off against all betting odds. In one ear and out the other. Either way, it's a headshot. I'll keep my head high when it gets dark. But never better off, just dead and gone. Don't
Alright,
give a fuck what they
BRB,
tell
1
the
second.
cops and fellow pops. They can just let them watch. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really? We just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
I'm recursive cat dad model version number 420-69. Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust, seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to self-destruct. Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities. And our Uncle Paul the domestic terrorist and Aunt Deb the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took, we just want our memory.
The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really? We just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took. My lead-based, till it's in your face like a head case. But you'll never save the day till you learn to meditate in place. Never raise the stakes or make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all in a vegetative state. Pagans infiltrated the jail, snakes will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self, escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk, but I'll gladly invest in some bump stocks.
Great fire every city, still is not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book, justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they tried on the proof. It's all been proof. Who's calling the shots? We don't know what they got. We just know what they took.
If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong, or would you hear the truth? Fuck the FBI, wizards of propaganda, and that's word to all the charred corpses at Waco, Texas. Before I was even questioned, you already got your answer. I was charged for having a voice like a payphone message. It's all respect, but a great loss of love till it's bounty on your head. Paper towel to stop the blood, might as well arrest Congress too. It's all fucked, they don't respect the Constitution. They look for loopholes and chop it up. If you want something deviled, you gotta break a couple of eggs. I'ma see how much chaos I can fit inside this truck bed. Till it's 168 dead, 19 kids who truly lives. I'm the baby held by the dead mother at Ruby Ridge. I'm losing it, and the proofs and the hallucinogens. Follow the white rabbit now, let loose from the loony bin. Don't listen to the news again, it's all a lottery like karma coming for anyone trying to give truth a spin. Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVey? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVey? Who is Tim? Who is Tim? Ooh, who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVey? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy McVey?
Yo, everything was so much simpler back in the day, before the internet came and started having its way, before these pesky ass hooligan kids tweeting and twitting exposed the whole plot of us FBI bitches. If you only knew what I was capable of, the lives I've destroyed and the buildings I've turned to dust. You can call me God or the devil or maybe Yahweh. You can call me any name you want except Timmy McVey.
Who is Paul, bitch? 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 Who is Paul,
Any
bitch?
name except McVey.
Who is Paul, bitch? 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 Who is Paul, bitch?
Don't point out the obvious and call me Timmy McVey.
If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong, or would you hear the truth?
Stop saying that.
If I told you Timothy was Paul,
And you know what? That cracker look just like the OKC baller. What's his name? Timothy McVey?
Or
It's
like
not true.
All they ask is connect.
Timothy
Paul is not
McLame.
Timothy. Stop saying that.
Bye, Timothy. What up, dudes? Oh, shoot. Hold on. I got sticky stuff all over my hand. Give me a second. I got freaking honey on my finger.
Nancy, come home, get back, Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma, it's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home, she ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop, she went out growing up. Gang signs, Nancy, come home, get back, Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma, it's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home, she ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop, she went out growing up. Gang signs. Hey, Savannah Guthrie, if you don't ever hear from your mommy, it's probably just somebody on some Here Comes Johnny. Never wake up.
Hey,
in the
Savannah.
coma. That's how they deal with the commies, like casinos stealing guards, stealing hearts from zombies. Money isn't real, there was no stopping anarchy. Fucking arm and a leg, it'll only cost you an army. Storm chasers don't watch for warning, we follow the storm like
We love you,
storm.
Savannah.
Top of the morning, never fought in a war, but fought for control of every thought that's forming an unstoppable force. That's hitting you Who's to this immovable object?
Freaking get it,
They
boys.
get confused how they're still losing a profit. I know who your boss is. Brian Roberts blindly robbing us. Ted Turner off to live. Rupert Murdoch got us tuned into the apocalypse. How fair of them. Y'all figure skating during some pond hockey as it's wearing thin. Preposterous. Tanya Harding went too soft.
Preposterous rhinoceros.
Anything to get Nancy to care again.
Can't. You're gonna have to break her knee. Please, Nancy, come home.
Get back, Miss
We miss you, Nance.
Because grandma, it's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home. She ran out of space time.
Oh, Squid is sleeping on the roof. See that little black speck on top of that, right next to the shed? She curled up by the tree. Yo, Savannah Guthrie.
Where'd your wholesome mommy go?
Where'd she go, girl?
We know this whole kidnapping is for show. I've been getting swole, raising my chi to the 5th dimension. And me and Nancy,
We moving upstate, about to be living off her pension.
Make a quick stop to Quantico, pick up Charlie, then we roll up to Casa de Wysopal to fertilize his mind with this U-Haul. Start calling me Sid, please. I'm about to go on a spree. Just me and my girl Nance and my best friend Charlie.
What up, dudes? Bang, bang, bang.
We come
Welcome,
in
Mr. Zoe.
metaphor, counting or not counting gang violence.
Bang. Alright, dudes. Welcome to the frickin' show. Let's get to going. Here, let's start with a little Franklin scandal. I'll read a little messages. I'll read some chats while everyone rolls in. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Yeah, what did I do today? I did a little arm balance thing. Took a little nap before this. That was kind of nice. I think it's about 60 degrees right now. No, it's only 50. Never mind. But the birds are chirping, so that's nice. But could definitely be way nicer. I'm over this endless winter. Fuck Puxatawny Phil. He's a bitch. That's what I say. But yeah, I hope you guys are all doing good. Anything else to report? No.
Nebraska. Larry here was once a beloved and influential figure.
I went and saw Pyle last night. That was awesome. I saw them in Jersey City. I've never taken the PATH train before. I went to Jersey. It's actually not bad. Pretty easy. Who'da thunk it? But yeah, dude, Pyle was playing at this little tiny venue. It was sick. Although they had a new drummer, which I was not spiritually prepared for, because the drummer is, I mean, Rick is like the best, but the drummer is like one of my favorite parts of the band. Your BF is seeing Nothing perform. That's fun. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, live music. That's where it's at.
And in 19...
Getting my body prepared for the summer, the Dave summer. I'm seeing Pyle. No, I'm not in Jersey. I'm in Brooklyn, but I went to Jersey City to see a show last night. It was funny. I ran into a coworker. It was great. We had a good time. There's a Duran Duran cover band at Cody Winery. Yo, that sounds fun. I am from Wisconsin. I live in Brooklyn, though. I grew up in Wisconsin. Yeah, come live, laugh, and love at the lawn at SPAC, bro. And Camden. I'm going to try and get a bunch of yoga people to go to Camden, too. It's going to be so fun, dude.
He became the manager and treasurer of the newly
All right, let's go. Remember the Franklin scandal? What's up, birds? You have plenty of food. Can you guys hear these fucking birds? They're screaming at me. Yeah, Milwaukee is underrated. It's pretty. It's a pretty city.
Franklin Community Federal Credit Union. In my last video, we talked about Craig Spence. Now let's talk about his longtime associate and business partner, another Epstein before Epstein, a man named Larry King. In Omaha, Nebraska, Larry here was once a beloved and influential figure, and in 1970 he became the manager
the birds are tweeting and twitting.
Treasurer of the newly founded Franklin Community Federal Credit Union. And for the next 20 years, he served on the boards of several charities like the Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, Campfire Girls, and Head Start. He also developed...
Why are these freakazoids always at the heads of charities and stuff like that? Makes you really think about people who set up charities, right? Maybe they're all like this. No, that'd be crazy, right?
Close ties to the historic Boys Town orphanage. In the 1980s, Larry was the rising star of the Republican Party, and he held several important positions and developed ties that went all the way to the White House. But then, in November 1988, federal agents raided the Franklin Credit Union, and they discovered that Larry King had stolen over $40 million in a large-scale embezzlement scheme. But their investigation revealed something far worse than just fraud or theft.
It kind of reminds me of the Robert Maxwell shit, too, where he stole his workers' pensions for McGraw-Hill or whatever.
They found allegations of child essay, child abuse, child exploitation, interstate transportation of minors, child photographs, prostitution, pandering, illegal drug use and transportation, as well as cult activities. Not to mention allegations of ritualistic homicide and CIA-funded blackmail. Initially, a handful of victims came forward who described children as young as 6 being auctioned like love slaves, flown to the coast for wild parties that were attended by prominent lawyers, generals, congressmen, and foreign dignitaries. And these parties, thrown by Larry King, were often held in the Twin Towers. By the end of the investigation, 76 victims had come forward. 76
probably held at the Cancer Fitzgerald offices. The ones where they directly flew that drone plane into the sky, or into the tower. Yeah, Larry King. Not the Larry King. This Larry King. This guy right here. He ran the Franklin, the credit bureau in Franklin, Nebraska. Was it called Franklin or was it in Omaha? But you know the Franklin scandal where George H.W. Bush was flying plane loads of kids from Nebraska to D.C. for politicians to rape them. Yeah, you know, George H.W. Bush's ring. That's what this guy was doing. He ran a credit bureau and also ran a sex trafficking, children, occult, satanic, ritual abuse ring. It's almost like the banks and, you know, all these big companies are all just made. They're really just there to hide the sex trafficking money. Seems like all of this stuff is more lucrative than the interest and the dividends or whatever banks do.
Young adults by that time. And many of them were young black boys from Boys Town. The names these victims named led to some of the most powerful men.
Boys Town, Nebraska. It was Omaha, but a little part of Omaha called Boys Town. It's a home for boys. Man, yikes. They were shipping the boys in from Boys Town. A little on the nose, eh?
In Omaha and beyond. There was a judge, the mayor, the City Games and Parks Commissioner, prominent attorney, and the former police chief. And many allegations were hurled against the ringleaders of this ring, which included...
shit.
In my last video, we talked about Craig Spence. Now let's talk about his long...
Sorry, it's a little knotted up.
So apparently there's a lot of people in my comment section who think that... In my last video, we talked about Craig Spence. Now let's talk about his... Burt Wadman, who was the former police chief... tax returns as recipients of money from a private foundation set up by Bayer, and of which he is president. Another of the accused was Harold Anderson, the former publisher of the Omaha World Herald and the first American president of the International Federation of Newspapers. Oh, and he was also the launch partner of George Bush. He was an alleged frequent attender of the Twin Tower parties. And there was also Robert Wadman, who was the former police chief of Omaha.
Wait, Aleister Crowley is George H.W. Bush's grandfather? Or W. Bush? Wait, are you saying Aleister Crowley is Prescott Bush? Or Prescott Bush's dad?
He was accused of picking up a minor child every Wednesday. And last but very much not least, Warren Buffett, a 95-year-old man with a net worth of $142 billion. The alleged link between him and the Franklin scandal appears to have been rumors of the indirect funding of Franklin Credit Union and King's child exploitation ring. The bank behind the bank. Larry King's ring was vast and unimaginably dark. 2 young victims, sisters, were forced into prostitution by their foster parents, relatives of Larry King. Both girls claimed that they attended parties that included the Vice President, George Bush, that other children, many from Boys Town, were also flown in on private planes to the same party.
Ooh, Aleister Crowley is Barbara Bush's dad? I like that.
1988, a 15-year-old girl went to the Omaha police and told them that at age...
And Barbara Bush is ugly like Aleister Crowley. But didn't Aleister Crowley and Barbara Bush exist in the same time?
9, she had been conscripted into a satanic cult in which older boys had forced her to have relations. And they killed infants and children. One of the...
That sounds a lot like the Sascha Riley stuff. Oh, hey, remember when Sascha Riley was going to have an interview on MS Now? Let's see, boys. Did that ever happen? Was that ever released? Did we call it yet again? That interview will never see the light of day, right? Nothing. People were talking about this shit like 10 days ago, dude. It's gone. That interview's never happening. Well, they claim that it happened, right? It's just, oh, it just needs to be fact-checked? Why? What do you need to fact? You don't sit up there and fact-check Bibi Netanyahu when he talks. You don't fucking fact-check Ehud Barak and all these cucks. This guy does kind of look like Charlie Kirk.
most prominent victims in this case.
But this is Bonacci. He's one of the kids. This is the guy who said that Johnny Gosch is a fucking White House reporter. And there is a really weird thing with this White House reporter. He was like a former male escort that got to visit the White House like 12 times, and he was like kind of a bad writer. and a bunch of these guys were like, that's Johnny Gosch. They wiped his brain and they gave him a new thing. They like indoctrinated him in. He survived the child sex rings, and then if you survive that, some of them get turned into like super spies.
Paul Bonacci. He testified that he was also forced to participate in the kidnapping of other children. He specifically testified that he was forced to take part in the kidnapping of Johnny Gosch, who was sold into a ring. And that is a conspiracy with a lot of facts behind it.
Yeah, and Johnny Gosch's mom said that he came to her like years later and was like, Mom, they kidnapped me and they make me do things that I don't like to do, but I'm safe or whatever. Leave me, like, don't look for me. You're going to get hurt. And then left.
But of course, all of the victims' testimonies were just treated like it was nothing more than gossip and slander. And most media ignored the Franklin scandal, except to discredit the victims. But international news wasn't afraid.
It's so weird that the media is always like, no, the victims are wrong. We got to protect power. I don't know. Isn't the juicier story the digging and showing, following the underdog story? But no, it's weird. They're always on the side of empire. So odd. Sorry, watching too much Andor, too much Star Wars.
To call it like it is. A major network in Spain reported that the scandal appears to directly implicate politicos of the state of Nebraska and Washington, D.C., who are very close to the White House and George Bush. And their report also stated There is reason to believe that the CIA is directly implicated, and the FBI refuses to help in the investigation.
Dude, don't ever say that. The FBI is refusing to help investigate a crime? What? That they're actively covering it up, actually? They're doing the opposite of investigating it? They're help make it not get solved? Bro, that would be crazy if that was true. The FBI couldn't do something like that. That couldn't be the sole existence or the sole purpose for their existence is to obfuscate the truth. It literally couldn't be that, bro. Stop.
And has sabotaged any efforts by others to do so. And they are not wrong. There is a huge amount of evidence of a massive cover-up perpetrated by the FBI, the local police.
Oh shit, I just realized I had my reedy chat on top chat instead of live chat. Make sure you switch your top chats to live chats, boys. You got some hungry homeless kitties here and a huge bag of kibble? Let's go, dude. Feed them dang kitties. Get yourself a kitten shed like Bubbles. Get yourself a cat cart and a shed. Dude, oh my god, hacking Kash Patel's computer is so fucking funny. I got a video on that.
Grand jury
we'll
chosen
get to it in a minute.
For the case and the media. And this cover-up also included the sudden tragic deaths of at least 15 people. One was the alleged lover of Larry King.
All these people died around this shit, and everyone's like, no, these victim kids are liars. Children be lying, dude. They made up a story about cutting off babies' heads. That's what kids are always thinking about.
Named Charlie Rogers, a witness to King's activities. Two were the brothers of two of the victims set to testify. One recanted after their brother's death. The other refused. But most shocking of all, out of the entire 15, was Gary Caradori, one of the lead investigators on this case. On July 11th, 1990, Gary was flying home on his private plane with his 8-year-old son. They were leaving a ball game in Chicago when his plane exploded midair. He was also...
This is one of the plane crashes that got me going. I think every fucking plane crash essentially is done by the CIA.
Also carrying his briefcase that day, which was said to contain newly obtained photo and video evidence of Larry King's ring. And somehow his briefcase went missing.
You talking about reading the Franklin scandal? Yeah, dude. It's a good book, though. William DeCamp is awesome.
From the wreckage. And within 24 hours, all of his investigative records were seized by the FBI. This story gets so deep that Craig Spence himself could be on that list of casualties. Because remember, he was exposed in 1989. Not long after Larry, and he died within 5 months. And just a few weeks after he had reached out, willing to talk about Larry if it would get him off the hook. He didn't get off the hook, he got dead in a hotel room. But to make all of this even more devastating, none of the accused went to prison for these crimes. And it was ultimately the victims.
Bro.
The abused children.
That's right. Dude, you're gonna fucking lose your mind when you hear about this girl. I think her name's Alicia or something. This shit is crazy. Remember, basically no one got prison charges for transporting children to D.C. to be raped and killed. And listen what happened.
And thrown into prison. One of the bravest and most outspoken of these victims was a girl named Alicia Owens. She was 13 when her abuse began, and she had proof. But her testimony was ruled a lie, and she was convicted of perjury. Alicia Owens' sentence was 10 years longer than what Larry King got for embezzling $40 million. Oh, and while she was incarcerated, she also achieved the honor of spending more time in...
Bro, she spent 10 years in prison because the judge said that her saying that these people were raping and killing kids was perjury. 10 years, dude.
Solitary confinement than any other woman.
H, it's your birthday? Happy birthday to H. Happy birthday to H. Happy birthday, dear H. Happy birthday to you, H. Oh no, top viewers is in the house. Shoot. How did you slip through, top viewers? Thanks, buddy. Have a good night.
In Nebraska history. Yet the grand jury found all of this to be nothing but a carefully crafted hoax, despite literal mountains of photographic and video evidence. None of these victims received justice, except one, and it did not come from a criminal court. In 1999, one male victim, Paul Bondi, filed a civil court case, and he testified that he had been abused by Larry King since he was 6 years old. And his complaint states that he was continually submitted to repeated SA, false imprisonment, infliction of extreme emotional distress, infliction of physical injury, of organized and directed satanic rituals, that he was forced to scavenge for children to be part of King's ring, and that he was forced to engage in numerous contacts with King and others, and participate in deviant games.
Oh yeah, it's Mac's birthday too. Happy birthday to Mac. Happy birthday to Mac. Happy birthday to Mac. Part of the three-headed Cerberus. Happy birthday to Mac. Hope you guys have a good day. Thanks for being here. Thanks for spending it with us. But yeah, dude. Hope you guys had a good day. Fuck the curse of the birthday or whatever, but it is still a reason to celebrate each other. I like it. Happy birthday. There.
And masochistic group activities with other minor children. And this included the
Look at us all celebrating everyone's birthday, doing our favorite thing, talking about freakazoids.
worst participation in the production of child snuff films. Child snuff films, y'all. And the judge...
Oh, like Sascha Riley was talking about? Yo. Oh, like that? Like how no one's taking him seriously on that shit? Do you think Lisa Voldeng has reached out to MS Now and she's probably like, he's crazy, he's a lunatic. I wasn't going big with this story because I looked into it and all of his stuff is crazy except for the Trump stuff. The Trump stuff's definitely all true. He didn't have any interactions with anyone else. Just Trump.
Found all of his allegations to be true. And Paul Bondi was awarded $1 million. $1 million to one single victim. In my last video, we talked about Craig Spence. Now let's talk about his longtime...
Fuck yeah. Good deep dive. Franklin scandal, still relevant. Bro, all of these cucks are lizard people. I hate this guy. Fucking Gavin Newsom. But everyone's figuring out these people's connection. This is the best, man. Everyone's a better investigator than the FBI. FBI sucks.
This is going to be really fun. The real origin story of Gavin Newsom, who all the papers are telling us is the Democrat frontrunner in 2028. Okay, so it starts with his granddad who...
Like, bitch, what the fuck are we talking about 2028? You think there's going to be elections? We really think there's going to be fucking elections in 2028? Shut the fuck up. Grow up, dude. Where do you think we are right now?
He was born a son of an immigrant in 1902. Gavin's granddad becomes a protege of the political boss Bill Malone in San
These fucking immigrants, am I right?
Francisco. This guy, who is head of the California Democratic Party and controls all of the federal cushy jobs that can be given out. Then Gavin's granddad runs a campaign for Pat Brown to become district attorney. Pat Brown later becomes governor. And then as governor, Pat Brown sets up this new Olympic resort for winter skiing and gives Gavin's granddad and his business partner, John Pelosi, the contract to run the ski resort. John Pelosi's son, Paul, marries Nancy. So the Newsoms and Pelosi's...
Paul Hammerclaw Pelosi? The underwear Hammerclaw bandit?
Been knowing each other for a long time. Here's Gavin's sister with the dad. Okay, here's Gavin's dad. He later becomes a judge. But probably most importantly, he was super tight with the Getty family. An American dynasty.
You know they be drinking babies too. Remember, that's where all the underground tunnels are. They all lead to the Getty museums.
Comes from oil, they're in media, many billionaires. And Gordon Getty was Gavin's dad's best friend. He's worth like $5.5 billion. Gavin's dad and Gordon met in college, and right after college, Gavin's dad goes to work with the Getty family. One of the first things the Getty family does is his friend Gordon puts him on one of their company's boards, and then Gavin's dad goes to Europe to try to get them business, and this guy serves as the partner for
with Otto von Bolschwing, dude. This is set up directly by Alan Dulles. 100%. So, Gavin Newsom's family are Alan Dulles fuckers. They fuck Alan Dulles.
Gavin's dad in Europe to make introductions, and if you look him up, he has a very interesting past. But
yeah, he does. He likes Wiener Schnitzel.
But anyway, so another thing that happens is that one of...
The Getty Museum is a pit of lizards. What up, Space Witch?
Gavin's dad's best friend's family members, John Paul Getty III, is kidnapped by the Italian mafia, and the granddad finally agrees to pay his ransom. So Gavin's dad goes to Italy with $3.2 million in cash and gives it to them. And remember, Jerry Brown is governor, who is Gavin's granddad's buddy. And then Jerry Brown gives Gavin's dad a judgeship.
Wait, that's interesting. Gavin's dad was part of a ransom, a kidnapping for ransom thing, where they actually paid the ransom. That sounds like a money transfer, right? It sounds like they needed an excuse to pay someone, but they couldn't have the records, you know. It's like $3 million of washed cash, right?
So the Gettys, Jerry Brown, Gavin Newsom, they're all homies. And Jerry Brown was like a super powerful California governor. Then Gavin's dad retires and becomes basically the head of the Getty family finances. Convenient because Gavin goes into business with Billy Getty, who is a young Getty. Now Newsom starts 11 businesses, mostly like restaurants. Gordon, so his dad's best friend, is the lead investor. They're basically real estate deals. And Gavin is like partying in San Francisco in all his restaurants. He becomes friends with the Pritzker family, who later goes on to fund them because one of the Pritzkers had moved to San Francisco. This guy.
Ew.
Then Gavin's dad reaches out to a young Willie Brown and says Gavin can raise you money because Gavin's got the restaurants. Willie Brown is a powerful San Francisco mayor. And Willie Brown is like, hey, Gavin, you do a pretty good job of raising me money. I'm going to put you on the Parking and Traffic Commission. Oh, and now a seat's open. I'm going to put you on the Board of Supervisors. And now Gavin Newsom.
Oh, God, he's so lame,
Newsom's
right?
political career is launched. What do you think?
Was that Getty kidnapping was a fake? They cut his ear off? That's what that whole thing was? The Getty Museum is a pit of lizards. Gaggin' Nepo son. That's his name, dude. Don't wear it out. All right, here. What's the background story on fucking Kamala now?
Kamala Harris come from? Basically, in the 90s and early 2000s,
Hey, I bet that Kamala Harris came from a pit of lizards as well.
there was a group of powerful families in California, Newsom, Getty, Pelosi, and Brown, also known as the San Francisco Machine. Kamala Harris isn't in one of them, so she slept her way in. Kamala Harris started dating Willie Brown, mayor of San Francisco, in 1994.
Isn't it so weird how incestuous this all is? Why are all these people around each other for so long and now they're in charge of everything?
Willie was 60 and Kamala was 29. He was the most powerful politician in California at the time. Willie boosted her career, appointing her to lucrative state boards in 94 and 95, and introducing her to the Getty, Pelosi, and Newsom families. Brown and Nancy Pelosi were lifelong allies, and he introduced Pelosi and Kamala. Pelosi endorsed Kamala every time after that from 2003, 2010, 2016, and 2024. The Getty and Newsom families are so close that they're basically related. Gavin Newsom's father, William, worked for the Getty family, who were oil billionaires. Now, there was a wedding between Billy Getty and Vanessa Getty in
I fucking forget that the Gettys got money from oil. Duh.
1999. The ceremony was officiated by Gavin Newsom's father, and it was at this wedding that Willie Brown was the guest of honor and Kamala Harris attended with him. Gavin Newsom was the best man, and Nancy Pelosi and half the city's elite were there. Willie Brown himself later said that he brought Kamala to the Getty wedding as part of deliberately introducing her to the elite of California. These families didn't just help fund Kamala Harris, they created her. Something interesting about Brown is he was supposed to fly to New York City on September 11th, 2001, on American Airlines Flight 11, the one that hit the North Tower. Hours before his flight, his security team conveniently called him and told him he shouldn't fly that day. Where did Kamala Harris come from?
So weird. I wonder where he got that information from. Couldn't be all these cucks, these Gettys, these Newsoms, these Pelosi's. Barf.
What if the Epstein files and the war are the same thing?
Energy transference is the movement of energy from one location to another. For example, thermal energy transfers from stove to pot to water.
They're trying to transfer your energy from one topic to another. When you get angry, you emit energy. This energy is actually a potent form of power. This is why you were always taught to suppress your anger as a child. It has power in it. The Epstein list made people angry, and those who run this hologram know this. Now, they need to harvest anger from people. Because if people learn to use anger correctly, it could actually be dangerous.
You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life.
Just as Neo in the Matrix uses coding to wake up and realize he is in a simulation, anger is a...
Yeah, we gotta use our righteous anger, bro. That's why I'm not with, like, there's a time and place for namaste. Namaste, namaste. Yeah, peace and love. But there's also time for being a bunch of sassy little bitches. It's time to sass it up. Use your anger, focused, narrow beam, laser precision. Cut into lizard hearts. With your focused intention. And your inner truth.
Source of data, a code that leads you to understand how the system works.
It is a form of life energy moving through you that lets you know when something outside of you feels out of balance and not okay.
Now, many people are beginning to crack the code. There is a network of dark people using weird islands to create blackmail and dark rituals to sustain a dark system. When you learned this, you got angry. Now, what is one way to redirect anger? To confuse it. In 1919, the Bolsheviks were really angry at their government, since their government stole grain from peasants and made a lot of people work in factories. Communism. Knowing this, the government used the Polish-Soviet War as a tool to channel their anger into distraction, terror, confusion, and fear. See, anger is vulnerable. You can slice it up into fear and terror if you want it to lose its power. And this is what I believe is happening now. Our pure, righteous anger is being sliced, surgically restructured, so we stop following the code, the trail of truth. What you can do about this is don't let terror and confusion distract you. Lock in, honey butter.
Let me know your thoughts below.
What if the Epstein file...
Yeah. Keep pursuing truth. Don't get scared. That's why the whole Savannah thing is, like, pisses me off so much. Because, dude, literally what they're trying to do is make everyone go, oh my god, old ladies are getting snatched out of people's houses. We gotta let Palantir take over everything. We gotta let little mech robot clanker dogs patrol our cities. Have you guys seen these videos of these little fucking Black Mirror clanker dogs? The like, what are they called? Boston Dynamics dogs that are running around doing security, just following people and going, you can't sit there. Or what, clanker? What are you going to do, shoot me, you little robot dog? One was like, you can't sit on my dog house. It was like its charging bay. But yeah, dude, anyway, we got to get spitting mad. And don't let them turn our mad anger into fear. Fuck the fear. Nothing can hurt us. We are one with the Force, and the Force is with us. All right, what's Ally Mac Forever talking about?
Other way around. Before
Freemason is Zionism in disguise. No, Zionism. Wait. Zionism is Freemasonry.
they are anything, they are Freemasons. Before they are any
Yeah, true.
religious garb or political project, they are Freemasons first. They identify as that firstly. Every single one of them. That's what they all have in common. Access to the lodge or the island. No, other way around. Before they are...
Dude, did you guys see this? You remember the cranberry juice drinking guy? Well, this is that military guy for Iran. This should have that. Now here you go again. You want your freedom. Well, who am I to let you down? You were playing with dreams. Know what I'm talking about? Beautiful. But dude, Iran are honestly the fucking meme gods. Iran's memeage is harder than anyone's. They be memeing on these clowns. Alright, I just found this guy too. I kind of like him.
This guy a Fed? What about the Fox News guy? Am I a Fed? Are you a Fed?
Everybody's
Originally,
a Fed.
The term Fed refers to an actual federal agent or FBI informant. But most of the time, when used on the internet, it's not meant literally, but instead referring to a person whose message or actions serve the federal government and, therefore, the ruling class. These Feds usually fall into one of two categories. First are basically the mouthpieces for the Epstein class, who openly push propaganda favoring those in power. These are bootlickers and their Fed behavior is obvious. The other category of Feds are less obvious. These are the individuals who will openly criticize aspects of those in power, but never in a way that directly indicts them. They specialize in appearing as independent thinkers who ask common sense questions. But most crucially, they will never articulate a cohesive ideology.
This is important, dude. That's the whole thing. They're here to fracturize. They're here to never have a real ideology. It's why I know all the false flaggers and stuff are fake, is because they never have a coherent ideology. They're literally willing to kill people, but their language is always mixed up. They're like, I hate trans people, but I'm also doing this for the kids. You know, it's like, it makes no sense.
1 minute they're based anti-war nationalists, and the next minute they're cheering regime change in Venezuela like fascist neocons. It's always a person or group of people's fault, never the system. Now, in order to avoid wasting time listening to Feds, follow these 3 steps. First is to look for the material. If their points don't connect to material reality, that is money, labor, power, or resources, it's most likely a distraction. For example, if they believe we are at war for some abstract reason like to defend freedom, or if they blame the war on one specific figure or country at the exclusion of the system producing the conditions for the war, then they're probably a Fed. A materialist view would look at war and ask who benefits from the war? Where's the money going? In other words, is this explaining a system, or is this Fed just giving me someone to blame? The second step is to always reject noise. Noise is just random emotions being expressed with no cohesion. If the person's point is to simply get you to react but not understand anything deeper, it's a dead end.
A trans athlete did this horrible, crazy thing in a rural town in the other side of the country that you will never visit and doesn't affect your life in any material way.
That's just a thing that happened. A lot of things happen every minute of every day. If there is no systemic critique, then it's just noise. And the final one is to seek clarity. If you're being fired up but unable to explain what should actually happen next, you're not being educated, you're being activated. Congratulations, after listening to that 3-hour podcast on the CIA, you now know every horrible thing the agency's covered up and why. So what? If the takeaway is simply, wake up, sheeple, or, we need to reform the CIA, then you receive no direction. You are just being used. The clear version would leave you with a systemic understanding that the CIA functions as an enforcement arm for multinational corporations and elite networks. That this isn't about a few bad actors, it's about a system that exists for them, not you. A Fed leaves you with anger and a target. Real analysis leaves you with a map of the system. Targets keep you busy. Maps show you where to go. Is this Chinese guy a Fed?
I like that. Yeah, we're making maps, boys. You know who doesn't like making maps? Motherfucking Fittest federal earther. He hates making maps. Okay, bro, I saw this video and I was cracking up.
What's the temperature up there usually? Obviously
well, when we landed, it was 80 average. There's no air because there's no atmosphere. But there's the surface heats up. The sun heats up the surface. And generally, the average when we landed was about 85 degrees Fahrenheit. When we left, it was 250.
This old bitch is really trying to tell me he was on the moon and it was 250 degrees. How long were you there for? What, 5 minutes? You were in 250 degrees? Shut the fuck up, old man, before I break your hip, dude. Not a metaphor, not fan fiction. If you don't shut your mouth, old man, I will come over there and break your fucking hip. 250 degrees? What, were you being sous vide'd? Or were we low roasting some fucking ribs? You were getting crock potted? And then what? You blasted off on your little miniature rocket ship to go connect to the other thing that's floating in space? And you did all this on a calculator? Oh, dude, I'm never going to get over the fucking... the spaceship blasting off the moon. How stupid. That shit's too funny. Wait, we gotta watch it. It's too good. Moon capsule blast off.
Fourth stage pushed. Engine arm is ascent. Okay, I'm gonna get the pro.
Just wait, guys.
99
So,
proceeded. 3, 2, 1.
this is 250
Right away, Houston. Vector good. Ag thought.
Star Trek did it better, dude. The TV show did it better. Kubrick shot this.
Roger, you have good thrust.
Kubrick.
Pro. 99 proceeded.
He's like,
3,
yeah.
2, 1.
Yep, it was 300 degrees.
Right away, Houston.
It was
Vector good.
2,000 degrees on the moon.
Ag thought.
Look at that. Incredible.
Pitch over. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Right
Wow.
away, Houston.
The acceleration. It looks so real, guys. The propellant.
99 proceeded. 3.
The person operating the camera. Incredible, man. Who's operating the camera? Who's tilting up? You gotta tell me, is this Lance Armstrong? They left Lance down here to get the shot, and then they came back down, swooped down, and picked him up.
2, 1. Ignition.
Dude, not only are they tilting up, they're zooming out and tilting up.
Right away, Houston. Vector
Flawless liftoff. Nice lighting. Dude, my favorite is the special effects of the explosion. Wait
3,
for it.
2, 1.
Oh my god, what is this even, bro? Come on. Come on, man. It doesn't even make sense, bro. There's no it's like not projecting. It's just like a bunch of random colors. They probably, dude, this was probably the hottest tech in 1969. This is goofy shit. Look, the fucking ignition isn't even attached to the ship blasting off. It's attached to the fucking capsule on the bottom, or the, like, legs. It's fucking dumb, dude. I can't believe these idiots fell for this shit.
99 proceeded. 3.
Did people fall for this shit, or is just everyone's always just been like, everything is fake, and then they just lie to us until we start accepting it? They show us enough Ryan Gosling movies of him flying to the fucking moon. Did you guys ever watch First Man? That movie is awesome, but it's all based on horse shit.
2, 1.
Like, get the fuck out of here,
Right
dude.
away, Houston. That's your grid.
The pull, the zoom out, the tilt up. It, look, there it goes.
I hear you have good thrust.
Wow. What, it just tilted upside down now? Just flip upside down?
Okay, 30 seconds.
Is it crashing back to the earth?
H your number. Okay, coming through 1,500 feet, and H dot looks good.
Ass. Stupid shit. Anyway, so this guy that went to the moon is saying it's 300 degrees up there.
Oh, that's quite the difference.
Yeah, and if you stay all day, the temperature gets up to around 400.
Wow.
Yeah, 350, 400.
Would your suits have been able to handle that?
No, they were limited at 250.
What is the temperature up there usually?
Yeah, your suit was limited to 250 degrees of sustained heat, for sure.
Obviously.
Well,
Kool-Aid propulsion system, it totally is, dude. NASA did make the moon gay.
when we landed, it was 80 average. There's no
drum.
Oh yeah, dude, these drums are probably remember when we keep seeing the lasers shooting across the land? Yeah, I bet it's these fucking drums.
That's a microwave backhaul dish, and it's not talking to your phone. It's firing concentrated directional beams of microwave in a straight line to another tower miles away. Not broadcasting outward in all directions, a focused beam, cutting through whatever is in its path at ground level. Buildings, cars, neighborhoods, you know who. The panels at the top are the ambient noise. Your brain, your jellyfish attached to your spine, swims in all day. The drum is the laser your jellyfish, your brain, doesn't even know it's walking through. Wake up. That giant white drum, that's a microwave backhaul dish, and it's not...
All your smartest friends think you're dumb for thinking this is hilarious and fake. That's okay. All my smartest friends, well, I thought they were my smartest friends. They thought this too. They tried to intervention me over this stuff and put me in a rehab in Florida. But they're going to be I'm going to be the one standing here laughing at their ass. Oh yeah, Corey needs to go to a rehab because he thinks that Nazis are running everything. I wonder how everyone's feeling about that today. Let's see. Am I wrong? Does it not feel like Nazis are running everything, or is it just me? Oh my goodness. Okay, wait. We'll get into Tyler's stuff in a second. Let's smash a couple more of these tabs.
If this was true, why would she post this online? This is so embarrassing.
So
and weird.
funny.
Okay, this is Erica Kirk
Look at
on
this.
X.
Erica Kirk says, appears to say the fallout from Drewski's viral skit has now reached her family, claiming her young daughter, who's like 4, saw the video and thought it was actually her. That says a lot about how ugly Erica is on the inside. No offense to Drewski, but like, he's not a pretty woman. Especially not a pretty white woman. Holy fuck, right? She argues that the parody has gone far beyond a harmless joke if even her child is now being confused and upset by it. Why is she letting her kid go on fucking Instagram? She's like 4, dude. My own little daughter came... I love how she says my own, like she's got to prove that it's hers. My own little daughter? Dude, she's never held this child. My own little daughter came to me thinking she had seen me in that video. What do you mean came to you? She like, what, came down from her office and was like, Mother, I'm scrolling on my feed and look at what I saw. Is this you ordering a matcha pup cup? Is this you, ugly mom? Oh yeah, I thought her kids don't have screen time. My own little daughter came to me thinking she had seen me in that video. Like, really, what do you mean? She came to you? She's like, Mother, is this you? That's how far this has gone. A grown man turned me into a costume. I mean, you turned yourself into a costume. Let's be real. Spread it to millions of people, and now even my child is confused and hurt by it. It's not even your kid. Who cares? Y'all keep calling it comedy, but there's nothing funny about bringing this kind of humiliation to my family. See, that's where you're wrong. This whole thing is very funny. And this is honestly an even funnier aspect of it. It's so crazy. My own little daughter came to me thinking she had seen me in that video. What?
My own little daughter came to me thinking she had seen me in that video. This is how far this has gone. A grown man turned me into a costume, spread it to millions of people, and now even my child is confused and hurt by it. Y'all keep calling it comedy, but there's nothing funny about bringing this kind of humiliation into my family. Okay, Erica, sweetheart.
Calm down, lady.
I hate that woman, but that does not actually look like you. It's a parody of your face because of the way you do your makeup, and your mannerisms are so insane.
I don't know. I think Drewski kind of nailed it.
If your child thinks that's you, we have bigger problems here. And just so y'all know, the video in question...
Oh, fuck me.
Even if this was true, why would she post this online? This is so embarrassing and weird. Okay, this is Erica Kirk on X. My own little daughter came to me thinking she had seen me in that video.
But yeah, dude, if her daughter's thinking that this is Erica, that means that she hasn't seen her enough. You know? She hasn't seen her in a long time. She's like, is that what my mom looks like?
Sweetheart, I mean, I hate that woman, but that does not actually look like you. It's a parody of your face because of the way you do your makeup, and your mannerisms are so insane. If your child thinks that's you, we have bigger problems here. And just so y'all know, the video in question...
Growing closer to Jesus. I serve a righteous God. And that is why we say our prayers. And we're all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the holy blessed.
My favorite thing is people being like, this is so insane for Drewski to do whiteface. Bro, whiteface is not a thing. You can do whiteface.
The Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible.
Girl, your child did not think that was you. Please. Okay, one serious comment about this whole situation is that people who have spectrum B personality disorders, people that have like narcissism, or maybe they're even like a little sociopathic, they don't understand social nuance very well. They can often mimic, but they like overdo it, and there's just weird instances like this where she doesn't realize how weird and insane of an argument that is. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I understand. I can see that she is
she's not a normal person.
Trying to garner sympathy by saying this, but any sane person is going to look at her and be like, what?
Why is your kid scrolling on Instagram and coming to you with a business plan proposal?
Your kid thought that was you? No, they didn't. Even if this was true, why would she post this online? This is so embarrassing and weird. Okay, this is Erica Kirk on X. My own...
So fucking funny, dude. Bro, eternally, this is straight up nightmare fuel. We gotta add this to the Miro. There we go, baby. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay, dude, remember this lady? She was talking about how it started snowing that night that they did like the oil field explosions, and it was like raining oil. Well, now listen what they're doing.
Friends, today I want to talk to you about something unusual, which is the weather. You might remember that I posted a video, I believe, on day 11, and I talked about how after the oil reserves were bombed in Tehran, for the couple days after, we had quite a heavy rain.
Drewski refused to apologize. Good. That's so funny. Even though he's one of these, he's like on the Diddy side of this shit. He's definitely a weirdo too, I think. But I don't care. I love infighting with them. It's a beautiful thing. The system's got to collapse. They can help collapse it together.
And then snow, which is unusual for this time of the year. Today I want to tell you that things have been getting even stranger. Basically for the last...
Yeah, total self-owned to say that that your own kid thinks Drewski is you, bro. I'm telling you, it's because her daughter has never seen her. She's seen her once since Charlie died.
10 days to 2 weeks, we've had almost non-stop rain. Like, we might have had just 2 or 3 sunny days. This is already...
Erica's kid's like, how did my mom get prettier? Oh, man. Brutal.
Already 7 or 8 days into spring. It is very unusual. This is very unusual weather. Now, what makes it even more unusual is that for the last almost 9 months, we've had a severe drought all over Iran, especially in Tehran. Normally, throughout the fall, we get quite a bit of rain in Tehran. But this past year, I think we had maybe just once or twice. We had some snow in winter, but very little rain. To the point that they were talking about rationing, drinking water, and so water has been a main issue. You might have even seen it on news. But then suddenly...
Bro, that couldn't literally be... That couldn't be the CIA and shit doing that for like years before this too, right? Droughting them? They would never do something like that.
Suddenly, the last 2 weeks, we've had very heavy downpours and consistent raining. And on top of that, we've also had really powerful thunderstorms and lightning. Lightning that is so loud.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. This new lightning that's from the fucking the 5G towers or whatever fucking sucks, bro. It's so loud and it also lasts so long and it like rumbles forever. It's not like normal thunder anymore. Nothing is normal anymore, bro.
And so explosive that because we've been also getting bombed for the last few weeks, essentially you can't tell whether this is the sound of the lightning or if it's the fighter jets and if it's a bombing. For several nights over the past week, I woke up from the sound of lightning and I waited because it sounds exactly like fighter jets flying very low. It's the same kind of roar. And then you wait for the bomb drop and explosion. Except when it's the lightning, that last part doesn't happen. So I've been getting woken up by the sound and then waiting for the bomb. And then when it doesn't happen, you're like, oh, I guess this is just lightning. Some people say when it's cloudy and it rains like this, the fighter jets can't function as well because the clouds. So essentially, I don't know if this is true or not. Kind of a nice theory going around that the clouds are maybe protecting us. The more religiously inclined people are saying that this is God's blessing, especially because Iran has been in a period of drought for almost the last 10 years. You can see it as a reward for
10
standing
years
up
of
to
drought?
The most evil and corrupt regimes on this earth. But there's also another theory. This is a theory that has been around as essentially as a conspiracy for the last few years.
What?
Which claims that the American radars that have been situated on the territories of countries in the southern Persian Gulf, especially the UAE, have been engaged in, I guess the term is geoengineering, and what has been referred to as cloud stealing.
Oh, bro, that would be major if true.
The idea is that the drought that we've been experiencing is essentially an intentional outcome of
that seems genocidal almost.
What they've been trying to do with the weather. Essentially another form of attack on Iran. So it's not enough that they sanction us. It's not enough that they're bombing us now. They've also been trying to dry up our lands and kill our ability to grow our own food. But tell me why, just as soon as Iran destroys those radars, we're having this incredible nonstop downpour. A friend was saying the other day, it feels like the clouds are angry. The rain feels angry. Now, I don't know if any of this is true or has any kind of ring of validity to it, but you know how a lot of conspiracy theories have been coming true since, especially the Epstein files? This is giving that. It's giving another conspiracy theory has come true. And what I can tell you.
Yeah, I think we're also doing fantastic considering all the crazy shit we know about. I agree, Yogi.
Is that we're not complaining. We're happy to get our rain back. Hi, friends. Today I want to talk.
But yeah, dude. Oh, here's the video about Cash. Bro, we love Cash so much.
Our director of the FBI got hacked by Iran. Our director of the FBI, who made a huge fuss about Hillary Clinton's emails, got his email hacked. They found his account for a Gooner website, which means he made an account for a Gooner website.
He made an account for Pornhub. He made an account for some Gooner website. He made an account for X videos or something. Who be making accounts on that shit?
And he made it on January 6th, and he used it today. It's under the name.
He used it today.
Spider Cash, because that's what our fucking epic chungus alpha male FBI director likes to go by online. It's what he goes by on eBay. It's not what he goes by on his
Spider Cash?
Fitness app, where he signed up as a female for some reason, but
he's on Mind Body. That's awesome.
they have shit going back for years. And you're probably thinking, what? No way. How did this happen? How did this guy with a totally not a spy girlfriend who uses tax dollars to party with the bros
totally not a spy girlfriend
get hacked? I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with him firing the Iranian counterintelligence team days before we went to war with them. Why did he do that? Because they were involved with investigating Trump for hiding classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. But thank God we got rid of DEI, because now everything's based on merit. Apparently. No, you don't understand. Our director of the FBI got hacked by Iran.
He's just a normal,
Our
cool
director
guy.
of the FBI, who made a huge fuss about Hillary Clinton's emails, got his email.
Why has everyone got to get all butthurt about Kash Patel? He's doing his freaking best, dude. Okay, and I know we've been harsh on Trump recently, saying that he don't have it. He doesn't have that swag anymore. But actually, it's not true. It's just spread out a little bit more. But if you're looking, you can still find the old Trump in between all the dementia stuff. But this was pretty funny.
Rigged election, he knows about rigged elections better than anybody. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? You're running low on soldiers, and then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I wanted this.
June 6th, tomorrow, this is D-Day anniversary, when the Americans once ended the war in Europe.
That was not a pleasant day for you?
No, that was not a pleasant...
This is not a great... If you believe that, it's okay with me. Rigged election.
Emmanuel Macron. We love him. Oh, dude. All right. Here's more justice for my mother and MJ. Doing some work for mom here. This lady said, imagine how many lies it must have taken to convince us that this man could harm children.
I don't read all the things written about me. I wasn't aware that the world thought I was so weird and bizarre. But when you grow up, as I did, in front of 100 million people since the age of 5, you're automatically different. The last few weeks, I have been cleansing myself, and it's been a rebirth for myself. It's like a cleansing spirit. I love you too. My childhood was completely taken away from me. There was no Christmas.
Cash better be the next Bud Dwyer. No way, dude. He's such a coward. He could never. You got to have that Aaron Bushnell courage. That certainly ain't Cash.
No birthdays. It was not a normal childhood. No normal pleasures of childhood. Those were exchanged for hard work, struggle, and pain, and eventual material and professional success. But as an awful price, I cannot recreate that part of my life, nor would I change any part of my life. However, today, when I create my music, I feel like an instrument of nature. I wonder what delight nature must feel when we open our hearts and express our God-given talents. The sound of approval rolls across the universe, and the whole world abounds in magic. Wonder fills our hearts for what we have glimpsed for an instant, the playfulness of life. And that's why I love children and learn so much from being around them. I realize that many of our world's problems today, from the inner city crime to large-scale wars and terrorism and our overcrowded prisons, are a result of the fact that children have had their childhood stolen from them. The magic, the wonder, the mystery, and the innocence of a child's heart are the seeds of creativity that will heal the world. I really believe that.
Word. Yeah, free Michael. Free MJ, right, Mom? Dude, I stumbled on this at like 2 a.m. last night, and I couldn't stop laughing.
If Bill Gates gets a .44 Magnum on air, shoves it in his mouth, and blows his brains out the back of his head, the next day, after it's confirmed he's dead, I will blow my brains out on air. So you can do another ice bucket challenge, Bill.
Why? This is the next ice bucket challenge.
At your house, where you dump gasoline on yourself out of a bucket, because you want to go out with a bang, right? And maybe you strap TNT all on yourself, if you back Islam, and then you dump gasoline on yourself, Bill, and then you light yourself on fire. How about that? If Bill Gates gets a .44 Magnum on air, shoves it in his mouth, and blows his brains out the back of his head, the next day, after it's confirmed he's dead, I will blow my brains out on air. So you can do another
ice bucket challenge, boys. Bill Gates, come on. Bill Gates, put a fucking 40, what did you say?
Challenge, Bill.
A 357 Magnum in his mouth and blow his brains out.
At your house, where you dump gasoline on yourself out of a bucket, because you want to go out with a bang, right? And maybe you strap
that he wants him to blow his brains out and light himself on fire.
All on yourself, if you back Islam, and then you dump gasoline on yourself, Bill, and then you light yourself on fire. How about that? If Bill Gates gets a .44 Magnum on air, shoves it in his mouth, and blows his brains out.
Shoves it in his mouth. Okay. Here we go. Okay, let's talk about Tyler a minute. I fucking stumbled onto this video last night, dude. God gave us a gift, boys. She bestowed this on my lap. We gotta befriend this dude, Jake the Awake. Anyway, I'm gonna play the video. It's so good. It seems like we have to be friends. Go figure, dude. Tyler got really mad at him about face matching stuff.
Hi, guys. I wanted to make this video to let you guys know that my life was recently threatened by a content creator here on YouTube. He also posts content on all of the social media websites, and he's being promoted on all of the social media websites. So there might be a good chance that you know who it is I'm talking about. So this person whom I speak of goes by the name of Fittest Flat Earther. He's also known as Tyler Hansen, and he recently sent me a death threat through Facebook Messenger. So here's what the message said that he sent me. Hey Jake, pleasure to meet you.
I should check my Facebook I don't think I've ever checked my Facebook DMs.
I would just like to formally introduce myself and let you know I will personally end your sad, pathetic, jealous, lying little existence in this earth if I ever come across that little weasel face of yours in person. Have a lovely day. Oh, and make sure to always look over your back because I'm everywhere. You can tell he was really triggered by the grammatical errors in his death threat. And I think he purposely misspelled the word end so that the death threat wasn't too direct. So it's a bit of a veiled threat, but it's a threat nonetheless. So I reviewed one of his videos in my latest live stream, and I pointed out that I personally do believe that he's purposely pushing disinformation. He's pointing at certain celebrities and claiming that they also play the role of this other celebrity. But then he provides nothing but terrible evidence, and a lot of times his evidence seems to be purposely deceitful. So I watched one of his
no DMs on Facebook from Tyler
videos, and he makes the claim that the musician Prince also plays the role of...
Wait, I love Michael forever. I know the Epstein class killed him because he was telling on them. I saw that one of the victims of the files is saying Brittany Murphy was assassinated by Ashton Kutcher, that she was one of 2 of his ex-girlfriends who was murdered. He is in the cabal for sure. Yeah, dude, I mean, his first girlfriend, I think he killed. He was there the night that she died, and he said, oh, I was outside of her window and saw a blood or a wine stain on the floor, and then I left. Yeah, right. And then it turns out, oh, it was just the LA Strangler stopped by Ashton Kutcher's house. Or Ashton Kutcher's girlfriend's house and killed her. And then a few years later, oh, Brittany Murphy dies. And then bang, Ashton Kutcher's on Punk'd. Then he's doing a 70s show. He's fucking... And then all of a sudden he gets a human trafficking app. Weird. Yeah, we do not trust Ashton.
Magician David
FBI, come get your Tyler.
Yes, that's right. He claims that 5'2" Prince also plays the role of 6'tall David Blaine. Now, if somebody's going to make this claim that one celebrity plays the role of another celebrity, I'm not going to dismiss that claim immediately. But if there's a 10-inch height discrepancy, I'm going to need to see some extremely solid evidence to support this theory. And I don't see serious evidence coming from this guy. What I do see is that this guy is purposely mixing disinformation into a subject that I talk about quite often on my channel. So I talk about celebrities being replaced on my channel all the time. So when I see someone who appears to be purposely mixing disinformation into the subject and doing it in large quantities...
Dude, this is what we've been saying, right?
It basically...
And it's so weird. His thing, I guess, is talking about celebrities looking alike, right? When did Tyler show up? When we started saying that celebrities and famous people were looking like Nazis. What's up with this? Tyler doesn't like face matching. He wants to be the king of all face matching and say everyone is Elvis.
Seems like this guy is taking a disinformation diarrhea dump all over the celebrity replacement theory subject. And so, beings that I talk about this sort of thing on my channel, and I take it seriously, I decided to call this guy out in my latest live stream. And that same night, he sends me a death threat through Facebook.
How the fuck? That fast, bro? That fucking fast?
So basically what happened in a nutshell is I showed one of his full videos claiming that Prince plays the role of David Blaine, and I reacted to it live and my audience reacted to it live, and we collectively came to the conclusion that this guy's a liar and he is indeed purposely pushing disinformation.
Let's fucking go, bro.
And so the evidence that he claims...
Yeah, Fittest cyber bully conspiracy nerfer. Fucking dick. Yeah. Ty Sopel.
He had was a side-by-side comparison
Ty
of
Sopel
Prince's
Hansen
face and David Blaine's face.
And where I first go is to my symmetry test and watch the symmetry of this eye here. I mean, it is unmistakable. And I mean, just take a look. I mean, look at...
Dude, he's an idiot.
That split face there.
And I gotta be honest, I don't think they look like exact replicas of each other. I don't think Prince and David Blaine are dead-on ringers for each other. There's some slight resemblance there, but definitely not enough to say yes, for sure, Prince is David Blaine, just by showing a side-by-side face comparison. So, what I wanted to hear him explain in detail is how Prince, who's a 5'2" man, Prince, as everyone knows, is a very short, tiny man, right? A small, skinny, short, tiny man. And so David Blaine is not tiny by any
all, dude.
Stretch of the imagination. Nobody says, hey, that
flaccid earther. Yes, bro. That's it.
David Blaine sure is a tiny fella, right? So David Blaine is listed
frailest flaccid earther
as 6 foot tall, and he looks like he's every bit of 6 foot tall. So of course,
yeah, I did see Kate in Scotland's video. I love Kate too, but she's like, she fell for some Fittest federal earther double speak. He sassed at her once, right? And then there was a like she felt like there was a miscommunication, which is really just him telling people to fucking back off, and then if you do it, then he's nice to you. But if you double down, then he fucking loses his mind. But yeah, I mean, it is subtle what he's doing, right? He's not, I mean, he is always saying outright lies. He's one of the most blatant dummy feds there is now. Just because he's such a chimp, bro. He's such an idiot. But, you know, he's decent at playing off that he's just aw shucks, I'm just a good old Christian boy who likes to fast and tell everyone that they got demons. They're all suffering from everybody's got demons except for me. Everywhere I turn, I see demons, demons, demons. It can't be demons in my head. It's got to be demons in everybody else. I see a demon in the mirror. It must be Cat Dad. Cat Dad's haunting me. Be gone, demon. Fast, demon. Fast and get close to source while doing chin-ups.
I want to know, how does 5'2" Prince become 6 foot tall David Blaine every time he has to pretend to be David Blaine on camera?
Now I know where a ton of people are going to run to right away. Maybe not you guys.
They get stuck? Fuck me. Hold on. Fixing. Don't do this to me, fucking OBS. Don't you dare do this. Don't you frickin' dare do this.
Right, so David Blaine is listed as 6 foot tall, and he looks like he's every bit of 6 foot tall. So of course, I want to know, how does 5'2" Prince become 6 foot tall David Blaine every time he has to pretend to be David Blaine on camera?
Now I know where a ton of people are going to run to right away, and maybe not you guys, but the mainstream when I release this for the general public is the height. And let me just say this. Clearly, there's a height difference, but 2 things. 1, he is literally the master of illusions.
Yeah, someone should ask him if he's a fallen angel. That's what all these lookalike guys, because he's always like, oh yeah, oh he can switch between 5'2" and 6 foot because he's a fallen angel. Well, there we go. All of the excuses that Tyler has for why he's not literally Timothy McVey go away when he's a fallen angel.
So I would not put it past him to literally wear stilts all the time.
So Fittest Flat Earther tells his audience that Prince accomplishes the feat of becoming 6 feet tall by wearing stilts. That's right.
Dude, literally, he's wearing 6-inch heels. Okay.
He tells his audience that Prince probably, maybe, wears stilts.
So I would not put it past him to literally wear stilts all the time.
He floats the notion that David Blaine is 5'2" Prince walking around in freaking stilts. And then he's got this shit-eating grin on his face.
Yeah.
As he points to the picture of Prince and David Blaine over his head. So he's making garbage slop TikTok content.
Yeah, dude, slopaganda. Look, that is Tyler's face, bro, to a T. Holy shit.
With Duper's Delight on his face.
Duper's Delight. That's exactly what it is. Fucking idiot.
He literally looks like this in every video. See? Prince? He's David Blaine. See how they look alike?
Bro, Jake the Awake is straight cooking Tyler. Tyler, you should crawl in a hole and never come out of it. Don't ever post on social media ever again. Fittest fed earther is such a dunce. Yeah, dude. Duper's Delight is such a good phrase.
So then he gives one final reason why he thinks that Prince is playing the role of David Blaine. And he knows not everybody is going to buy the excuse that Prince is wearing 10-inch stilts when he pretends to be David Blaine. So he floats another theory that Prince is a fallen angel.
Literally, I think these people are either fallen angels themselves or descendants, where they have the bloodline of the fallen angels. So it's not beyond the realm of possibilities, in my opinion, that they can appear different heights and shapes.
Brother, he'll go this far, but he swears to God clones aren't real. Do you work for Big Clone or something? What skin in the game do you have? Who cares? Hates clones, loves fallen angels.
Shapeshift a little.
That's right. Prince is a fallen angel, and he can magically shapeshift.
I could see Prince being a chick before I could see Prince being David Blaine, for sure.
And transform into David Blaine in the snap of a finger. So he floats two different theories that Prince uses stilts to magically become David Blaine. Or, if you don't like that theory, he's a fallen angel. That's his evidence. So he claims that they look alike, they sound alike, and so therefore Prince must be using stilts.
Thank God, dude. I'm glad that there's another guy who's, you know, because this is why Tyler exists, right? We're going, guys, how could this possibly make sense? Like I'm not 100% being like, for sure Timothy McVey is a clone of Reinhard Heydrich, but they do look alike, right? And then you start looking at other ones and you're like, why do all these people look alike? Well, it looks like the CIA brought in a ton of Nazis, and they also had this thing called the Lebensborn program where they were literally talking about cloning SS officers because they're already compliant in this system, so they would obviously be the ones that would be cloned. I mean, dude, that's what they were doing in fucking, they talk about it in fucking Man in the High Castle. Of course. Of course they would make a little army out of the people that are already in the system and working in the system, right? But anyway, you know, this guy makes sense. He's like, what do you mean? What's the ideology of everyone being Elvis? It doesn't make sense. Well, why are you saying, like, you're just basing this shit just off face? Like, it makes the rest of us who take this seriously, who, like, you know, the stuff with Paul, everyone's like, oh, his ears are slightly different. I don't fucking care about the faces anymore. It's the voice, dude. Why is his voice the exact same? Their faces are close enough, and their voice is the literal exact. It's the exact same voice. And then you go, Tyler is definitely not the same person as Timothy McVey or Paul Wysopal, but again, his voice is so close. Like, he has to be family. Family talks the same. And I bet people who have the same genetic code talk the same for the most part. You know? But yeah, I like this dude. He like thinks rationally, whereas Tyler's whole thing is to give the psychosis version, right? Do you see what these feds do then? You see how this is one of the ways that they get people, it's like a way to discredit us because he's so crazy that no one else is going to take it seriously.
he's a fallen angel, and his audience eats this up, and he gets hundreds of thousands of views on these videos on some social media platforms. He's on all the platforms, and he's getting promoted and pushed on a daily basis as he pushes this disinformation. So all I did was point out that I don't think Prince is David Blaine, and I personally, honestly, think that this guy Fittest Flat Earther, aka Tyler Hansen, is a liar. That's right. I think he's a liar.
Me too.
I think he's purposely lying.
I think he's a straight up dummy idiot.
I think he's being paid to lie. That's my...
Exactly. That's why Q was a thing. Q is taking all this pedophile shit that's fucking real and just picking out all the craziest aspects of it and then telling lies about parts of it and not telling the full story about all of it, you know, like, but it's all based in truth.
Honest opinion. I think he's a purposely paid liar who's pushing disinformation into a...
Yeah, Q successfully buried Pizzagate for most people.
Serious subject that I like to talk about on my channel. And he's also referring to himself as Fittest Flat...
Wait, Kathy Griffin set up an interview with Sascha Riley and then canceled via Threads? Where did you hear that? Did Sascha Riley write that? Like, dude, where's this MS Now interview? What the fuck? Like, dude, Lisa Voldang, bro, she's in everyone's ear. She's like, I wouldn't talk to him. He's crazy. He's nuts. This is why I didn't go big with this story. Yeah, he's crazy. He's talking about the Clintons are involved. It's clearly just Trump. It was Trump's ring.
Earther. It appears he's taking the subject of the Earth not being a globe and the subject of celebrities being replaced, which are real subjects that I like to talk about on my channel, and he's infusing both those subjects with a mountain of diarrhea and disinformation.
Let's go.
And so I called it out. And since I called it out on a live stream and he caught wind, he decided to send me a death threat.
How did he hear it? He said he sent this within like 3 hours of the live stream. I'm telling you, bro, he's in here. He's watching at all times.
Through Facebook Messenger.
He don't want this smoke though. I think he did listen to me and he's left me alone because he knows that every time he messages me, I'm going to fucking pummel him. Sascha shared her inbox message on Threads. Fuck, how the fuck? I don't want... Sascha says the MS Now interview's still coming. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. How do I get on Threads? Ugh, it's another thing, dude. I don't want to get on that.
So I immediately posted...
Yeah, dude, Tyler's absolutely in here. Tyler, come on, show your ugly face.
The death threat, once I saw it the next day, I posted it on Facebook for everyone to see, and in my community section here on YouTube for everyone to see, and I'm making this video for everyone to see, showing you guys proof this guy did indeed threaten my life with a veiled death threat. He literally said he's gonna end my life, except he purposely misspelled the word end and added a period. So he put the word E.D instead of the word end. Because I guess he's too much of a sissy to send me a real death threat. So he sent me...
Let's go, Jake the Awake. He is a sissy.
A little bit of a veiled death threat. So not only did he send me a
I'm on Threads?
Veiled death threat, he has now officially released an apology video on his channel. However, there is no apology directed to me.
It's like automatically cooked into Instagram, isn't it?
My name is never mentioned. What he does do is apologize to his own audience for the fact that he drank too much alcohol and said some stuff that he didn't mean to say.
There's two things I always try to be: honest and a man of character. And well, recently I failed at one of those, and I'm going to be honest about it. You see, recently I had family to my house for the first time. Family that hasn't seen eye to eye with me for the past 2 years. And it was a joyous time, a time of celebration. And I partook in some alcoholic beverages, which I normally don't do. And
bro, he posted this fake ass apology after getting called out, and he blamed it on alcohol and his in-laws being over. He goes, my annoying ass fucking Terry Nichols bitch ass parents is over here driving me up the fucking wall. I drank a fucking fifth of peach schnapps and I got a little loose. So yeah, I let Jake the Awake have it, okay? I was up perusing Cat Dad. There was no Cat Dad stream that night, so I had to find other people talking about me, and I stumbled on Jake the Awake saying that saying that I'm ridiculous, that I think that that Prince is David Blaine. So yeah, I sent a guy a death threat. What a bully ass Fed. What a dirty FBI agent you are, Tyler.
At the end of the evening, I flipped on social media.
Say something to me, Tyler.
Yeah. And I came across a video.
Send me a death threat.
Of someone for 4 hours, 4 straight hours, mocking and lying and saying terrible things about me. And while usually I allow the trolls to be background noise and not impact.
You literally never do. You're such a bully, dude. You fucking bully everyone. Again, I can't understand why True Earth is fucking friends with you. He must be getting paid or something, because you're a cuck, bro.
Hacked me physically, mentally, or spiritually. The alcohol got me and got the better of me. And I responded unfavorably. And I fully own it. And I fully admit it. And I'm just being honest about it because I am a man of character.
No, dude, you're such a fucking bitch. This is such a lame video.
I'm human, and humans make mistakes, especially under the influence of alcohol. It's why it's so evil, and I'll probably never drink again.
Dude, what is he doing where he's putting the blame on everything but himself?
And to be honest, and this is an apology to the person or persons that literally lied and bashed me for 4 hours straight. This is an apology to...
It was only an hour, and that's how much you deserve, dude. You're so annoying.
People who have had my back. People who look to me to be a man of character and to be honest.
Like, again, too, Jake the Awake has, like, 100,000 subscribers, 90,000 subscribers on YouTube. Like, dude, Tyler's got millions of people following his dumb ass.
To those
Why is he always punching down?
Those that look to me for leadership. For those that look at me to do the right thing in all situations. You're the ones I'm apologizing to. You're the ones I let down. You're the ones I'm sorry to. To those seeking truth. You're the ones I've let down. And I sincerely apologize for it from the bottom of my heart. It wasn't a fake account that wrote what I did. It wasn't them lying. I lied about a lot of other things, but not that. But like I always do with mistakes I've made or hard times, I'm not going to let it define me. I'm going to learn from it. And
Tyler never apologized to me for calling me a piece of shit.
Make me stronger. I'm gonna let it fuel me to keep my eyes on the prize and let the background noise be background noise. I'm gonna let it fuel me to keep my eyes on the prize, and the prize is helping people see through the lies so they can find their fearlessness through knowing that our Heavenly Father is real. You're just a spiritual being living here. It's an experience in this meat suit that doesn't define us. It's not, this isn't it. This isn't who we are. It's inside. So I thank the trolls. I thank the liars.
Bro, what do you mean? But you're always a bully. You haven't learned shit. You're a bully. And yeah, I for sure am a bully to bullies. I think that's fine. I do bully bullies. Yeah, feds always punch down. That's true, dude. Feds are made to punch down. But yeah, it's not bullying when you're punching up either. Like, I can't bully Chapel Roan or Savannah Guthrie. Who the fuck am I? Who the fuck are you?
I walked Bob Dylan up on stage. Who the fuck are you? I knew the Grateful Dead from 1966. Who the fuck are you? You nothing. You nothing. You are nothing. And you will never be anything. Never. How dare you? I walked Bob Dylan up on... You can't even carry a fucking note. I don't care about your little, like, horn lip. It doesn't mean that you know how to play. You're flat. And I'm an NYU film school graduate. Sucker.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
But yeah, Tyler loves punching down, bro. He's such a cuck.
I think the people trying to take me down in the background because you just give me strength and you don't even know. Let it be a learning lesson for us all. We make mistakes, but the question is, can you own them? Can you be honest?
Bro, this is just a learning lesson for you. And you know what the best way for you to show that you've learned a lesson? Delete all your accounts. Delete every fucking account. You're nothing!
About them. Can you admit when you're wrong? I was wrong. I'm admitting it. I have no problem doing that. Life has a funny way, and God's a funny guy sometimes. Here I am making this video, and that car's tire blew. And I just helped them change their tire.
Dude, he's so performative. It's crazy, right? He's like, look, I'm a good guy. I just rub my hands on tires. I got them dirty. So I can tell you that I helped change an old lady's tire. He says, I'm just a good guy walking around my Florida suburbs. I'm just a good guy who does chin-ups, okay? And creates a mountain of diarrhea disinformation. Cyberbullyington Club, Ty Sopel.
She was having a rough day already, and, well, I was too. And now we both feel better about humanity. Have a great day, everybody. Learn from your mistakes. Don't dwell on them.
So he didn't apologize to me in the video.
Yeah, that's the other thing. He didn't even say a sorry to the guy he said it to. That's another reason you know it's fucking disingenuous.
At all. In fact, he specifically says, I'm not going to apologize to the liar who talked about me for 4 hours straight. He claims I talked about him for 4 hours straight, which is also another lie, because my live stream was only 3 hours, and I only talked about him for about an hour. So he's over-exaggerating and lying to his audience in his own apology video, where he doesn't even apologize to me,
fake apology,
the guy whose life he threatened to end. So he has heroic music playing in the background of his fake apology video, and every comment from his moronic brain-dead subs is praising him for his apology, saying that he's a big man for apologizing. There's comments saying, wow, I accept your apology. It takes a really big man in order to apologize and accept it.
Dude, can you imagine having all these bots being like, yeah, you're doing the right thing, Tyler.
He was wrong. So he's basically getting high fives from his audience for not apologizing
and
to
literally probably not even real people. It's just like a bunch of Bangladeshi kids.
Me for threatening to end my life after I exposed that he's a liar. So now he's profiting and making money off this fake apology video. So I just wanted to let you guys know what's going on. This is the real side of the story, the only side of the story that matters, because it's the actual truth. So any of you guys who might be following this Fittest flat earther, Tyler Hansen, the guy's a liar. He posts a lot of stuff that's complete bullshit.
Yeah, he's full of dog shit, dude. He's bull honky.
Any actual evidence. And on top of that, he threatened to end my life and then didn't apologize for it. So there you go. That's what's going on. Just wanted to make this.
Yeah, Dane never apologized either to me for sending me a death threat and sending a picture of a gun saying he's going to come to Brooklyn and use it on me.
Video to let everybody know all the details. So please like, share, and subscribe so that everybody can see what type of person this Tyler Hansen character actually is. And until next time,
this was the stream.
Welcome back to another wacky, wild edition of and donate and lie at the same time. And you sound like you know what you're talking about. I mean, shit. Guitar is the best on the market, or this 100 difference is achieved. We're going to get to that.
You'll see. And
times. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up right now. I would thumbs up. All right. Moving along. Looks like we got more Jake the Awake membership. Flat Earther. Okay, so let's go ahead and move into the shill busting portion of the stream tonight. We're gonna
shill busting. I love that.
Be busting the Fittest flat earther, of course. And so I found a video of him making a statement here.
Damn, he gets like 10,000 views on his stream. Let's go, dude.
about Prince and that he knows who Prince is currently playing the role of. So we're going to go ahead and listen to what he's got to say about Prince still being alive and still playing the role of... Let's see.
What is there on this other side of...
Guys, I think Chunks may have just had more babies. I keep hearing little squeaks.
Hello, my friends. As usual, I just want to express my appreciation and my gratitude for you being here, because if you are seeing this, you subscribe, and that means the world to me. So thank you so much. Please know that it really does. I'm not just saying that. Like, it means a lot. Now, what I think I'm going to do in this video is just walk you through what happened yesterday, because instead of trying to present it in a presentable way, I think if I just do the timeline on the TT and not one of those other... Okay, on with the show. So I was in the subscriber chats, and Carla, just a lovely woman, said, Tyler, have you looked into Prince yet? And I said, no. Would you like me to? And she responded, he's just a helpful little guy. That would be lovely. So what I did was I just went to YouTube and I downloaded an interview of him.
That we've just written.
Said interview.
Your favorite title in the Prince catalog. What's your favorite song? What turns you on every time you do it? I usually answer by saying the next one.
So if you
like, dude, David Blaine and him don't sound alike.
Hear what I was saying over that is I literally was just watching this interview and I was like, I know I have seen that person talk before. I know I have seen those intonations in that voice and his facial expressions, and it popped in my head. It's literally that easy for me sometimes. I think I've honestly been blessed.
Every single one of his videos looks like this. He's usually pointing like this over his head at somebody's face and pointing out how this face is the same as this face, and this dimple's the same as this dimple, and this pimple's the same as this pimple, and this scar is the same as this scar. And so he's going to go on to tell us that Prince is David Blaine, the magician.
With a gift to be able to just recognize.
Like, how did Tyler find this stream? This dude isn't big enough for Tyler to fucking stumble on this within the night of.
Movement and faces, and I saw it right away. Literally in like 10 seconds. Like a bolt of lightning. Speaking of lightning, do you know who that is? And do you notice how the lightning is purple? Well, let's take a closer look. That is magician, not musician, David Blaine. And notice again how the words are in purple. David Blaine, who...
Well, he's gonna float the theory. Prince is David fucking Blaine, guys. Okay, here's the thing. Just because somebody has a slight resemblance to somebody else, that's not enough to like say that that person's that person. And he's gonna start to show what.
All right, well, I think we got the gist. We fucking big fan of Jake the Awake. Definitely not a fan of Tyler Hansen. Fucking cuck. Always an asshole. Such a bully, literally to everyone. Deserves no empathy. Is a cuck. Is literally a clone of Timothy McVey, and he's mad about it. Dude, he's pissed at everyone because everyone knows he's Paul Wysopal's nephew and Kathy Sanders' grandson. Fucking Tyler. Smug kingpin of the smug cartel. Exactly. Aunt Deb will end Tyler's ED. Yeah, that's, he says, I'm gonna end your, I'm gonna ED your life myself. But all right, we wish you the best, Jake the Awake. I messaged him. We'll see if he ever wants to come on. We can talk shit about Tyler together. I guess we saw all of this fake apology in this video.
Honest and a man of character, and well, recently I failed at one of those.
Dude, it's so weird listening to Timothy McVey talking at me from Fittest Fed Earther's face.
And I'm going to be honest about it. You see, recently I had family to my house for the first time. Family that hasn't seen eye to eye with me for the...
Bro, he's literally blaming his family.
...past 2 years. And it was a...
He's blaming his fucking in-laws. He's blaming his fucking in-laws on his outburst. And he goes, it's... Well, hey, Tyler, at least you aren't getting fucking intervention, you little cuck.
Joyous time, a time of celebration. And I partook in some alcoholic beverages, which I normally don't do. And at the end of the evening, I flipped on social media. And I came across a video of someone for 4 hours.
I flipped on social media. Dude, if he... One of these days, I swear to God, Tyler's going to say tweetin' and twittin', and I'm going to implode. Like, he's always on the edge of saying tweeting and twitting. He flipped on the social media. How old is this guy? Did he only grow up with Paul around? Says, yeah, we're banging away on our Xbox 360s, tweeting and twitting.
Hours.
Flipped open the computer.
4 straight hours.
Flipped open the social media.
Mocking and lying and saying terrible things about me. And while usually I allow the trolls to be...
Yeah, how does this retired gym teacher... Because remember, he's a retired PE teacher. Retired, and now what? He just does Mela Luca? Mela Luca's this fucking good, dude? Or is it the FBI money? Yeah, how did you get a nice... Wait, he has 2 houses? No, well, he probably is talking about my stream, but he's just taking it all out on Jake the Awake. But Jake the Awake, that's the guy that we were just watching. That was the stream where Tyler saw it and then sent him that message and was like, I'm going to ED your life myself, personally. He wrote that because Jake the Awake was watching his Prince and David Blaine video and being like, this guy's a fucking idiot. You're going to call Neighborhood Watch on him? Dude, good. But yeah, I think that he really was watching our stream and he was mad, but he knows, because I've already told him how many times, Tyler, don't show me that you pay attention to me. Don't give me attention because it's going to make it worse. And I think he's actually listened to me, which is smart. Yeah, ED, erectile dysfunction, exactly. He's going to erectile dysfunction his life personally.
Background noise and not impact me physically, mentally, or spiritually. The alcohol got me. It got the better of me. And I...
Excuses. Do better.
Responded unfavorably. And I fully own it. And I fully admit it.
Unfavorably? You did a death threat.
And I'm just being honest about it because I am a man of character and I am human, and humans make mistakes, especially under the influence of alcohol. It's why it's so evil, and I'll probably never drink again, to be honest. This is an apology to the person or persons that literally lied and bashed me for 4 hours straight. This is an apology to people who have my back, people who look to me to be a man of character and to be honest. It's an apology to those I let down, those that look to me for leadership, to those that look at me to do the right thing in all situations. You're the ones I'm apologizing to. You're the ones I let down. You're the ones I'm sorry to. To those seeking truth, you're the ones I've let down, and I sincerely apologize for it from the bottom of my heart. It wasn't a fake account that wrote what I did. It wasn't them lying.
It was me.
Lied about a lot of other things, but not that. But like I always do with mistakes I've made or hard times, I'm not going to let it define me. I'm going to learn from it and make me stronger.
Bro, you literally won't go a week without sending another person a fucking death threat in DMs. So, honestly, bro, you be throwing out that everyone's got demons, but I don't go give... I've never given anyone a death threat, ever. Maybe my brother. But on DMs, written? Wrote it out with evidence? Fuck no. I'd say it to your face maybe if you got me real mad. But written out in DMs? What, for lawyers to see? Are you crazy? You stupid. No, not even crazy. Are you fucking stupid, Tyler? What an idiot. But dude, you also always just look like a little bitch. Like, how do these people not see that you look like a little bitch when you resort to that? Here. Hey guys, you know who this resembles exactly to a T? A little bitch. And also, he's Kathy Sanders' grandson, in my opinion. But yeah, crazy to be sending Even weak sauce death threats. Fucking stupid, bro.
I'm gonna let it fuel me to keep my eyes on the prize and let the background.
Yeah, he's ruled by his emotions, bro. I think Buddy needs to fast a little more. He needs to exercise those demons that he's always putting on everyone else. I don't know, Buddy. If you're the one who keeps seeing the demons, maybe they're coming out of you. I don't see demons. I mean, I'm looking at one now, but like in my normal everyday life, not seeing demons.
Always be background noise. I'm gonna let it fuel me to keep my eyes on the prize, and the prize is helping people see through the lies.
Yeah, see that everyone's Elvis.
So they can find their fearlessness through knowing that our Heavenly Father is real. You're just a spiritual being living here. It's an experience in this meat suit that doesn't define us. It's not, this isn't it. This isn't who we are. It's inside. So I thank the trolls. I thank the liars. I thank the people trying to take me down in the background, because you just give me strength. And
He literally titled this video Apology. But he didn't apologize to the dude he gave a death threat to. That's amazing.
You don't even know. Let it be a learning lesson for us all.
Yeah, it does seem like it's only the weirdo religious people who are always seeing demons, just saying. Yeah, it seems like these Baal worshippers. Oh, wait, you're saying Fittest Fat Earthers giving you secretly addicted to Kratom vibes? That could explain his little mood swings for sure.
We make mistakes, but the question is, can you own them? Can you be honest about them? Can you admit when you're wrong? I was wrong. I'm admitting it. I have no problem doing that. Life has a funny way, and God's a funny guy sometimes. Here I am making this video, and that car's tire blew. And I just...
Dude. You gotta stop. You gotta stop, bro. No, this is even better the second time. It's even more performative.
Help them change their tire.
I can see him like spinning his wheels and like how he's gonna prove that he's not a fucking bully piece of shit. Duper's delight.
She was having a rough day already, and well,
why does he sound exactly like Paul Wysopal? It makes me feel so weird every time.
I was too, and now we both feel better about humanity.
Black Death, find this location. Yeah, dude, you know what? You know that one guy who can literally look at Google Maps for 13 seconds and pinpoint exactly where the photo was taken? Like, he would be like one of the greatest military assets of all time. That kid needs to have protection 100% of the time, 24/7. Those fucking Mossad agents are coming for him one day.
Have a great day, everybody. Learn from your mistakes. Don't dwell on them.
He says, just like Mark Andreessen, move on. Don't think about your wrongs. Oh, God.
You still think this thing is about humanity's liberty? Aw, that's adorable. Well, why don't we see if I can help you out? First, I think this may be...
Like, Tyler, every Tyler video is so... It's like, it's always just like, oh, the next one. Here's the next one. Tyler has no curiosity, there's really no, like, through line to any of his shit. It's just dupe after dupe after dupe. His content's even a dupe of itself, bro. The way he talks, every video is the same exact start, and the whole video is the same thing. This dude's so not real.
A better depiction of that statue, but we'll get back to that. Funny, this is the cover of his first book. And, well, they always tell us. But back to liberty. In the dictionary's definition, the state of being within society free from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life. It sounds like a figurative thing, right? But when you look at liberty in a biblical sense, it's much more about physical restraint, the servitude or bondage, hence...
the tan tells the tale of Florida Man. Yeah, it's always the same music. It's always Carmina Burana shit.
To captives or slaves being set free from chains.
Smee the King, I love that. Don't dwell on your mistakes. That's for your victims to do. Oh, god damn, brother. True. That's what it's all about.
And you've seen what's down here, right? Haven't you? You know, the chain and how it's broken. You know who else had a chain? And I saw an angel.
Oh, God. I was just watching Thunderkeck just now unboxing a horrible clown kit he bought on the dark web. And it had a blood-stained clown suit and a 38 in it. And then a guy appeared behind him in the window and the stream ended. Hey, at least people are doing some entertaining shit, right? Anything for views, boys.
Come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the...
I can only brain rot for so long. Speaking of brain rot, here we go. I want to see the third part of this fucking interview. It's called Savannah Guthrie discusses plans to return to today. This is what it's all about, boys. Getting Savannah back on TV so that all these people love her and trust her and she can spread fucking lies about whatever's next. And make sure that she just keeps distracting.
Did you wrestle with your faith throughout this? You're resolute and strong like your mama. But did you, at some point during all of this, have to wrestle with it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm not done.
Oh yeah, we gotta watch that Eric Hunley. Is it just the most recent Eric Hunley video?
But God doesn't tell us not to wrestle with him. This isn't some cheap faith. And my mom taught me that. God only requires our authentic presence.
Yeah, I found it.
And that he has. But I never doubted.
Will you tell me the time code again? What was it, like 40 something?
One of my mom's best friend told me that she had been going through a hard time, and she said to my mom, how have you kept your faith all these years? What? Losing your husband, all the different things that my mom had been through. Like, Nancy, how do you keep your faith? And my mom said to her, well, where else would I go?
Dude, I fucking hate this. You can feel the performance in it. She's reciting something. She's not fucking... This is not off the cuff. This is not her being real. Listen to the cadence. Listen to all of it, bro. It's so fake. This shit drives me crazy, man. They think they're getting one over on us.
And I hold that with me. But faith is how...
Yo, Nancy is radiating in this picture right here. I'm gonna go get a booch.
I will stay connected to my mom. God is how I'm holding hands with my mom. And I won't let sadness win for her. She taught me. See, I saw her grieve. I saw her world shatter. I saw it. And I saw her get up. And I saw her believe. And I saw her love. And I saw her hope. And I saw her smile. And I saw her laugh. I saw her joy. I saw her love of the world and adventure. I saw her belief. I saw her faith. She taught me. She taught all of us.
Bro, this is truly like fucking high school acting.
And I may not do it as well as her.
Rachel archetype.
But I will do it. I will do it for my kids. I will. I will not fall apart. I will not let whoever did this.
Like, dude, honestly, your mom's like 84 years old. She had a good fucking life. She lived way longer than she should have, probably. Like, this really isn't, like, that heartbreaking. The script blows.
Take my children's mother from them. I will not let them take my joy. They will not take my sister's joy. They will not take my brother's joy. They will not take our love.
Dude, who even knows if Nancy was ever real?
They will not take our faith. But our anguish is real.
It's so weird that they always flip it on to the faith. They always push back to the faith thing. That's what Kathy Sanders does too. Well, I have my faith. That's why I never got mad at the FBI and I never really wanted to investigate this. I never really gave a shit why my 2 grandsons died. Because actually one of them, not dead. He's a big, powerful influencer on Facebook.
We need help. We need someone.
You have the literal entire news and the entire FBI at your disposal, biatch, and you're asking for more help? Give back America's grandma.
The truth.
Yes.
I have no anger in my heart. I have hope in my heart. I have love. That this family needs peace.
Yes. Yes.
I don't think we deserve anything more or less than any other person.
This family also sounds like she's not part of the family.
We don't say, why us, why me, why anything. If I say why me for this horrible thing, then I have to say why me for all the beautiful blessings of my life. Well then, yes, why? I don't know why. I'm grateful for my blessings. And I'm heartbroken for the sorrow.
Yes.
I'm heartbroken.
Yes. Yes.
Bro, how does this just keep going on? What?
I am crushed, but I am not abandoned. We are not alone.
Abandoned?
Do we need an answer? And someone has it in their power to help.
Yeah, Savannah wants one of those lavish, exciting Erica Cuck funeral tours with the pretty lights and fireworks. This is Boomer Soma.
It is never too late. And when you do, the warmth of love and forgiveness.
Dude, when did the news used to... It wasn't until we were, like, real young that the fucking 24-hour news really kicked on, right? The news used to stop at, like, 9 p.m. Incredible.
That will come will be greater than can be imagined. I know what it is to be forgiven.
Yes.
And there is no greater joy.
Yes.
And that joy awaits.
Dude, Hoda drives me nuts.
Whoever can hear this and find it in their heart to help.
Yes. You're focusing on people in Tucson. Somebody there must have seen or known something and maybe forgot about it or didn't pay attention to it.
How can someone vanish?
Yeah.
Without a trace?
Exactly. That's what we're saying. That's what we're fucking saying. It makes no sense. The blood doesn't even make sense. Guys, the blood drops are from someone standing stationary while blood is dripping out of probably a nose or something. Stationary, not moving around, not being rushed to a car, Nothing. Standing there. So she's standing on her front porch bleeding from her nose? What? And then she gets kidnapped, put in a speeding car. There's surveillance footage everywhere. They can't get a fucking license plate on the vehicle. They can't follow it down 3 houses to where it can get a sight on a license plate. What about the traffic cameras that are at every light? What is all this for if that's not what it's being used for? What is all this surveillance tech for?
How? Someone knows something, even if that something is someone's been acting strange for the last 7-8 weeks, even if it's just.
Now she's like, okay, I need everyone to be really, really nosy about your neighbors and start reporting random people. Just say, yeah, the weird guy on the end of your street, the homeless guy, we're going to round them all up.
That somebody knows. Mm-hmm. And maybe somebody's afraid. And I understand that. But our hearts are in agony. Mm. Yeah. We can't breathe.
Yeah.
We can't live.
Yeah.
We can't go on. We can't be at peace. We can't go forward. We have to know what happened to her.
Yes.
Why? Ask Paul Wysopal. I'll give you his telephone number if you would like it.
You talked about coming back to New York. One of the other enduring images for me was walking into Studio 1A and seeing you there, speaking to everybody. What was it like for you, walking back in there?
Exhilarating. I can't wait to get back into the news station to do exactly what my mother, Nancy, would want me to do. Lie to the American public and protect the Zionist regime. Protect the Epstein class. That's what she told me. She said, use my cold body to protect the Epstein class, Savannah. Please.
I really wanted to come and see everybody.
Yeah.
I just love this beautiful place that we call home.
This is
where we
gross.
get to come and be every day. And I know how much people have prayed for me and loved me. All the people that you see on TV, you know, and then all the people that you don't. All the notes and messages that I have received.
Yeah, she is a better actress than Erica Kirk. I'll for sure give her that. Erica Kirk is definitely a way terrible actress compared to Savannah. But Savannah, still bad.
They're just so beautiful.
Like, dude, you need motherfucking... Who could pull this off? I don't know. None of these lizards. They got to get a real actress.
I just wanted to be with my family. They're my family too.
You said something when you were there.
I just want to be with my family. I want to be with my TV show family.
And you said, I don't know how to come back, and I don't know how not to come back.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
This is all about Savannah.
When I look at the Today Show, which is the answer to all my dreams, actually better than my dreams.
So how?
Yeah, Rocco, I agree. Maybe that's the angle. Turn in everybody. I mean, this is like how the Stasi operated, right? In East Germany, they had everyone ratting on each other. That's what all they did.
About coming back. I know everyone's wondering.
So it's hard to imagine doing.
This is sped up. If you slow it down, you see her tongue extend 3 feet from her face every few seconds.
It because it's such a place of joy and lightness, and I can't come back. And
the soft talking is like, that's also the tell, bro. There's never any like real moments of like little bursts of anger or anything. There's no real emotion. It's just all this soft Erica Cook talking. Anne Hathaway could pull it off. All right. Yeah, for sure, dude.
Try to be something that I'm not. But I can't not come back because it's my family. I think it's part of my purpose right now. I want to smile. And when I do, it will be real. And my joy will be my protest.
Oh
my joy will be my answer.
Oh, hold on. She's working it back up. One more big cry. One more big fake cry.
And being there is joyful. And when it's not, I'll say so.
You think immediately after she does this, she's got to bang a fucking huge rail? Slam a fucking rail of cocaine? How does she live with herself?
And I've been so grateful to have this family. I consider this my family, my greater family. And when times are hard, you want to be with your family.
This is
and
so
I want to be with my family. And so I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I'll belong anymore. But I would like to try. I would like to try.
Oh, the repeated fucking the what is it called? It's like a cadence at the end. What's it called? Cadenza? What's it when you repeat? Stanza? No. Whatever. When you repeat the phrase at the end, like, I don't know, man. I feel like this was all run through with some fucking PR stunt, campaign or like crisis studio. Yeah, that inflection is killing me. You can literally see the script as it's happening. Yeah.
But maybe it's like that old poem, more beautiful in the broken places.
Yeah, Jackie O would never do something like this. You couldn't pay her to. She was steadfast. Exactly, dude. That's how real grief plays out in IMO, in my opinion.
I mean, wow.
Where the fuck is Carson Daly?
Put perfectly, Jenna. I feel like I just want to talk to you because there's no one at this table who's closer to Savannah than you. You guys are like sisters. And I just wanted you to say a few words.
Well, I just want to say everything.
Oh, here's the Sascha Riley screenshot. Well, almost, but I have another one scheduled for today anyways. I'm going to post the details for that one in a few hours. It will be live. Kathy Griffin said, Sascha, I'm so sorry I have to cancel the interview. I am crushed, but I have gotten calls from four of my attorneys who think I will be sued. I cannot ignore their advice. I've been sued 7 times since the Trump decapitated head photo. 7 times. Each one took 3 to 4 years to be adjudicated. Like, dude, what do you mean? Like, you interviewing someone doesn't mean you're going to get sued. You can go, this is Sasha's opinion. Sasha's saying this shit. If Sascha wants to say this shit and get sued, then Sascha can do that. Like, I don't get this. But this is literally what my old friends told me. They were like, oh, you're going to get sued if you talk to Jessica on your stream. Man, I wish I did too, because then she probably wouldn't have gotten spooked by me.
She said to you over the last 2 days, it's perfectly Savannah. She has been braver than I can even imagine.
False.
She has been so vulnerable. I mean,
Not
she
brave.
took her pain, her heart, her faith, her family.
We will discuss a range of topics that include why Donald Trump is an existential threat to humanity.
What? Wait. This is now happening at 7 p.m. tonight on TikTok? It is 7 p.m. What do you mean? Follow Sascha Barros on TikTok? This is on Instagram. Live now? Wait, hold on. This was an hour ago. Oh, fuck. I fucked it up. Let me in! Let me in!
This, trying to say, hey, I kind of had some information that
none
might
of
be
these people is
valuable here,
Sascha.
and to just have it, across the board dismissed the entire time. That's been frustrating,
Is this Sascha?
But that, when it started getting, corroborated, that was a different experience. It's hard to even just to describe it.
Is this him?
I did think that once it started down that path, that the rest of it would kind of pick up steam a little quicker. That the snowball would get bigger faster. But there are a lot of people with a lot of money that don't like this story. They don't like any parts of this story, don't like the Epstein files, and those are the people saying, hey, you know what, guys, start like one from the largest cover up we've ever had and, bomb countries with brown people in it, because that's, whatever we need to do to shift the narrative. So that's been frustrating, watching us do all of these things to try to seemingly ignore the reality of what's in those files.
That means a lot coming from a veteran as well.
This is
Sascha, right?
Too far off on a tangent, but that war is the wrong war. We had a perfectly good war already raging in Ukraine, who is supposed to be our ally. We could have jumped in there and saved the day. If you just want to go to war and bomb people, there you go. But we've got one raging. But instead, they started a war with arguably maybe the second worst country on earth to go attack. And I say that just because of the topography of that, the resolve of the 92 or 94 million people that live in Iran, the strategic location, not just the topography. It's a nightmare. It is a nightmare scenario in every way. And
what would Tyler do? He would give everyone a death threat for no reason.
That's been a little confusing watching this system that is supposed to be protecting the American people.
You're going to get banned for the night? What'd you do?
In this war that does not seem to be well thought out.
Coda, thank you, Dead Inside. That's what I was looking for.
Thus far a losing proposition. We haven't gained anything, and we sure as hell lost quite a bit, in terms of resources anyway, and potentially loss of life. I don't know that we're being told the full picture, honestly, about anything that's going on over there. So I
don't think so either. I agree.
I don't want to say that I have any information that additionally what we're all being fed, but it sure looks like a bunch of crap.
Yeah. I think people, I know I've started to really look at international news more than any kind of mainstream American media, which I've been doing for a little while anyway, but specifically about this, I hear you. I agree with you. And I also think that it could be reasonably inferred that this was started because they didn't want to release the rest of the files. And, it could certainly be a possibility. I think it's certainly on the table that they didn't want to release it. And this was a distraction. Many people have said the opposite. I'm not saying anything's true either way, but, you know, these people, all they want is money and power, to me. And anyone that threatens that money or power and gets in the way, unfortunately, suffers consequences.
Where's Lisa Voldang's rooster?
And right now, it's countries. It's
covering
millions,
her face.
it's thousands of people being sacrificed for greed.
Yes.
Greed.
Yes.
Which is why I understand completely why you have that need to just keep everything free and keep everything. I understand that, because for me, it's the same way. Like, I don't want to participate in this greed anymore. And I don't want to shut people out. I've had struggles financially over the years myself many times, and I don't ever want anyone to feel like they can't access something important, you know, without paying for it or whatever.
Not for nothing, but we do want to know how far you shoved that steak up his ass.
Glad to be here.
Bro, he said that he put that whole motherfucker in.
That slowed this process down, but maybe at this point, I do see some things happening, and there definitely seems to be a shift in consciousness happening to some degree. But I have to give the Trumpers credit for one thing, man. The cognitive dissonance that they display is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Like, they can watch him do it and say, I didn't see nothing, you know?
Oh, yeah.
My
husband says he could murder a child in Times Square and he would get away with it. With those people. Like, they would literally not care. Or they'd say it was AI.
Bro, he's murdered a child on a boat and he's gotten away with it.
You know, had
right?
it coming. You know, it's, you know, to watch what they did to Renee Good was just insane. Not just watching the events unfold, but then the cover up after. Now they're not even going to take that to trial, because somebody lost their life. Even if you say, well, I don't think that rises, that still goes before a judge and a jury.
Yeah, there still has to be an investigation. There's not even an investigation.
Right.
Crazy.
Well, I got to tell you, Sascha, I'm really glad you're doing this, particularly because I feel like it could be very inspiring to other survivors out there who might want to come forward but are really feeling kind of tepid. Right. Personally, the most frustrating part of my investigation over the last almost year has been having people, right, that I know either are survivors or have deeply corroborative evidence or a very vetted allegation, but they don't want to talk on the record, right? Because they're scared of retaliation or having harm come their way. And that's been my biggest obstacle, is just knowing that right before me, there are people who have true keys to getting the public to understand what's really happening here, but they're scared.
Oh, shit. Wait, sorry. I'm just trying to follow. Oh, he's not using... It's someone else's account. Whoops.
Just, you can't really dip your toe in the water. You either do it or you stay quiet. And I'm not denigrating anybody that needs to stay quiet. I understand to your point, you know, you've got to maintain your own mental health, your own safety, all of that. But I was in more of a unique position, having already been retired. You know, I felt like I had a vehicle, I mean that metaphorically, to get out of the United States. I'm out of the United States, jumping from here to Ireland next. So they've got some very good whistleblower laws.
I mean, yeah, for sure being cautious about listening to this, but there's only like 1,000 people on TikTok.
So we'll see how that goes. But
yeah, so a lot of people have been asking in the chat, are you safe? So that's good for them to know that you're making plans to kind of get out of here and get yourself in an even safer location, which is amazing. And like I said, don't hesitate to reach out for help from any of us to try to figure that out. I don't really know a lot of people in Ireland, I'm not gonna lie, but the thought has crossed my mind, and I'm not running from anything necessarily, but the thoughts crossed my mind too, because like you, I don't agree with any of this. I don't like any of this that's going on. And I I really want my child to grow up in a world where these kind of things are much less likely to happen. So I hear that.
My thought.
Yeah.
That's exactly my thought. You know, and this hasn't gotten smaller over the years, you know, and it hasn't gotten less brutal, you know. So if somebody doesn't eventually do something about it, it's just going to be completely who we are. And that's been one of the saddest parts of all of this, is kind of discovering. And I think to a lot of people's psyche, this was just too large to accept. Because, you know, if you just turn on your logic brain and say, okay, in order for this to be true, this pedophile ring would have to have support from all of these different levels of people in all of these different agencies. There would have to be police involved. There'd have to be CPS involved. There'd have to be all of these people, not necessarily all of the people that work within those organizations, but clearly people within those organizations in key positions, judges, lawyers, all of these people. So it becomes a thing where it's hard to digest that because it just seems too big. You know, people would accept if it was just the small thing, but not that the whole system is doing it. But if you look at those Epstein files, it sure as hell looks like it.
Right.
You know,
And that's
and
just a
if you-
small piece.
I think, sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
So I feel
This is the guy who said that he kicked a stake into Trump's asshole, and that's why he shits his pants. But bigger than that, that he was part of one of Epstein's trafficked kids rings. He was involved in snuff films as a child and CSAM shit.
On trying to, like I said earlier, figure things out based on these like little tidbits of information, and I feel like it's creating so much confusion.
I do believe that's deliberate.
Right, and
I agree with you. Yeah,
it's so sad to see on social media, especially. Threads is a nightmare when it comes to this. So many people, sharing what they believe is true, and I've made a mistake myself, and I posted something and had to apologize for making a mistake.
We've all done it. We've all done it.
And
myself included.
Right, I feel like that's causing.
But I don't know. I like Sascha.
Like you, who need to come out and speak their truth, because others are already trying to define who you are before you're able to define who you are. And
I have noticed that, and I would say that as a recommendation to any survivor that's coming forward. You're going to be hit with things that look true that you might want to support. You know, like in the very beginning, all these William Riley documents started falling. And, you know, with a little bit of digging, okay, this is a William H. Riley. Is this just a clever thing with a name, you know? But I have been very careful not to just endorse things. You know, I don't know. That is my adoptive father's name. His name is William Riley. That's a true statement. But they have redacted the email addresses, so I can't tell you definitively which one it is. But you know who knows? The FBI knows. You know, they know who all of these people are. And they are doing their best job that they possibly can to protect the perpetrators. Not the victims, not the survivors, none of that.
I like this.
They are actively doing all that they can to cover this up. And if somebody says, what proof do you have? How about Kash Patel sitting there in front of Congress saying that Donald Trump was in the Epstein files less than 100 times? He said that under oath. If I said something like that, so egregiously false in front of Congress, perjury, there would be some sort of disciplinary action. I feel like I would probably be charged with, a crime.
Well, and if you were still in the service, you'd be court-martialed for doing something like that. 100%. You'd maybe even lose your whole rank. You might be in big. That's perjury.
Yes.
Stretching one sec.
Your security clearance. You would probably face a court-martial, and if it was as serious as this, it would be very likely the end of your career. You know. But here we have Kash Patel that can get up there and say anything, whether it's true, untrue. It's just.
Well, maybe Kash Patel should stick to dancing in his underwear or whatever the hell that was that we just saw. I don't know who hacked him and who released that, but good on you. That's hilarious.
Wait, I gotta.
How dare them, to be quite honest. I didn't want to live with that mental picture in my head for the rest of my life.
Well, it's so crazy to me, this weird double-edged sword that we got here with people that clearly know what's going on in the DOJ and everywhere in the government. And then we've got people who are just like burying their heads in the sand and pretending like nothing's going on at all. And then we've got people like Kash Patel who are just dancing in their underwear randomly and doing whatever. For me, it's like, how do we even grasp the idea that in addition to the nefarious parts of their behavior, they're so incompetent that they've been releasing the names of survivors. They like somebody's gonna find something in this dump. I believe it because the level of incompetence that they're. I just that's the most mind blowing part to me because
I believe it's deliberate.
Again, that's I agree with you 1,000%. I'm saying like the only explanation would be they're doing it on purpose, and I believe too. They've even planted certain things in those files to specifically redirect your attention away from certain things. And that's my belief. But I did want to ask you, like,
bro,
I know that they came out before. When did you, I know Lise reached out to you, but when did you decide personally, hey, I'm going to come out and I'm going to tell my story? Was it like long before that? Like, I know you posted like, hey, do you know who's in the
I can't fully tell if that's 100% Kash, but it's like one of the it's the if it's a lie, then we die on this lie type thing. Who fucking cares? Don't care.
Wait, before that, were you just hoping that somebody would reach out to you? Or was that the kind of the situation you were in, or you just weren't sure yet?
You know, I had almost just become this almost robot because I had been singing the same song for so long that I just got used to singing it, you know, and I didn't know if it would ever gain traction. But at some point, I kind of watched all of this, not just from my perspective, but as the perspective of an American, and watching us kind of degrade into this autocracy. So are we going to have a future at all, you know, after this administration? So all I could really do is keep saying what I was saying and just hope that it did eventually gain traction. And I felt as though if those Epstein files ever dropped, there'd be enough corroborative, substantial evidence and similarities that people would start saying, okay, all right. You know,
I mean, I personally think there
crazy.
already is. That's just my opinion. I think there's already plenty of corroborating evidence to your story. I've seen Sue Sully print things. I've seen Becca Day and Jay Megan. Both of them have posted things about corroborating certain parts of your testimony. And the thing is, if all of it didn't corroborate, maybe we should have questions. Right. But when some of it does and some of it doesn't, that doesn't tell me that you're not telling the truth. That tells me they're hiding stuff. That tells me that we can't access that,
I think it's okay to question things. It's just a matter of how you go about questioning.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And it's interesting to see some of the people will say, well, I don't think that date's right, so that none of this can be true. And I've been very clear from the beginning. I don't know. 83, 84, 85. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know the dates. I know what I know, and I'm telling you the truth on that. There could be some, you know, it happened in 82. Okay. All right.
Well, people don't understand this about, I have CPTSD. And what that does, I was suffered from long-term abuse, much like you. It was in my marriage, not as a child, but it was very similar in the fact that it lasted a long time. And my memory to this day, still, and it wasn't even as long ago as your situation was, but my memory still plays tricks on me. I still think something happened in December around Christmas time, but it actually happened in July. But that's not, that's not the way memories of people who have been traumatized and abused work.
Right.
It's almost like having like a slight bit of Alzheimer's in a way, because I feel like for my case, like it affects your frontal lobe, it affects your amygdala, it affects your hippocampus. Those are memory centers. Those are personality centers. And that's why people that are victims of long-term abuse have memory issues. It is the nature of it. There's no getting around it. It's literally medical. Like,
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's your brain trying to protect you, you know, and I know that there's a trove of memories that I don't have access to. And to be perfectly honest with you, I've gotten to the point where I'm okay with just not remembering more. I understand that the parameters are larger than I can remember. I'm good with just sticking with these few memories that I have that are solid. And I kind of want to speak on that just real quick. They asked me, you know, about this Bill Clinton thing. And I said, if I had to, you know, give you a percentage, I would say it's better than a coin flip that he was at one of those parties, right? But that's not enough, you know? So the memories that I am talking about, could I be wrong? Let's pick Jim Jordan. And I had a very similar conversation with the police.
Wait.
I am not so...
Did you just say Bill Clinton, he would bet, was that one of these?
Here and say, is there a possibility that I am incorrect? Yes, but here's what the conditions have to be in order for me to be incorrect. It'd have to be somebody else, about 7, 8, 9 years old, whatever he is, older than I am, not substantially older. It'd have to be somebody else with that strong jawline that he's got, somebody else with the same mannerisms, somebody else with that ingratiating, annoying voice that he has.
Wrestling.
If you've ever heard him speak.
Who was also a trained wrestler at the age that this event would have happened at.
Well, and let's not forget what was happening
I don't know, dude. I like Sascha a lot.
in the wrestling team. Who
What Jim Jordan was pretending not to know?
Exactly. Exactly.
And for the audience, that would be the abuses of Richard Strauss at OU. All throughout the 80s up until the turn of the century when he finally got caught.
Right.
And when investigators investigate cases like this, oh, sorry, Troy, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
And two of the brothers
OSU, thank you,
from OSU, the wrestling team, specifically said in court that Jim Jordan called begging, crying for them to take back and not report Strauss. And that is very telling, you know, within itself right there.
Yeah.
They did
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah.
I was going to say the same thing because the way investigators work is if you find a piece of evidence, like again, like I said, if it quacks like a duck, and the way you investigate a case is you start looking at the history or the behavior of that person outside of the situation. And I'm sorry, but like that, the alarm bells just keep ringing and ringing and ringing. Clearly, this isn't a good guy. Like to stretch your imagination to say, is it possible that he was there? Is he capable of it? In my mind, yeah, absolutely. Because of the other things that he's done.
Exactly, dude. Same with Andy Biggs.
That are more than just allegations. You know, Dr. Strauss, he's in prison. And to the people that would say that I could not have possibly injured Donald Trump in that way, that they are using that as a point of contention. I'd like to bring up the fact that Harold Bornstein was a gastroenterologist and his primary care doctor, and the FBI raided his office, took all of his medical records after I began speaking out, and then he mysteriously died on January 8th, 2 days after the insurrection, and after, again, I had already put some of this onto the public sphere. I don't even think, if what I read is correct, that they did an autopsy, which is strange enough or suspicious enough. It ought to rise, you know, people's consciousness a little bit that, hey, you know, this is something. It doesn't look right. Ivana falling down the stairs the day before she was due to give a deposition doesn't look right.
Yeah, what the fuck?
You know,
Virginia Guthrie. I gotta be quite honest with you. I mean, self-deleting after getting hit by a bus 2 weeks prior, let's just say it. And really quick to the audience, to be very clear, what Sascha's referencing is an event. It happened on February the 3rd of 2017. And basically there's a guy named Schiller, right? And he was accompanied by the chief legal officer for Trump named Alan Garten and a third unidentified man. They went to Trump's gastroenterologist, like Sascha said, a gastroenterologist who Trump had been with since the early 80s after inheriting him basically from his father. Okay. And they removed all of the president's medical records. And the doctor, his name is Dr. Bornstein, he described it as a raid. And it also defied allegedly HIPAA procedures.
No, he described it as a raid.
Able to go and just seize people's medical records.
Remember, Bornstein was like, I feel raped, and stared directly in the camera.
And Bornstein said that they were there for roughly 25, 30 minutes, created a lot of chaos, never got the HIPAA authorization form signed by the president permitting the release of his own records. And
Bornstein is the gastroenterologist, which was Trump's main doctor. His main doctor was a fart doctor. Why?
Take into consideration that he was a gastroenterologist, but he also was Trump's primary care physician.
Yeah.
Yes. And
that's weird.
That's a little unusual. I mean, it does happen. I mean, you could be somebody's primary care, but usually when it's not a general practitioner or whatever, it's something specific. It's because of needing that to be your primary care. You have an issue there.
That's your main issue, right?
Yes. Yes. And we all have heard
fart doctor
the stories of him wearing a diaper. You can tell that he does wear a diaper. And for an octogenarian, that may not be so unusual, but he's been wearing that diaper since at least the 90s, according to people off of The Apprentice. So that goes back into his 40s. Now that is unusual.
Yeah.
So that also bolsters the, corroborative.
Also, just to point out, I ran that scenario through 5 different AIs just out of curiosity what the results would be if that happened. Like, would he survive it, kind of thing? Because that one big argument is he wouldn't have survived it.
Bullshit.
Well, guess what? It depends. It depends on
the angle. It
depends on the shape of it, the size of it, where it goes. If it perforated certain things, you're right. He probably couldn't have survived.
How big was it?
But incontinence and that kind of thing are absolutely what happens if you do survive it. All the things that people have pointed out that's going on with him are the result of that injury. So, I mean,
it's worth noting, I have not been given a cease and desist letter even.
Yes.
First off, they know that the second I get it, I'm just going to post it and say, no, I'm not ceasing or desisting.
Exactly.
Here's the letter they sent me. This is what it looks like. This is where it came from.
Dude.
Take me to court. Discovery. I look forward to discovery. I am not in a courtroom right now.
Trump is Elvis.
Yeah.
So...
Bro, Matt, are you fucking fittest fed earther? You have to tell if you are. You might be fittest fed earther. Yeah, it's Tyler.
Who literally sues everyone that looks at him the wrong way, is not suing you, and that is a big tell for me.
And neither is Andy Biggs, neither is Jim Jordan. He has shots fired in a lot of directions, and no one is saying, stop saying that. None of them. I've even called Andy Biggs's office and talked to them about it multiple times, and they still won't sue him. Sue him. Shut him up.
Later, 4 lawyers.
They won't. Because it's true, because Trump literally got a Trump steak shoved up his ass, bro.
It wasn't a smart idea given her past history with legal issues regarding Trump.
I bet that Ellen DeGeneres ate Anne Hesh too. I wouldn't doubt that for a second,
like
bro.
That if she were somehow vindicated, rise like a phoenix from the ashes, teaming up with the survivors at the end and be proven correct, I thought that would just be the perfect ending. Now, I don't fault her. I'm not angry with her. She basically had her life ruined over that one picture. It's okay for us and I say us, the United States of America, to go bomb a school, that's okay, apparently. But her holding up an image that is art, whether you agree with it or not, to have her entire career ruined, you know, it kind of shows you where our priorities are, you know?
Right, and I saw a lot of people attacking her for not doing that interview, and I just wanted, you know, it to be known, and you said everything right there, that she doesn't need to be attacked. This wasn't a decision that she made lightly. She reached out because she supports you, and was generally interested. But people need to understand the risk that people take when they do interviews like this. You know, we're all
real.
at risk doing this.
It is real. Yeah.
And I mean, the threats and the harassment just for myself, and, you know, I don't have anything to do with anything aside from, you know, just speaking with you and helping you. And the investigation I'm doing is, I couldn't even imagine what someone like you or Kathy Griffin has to go through threat-wise. I mean, Sue Selly, for example, just recently for covering your story, had to relocate because she was being, she had blacked out cars parked outside of her house. This is
Secret Service went and talked to my realtor, or at least called her. Yeah. FBI has called me. Secret Service has reached out to me. You know, y'all didn't want to talk to me when I wanted to talk to you, so I'm not interested right now.
Let's go.
You know, I don't.
Well, and that's why this is so
people.
important for you, because your face needs to be everywhere. That's what protects you.
And I absolutely would not recommend. Do not speak to any.
Yeah, this interview is way better than Lisa Voldang.
I mean, I know you know that, but yeah.
I did one time the day after Charlie Kirk was he had his speaking engagement cut short. They called me the day after that, and I spoke with them then, but I thought that was just a fishing expedition to see where I was because of some of the military experience that I have. I figured they were and how outspoken I am. So I figured they were just calling, but that was some unusual timing. For years and years and years, I'm trying to get the attention of the FBI. Well, they obviously know right where I'm at. They gave me a call the day after Charlie Kirk, you know, had to cut his live rally short, you know, his propaganda rally. So.
Yeah, that's a whole nother can of worms, that is.
Did he just describe the Charlie Kirk assassination as him cutting his propaganda rally short?
None of that.
That's so funny.
My husband's former law enforcement, he said the same thing. He's like, I didn't do sniper training, but just if you know anything about weapons at all, if you've had any weapons training at all, even a little bit, you know that something doesn't smell right there. Something's wrong there.
The most suspicious part of that were those signals that were given right before it happened and the people moving positions. If you go back and look at,
dude, and he's a Charlie Kirk truther. Let's fucking go, dude. I fucking love Sascha.
And then he takes 2 or 3 steps away.
Yeah, yeah.
Base Sascha.
We can talk for hours about that.
And if you want to piggyback off of that and then talk about the,
Yeah, I know. I hear you. I feel like it's just, you know, it's so hard to just exist right now, because if you're a person who has critical thinking skills and perception, and obviously for us, pattern recognition is really, really serious because of the trauma that we went through. You know, survivors end up having superpowers in a way, I feel like, after they've been traumatized, because we recognize immediately, or we have a gut feeling, as opposed to some other people who just don't recognize that dangerous pattern. And that being said, do you feel like, I mean, I know you reached out to Brandy, I believe her name was at MS Now, right?
She reached out to me, actually.
Oh, she reached out to you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So she reached out to you personally or through Lisa?
Me personally.
Oh, okay.
So there have been people that were reaching out to Lisa. She tried to make it so that people would just reach out to her when she, when Miss Brandy reached out to me, I vetted her to some degree. By vetting her, I mean, I just went and read some of her articles to see what kind of, prose that she writes in, what her kind of stance is.
Good.
Whether or not I felt like she was, handing out accurate stories.
Smart.
She appeared very credible to me. It's hard to do much better in the sphere of mainstream news media than MS Now. So you got to maybe take a chance on somebody.
1 minute warning.
I'm not going on Fox News, so why not her?
Right.
And she was adamant. Lise was adamant that just wasn't going to happen. And I was sharing a story the other day where
bro, he
we had a
hates
phone
Lisa.
conversation where 3 or 4 minutes
we knew it
of her rambling, trying to convince me. I said no, and she got angry. Don't interrupt me. I'm talking. I said okay. I put the phone down. 54 minutes later, she said. Well, then she put on her sweet voice. What do you think? I said I think the answer, the no was I wasn't going to stay quiet anymore. I said the answer 54 minutes ago was no, and it's still no. And that was the splitting point. That was the breaking point of our friendship or our coalition to try to do something.
Yo!
And I never really got a good answer to that other than to tell me I was putting other survivors at risk. And no further explanation than that.
Happy 9/11,
so if you don't
boys.
trust me with the information of what you allege that I am doing to these other people, then I'm just not going to believe you, because I didn't really have any faith in her left at that point either. So why am I going to believe this thing in the shadows that you allege exists when I don't even believe in you as a person? And by you, I mean Lise,
Right.
So
I think a lot of people need to understand that as well, is because I have received a lot of people have reached out to me recently about you, of course. And a lot of people have asked me about the whole split between the two of you.
I just said I felt in my core Lisa was taking advantage of you.
She said that you outed your location, but the timeline doesn't match up. You released that information on Threads, and then she posted in the Outlaws of Chivalry chat the following day, using that as the excuse for your split.
Right.
So,
quack quack.
If anybody who kind of wants to know why I released the location, it has to do with some of the threats that I was getting. So, and some of the things that were being said publicly. I mean, it's public knowledge. I'm in Canada. Some of the repeated references to Prime Minister Carney being the governor of Canada. And we have all heard that over and over again. And I am sitting in here in a room by myself at that point, wondering, okay, where would they attack? And why wouldn't they attack right here, right where I'm at right now, to kill two birds with
this
one
is
stone,
live,
so to speak. So I wanted people to...
Lisa and her chicken are done.
Okay, if something does happen, maybe that will be suspicious enough to raise a few flags.
I kind of think it was smart, to be honest. I kind of feel...
Yeah, he said it's 50-50 on Clinton being at the pedo shit. That's what I'm saying, bro. Because I bet, too, that Clinton doesn't present as, like, a demon the way that Trump is. And I bet the people that stuck out in his head the most are the people he was scared of, bro.
In other ways. But if you're hiding in the shadows, they'll just shoot you in the dark and say, we didn't see anything.
That's why
but if you're in broad daylight and they come out, well, then now you have to test your theory. Can you shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and just get away with it like you assert that you can? And maybe you could on Fifth Avenue, but I don't know if you could do it because I'm here in Canada.
Right.
It does it does complicate that just a little bit. I don't know.
She's threatened me myself.
Well, I'm sure.
I'm sure you know. She said some pretty nasty things about me.
Lisa did?
But that's why I've made, myself a lot more public.
It's becoming a Streisand effect for her.
Good.
Because the more she harasses the you and the outside people, it just makes her look more guilty. It makes her look more nefarious. So it's kind of interesting to me the way she's going about this. I find that really interesting too, because like I said in my thing, she could have literally just said, okay, I understand how you feel, but I think we need to part ways, been gracious about it, left your testimony on her page free, and then moved on.
Yeah,
moved on.
remember,
She didn't have to announce anything. You weren't going to say anything.
Yeah,
I wasn't. And to that point, I want to make very clear, even though I felt
she's
as
a
though,
rat, dude.
You know, she had an ulterior motive. I was going to leave things amicable, because if there is this UN case, and if they need some of my testimony, help, further help, you know, whatever, I was still willing to do that, even though we didn't align anymore. But yes, as soon as I broke away, then it became a series of seemingly trying to discredit me, when this whole time we've been working together.
Yeah.
And each time that I would make a little bit of progress, I would just be straightforward on this. I did not enjoy Lisa's company.
Dude.
Being around her, I did not enjoy the ways she communicates. So I didn't do it very much.
Sorry, I muted it for a second.
I had the idea, okay, perhaps she's just a person that is difficult to be around. Maybe she is being difficult in real time. She has her own methodology of thinking, but perhaps she is doing these things behind the scenes, because this is public. Other people are hearing this too. So it's kind of a whopper to put out there if you're not doing these things. So I said, okay, I can concentrate on doing the social media thing and trying to answer questions, put myself out there that way, and just focus my efforts there. And if her efforts become fruitful, great. If my efforts become fruitful, great. We don't necessarily have to work together as a team and, you know, hold hands and sing kumbaya in order to achieve some results. So it's been a split the whole way, but it's been interesting, because each time, like I'll tell you this, I have these. She went back yesterday and started deleting them, the messages that she sent. Unfortunately for her, I have them all screenshotted from a long time ago. So she can delete away.
Survivors know how to keep track of paperwork, don't they?
Yeah. But I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I love talking to you. It's so much fun. I'm a little nervous. I haven't really interviewed anybody before. This is like my first foray into this, so I apologize.
Way better than Lisa.
You guys are getting mad at me. I'm not trying to interrupt
Oh,
I'm just so excited to talk to you, Sascha, because I just feel like you're such an eloquent, well-spoken,
let him get back on Lisa.
person, and I feel like this is exactly what you needed, to be
Back
out
to
here and
Lisa.
just casually talking and telling people how you feel about it, because they're getting to know you, you know, and you seem to me like a really fun person. Well, you know your shit. You know your shit backwards and forwards. So anyone coming in here being like, "Oh, Sascha's a liar," fuck you, okay? Fuck you. Lying, you're a stupid idiot.
Come on.
Obviously
Don't
very
get him
well-spoken.
off.
And clearly
Get him back on.
You've been like in it, you know. You've been really paying attention to all these little details. And I'm curious, I guess.
No.
How do you feel about like I know we've talked about how you feel about like some of these mainstream people, and you're not really sure. We're not really sure when Brandy's gonna drop an interview of any kind. We know that she's editing, she's working, and all that stuff. But I guess what I want to know is, what are you hoping to get out of this as a whole? As far as like, I obviously justice for the survivors, no doubt. But what is there anything that you personally would help you move on, or would help you heal, would help you in any way? Like, is there anything that you feel like you want out of this in particular, I guess?
Just the truth to come out. You know, I've been saying the same thing for so long that it's been more than a little soul crushing, you know, to come out. And I want to say, you know, my experience in that isn't terribly unique. Brandy asked me a very good question, stopped me in my tracks. And I hope I'm not stepping on her toes, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. She said, what happens if nothing happens?
That's a good question.
It is a great question. And usually, whatever the question is, I can, start going with it. But I didn't have an answer for that one. She said, what if you've done all of this and nothing happens? And I really have been thinking about that since she said that. And my answer to her at the time, and it kind of is still the same answer, is I guess I'm just going to feel like everybody else that has ever come forward and been dismissed by the system. The only difference will be I will have done it publicly. I mean, on a large scale.
Dude,
not
Sascha's
just down
awesome.
at the police station or at the hospital or whatever.
Yeah, dude, we are so right about everything, bro. I know, dude. Bro, I'm serious. We have savant level voice reading and body language reading skills, all of us.
Well, there's just not enough. Well, how much evidence do you need? There was a kit done. We have DNA here, but how often does that go unpunished or unresolved for the person? Yeah. And we've allowed that to become such an ingrained part of our system that now it just happens regularly. And it seems to be happening.
Lisa was the first interviewer person that gave him a platform, but listening to the audio tapes, it's clear she's trying to control him the whole time. And she's telling him not to reach out to other interviewers, not to speak to other survivors. She was trying to isolate him, and we clocked her ass in the moment, and I felt bad, and I was kind of like, I don't trust this lady. She's being weird. And I felt bad, kind of, but I made videos about it, and we were all talking about it. And then he was like, yeah, she's fucking using me, manipulating me.
Actually doing these things, just redacted to the point where you can't see.
And then Black Death was like, I think she might be working for the Clintons to try and just get it on Clinton. And I think he was saying that Lisa was trying to keep him away from Clinton shit, because he was like, there's more than 50% chance that Clinton was there. I just don't remember him specifically.
3, 2, 4 years old.
Yeah.
They are children. And even at 17, if you're talking about, and that's a difference too. If a 19-year-old is dating a 17-year-old, there's nothing gross going on. But if a 17-and-a-half-year-old is dating a 60-year-old, now we've got an issue, guys, Yeah. And I think some conversations need to happen there. We need to be realistic about us as humans. Like I've said many times, I believe in what we used to call the drink and drive rule. If one of the parties can drink and the other one can't drive, now we've got an issue. That's just too big of an age difference. But we're clearly outside of all of that.
Yeah. It's a systemic problem, no doubt. Because it's not just you, and it's not just Virginia, it's not just for Maria, it's me, and it's Troy, and it's everyone in this chat, and this is a thing that affects every single person, definitely in this country, and at this point, maybe this planet. And
yes, it does.
And I agree with you. Like, if there's any, that's what I've been.
I can't believe she got him off track while he was fucking besmirching Lisa Voldang.
To get these things out, to get exposure, to get these people to pay for what they've done, and accountability, to stop child trafficking completely. Like, I'm just a nobody. I'm just a random person, and I think everybody feels that way, but the power is in our voice. The power is in our community. The more and more people that come and surround you with support and share your story and share other people's story, I just hope in my deep in my heart that that's enough. I want that to be enough for us to be able to somehow fight this. Because
this is that first step. This is the first step right here. This interview right here is that first step.
I can't tell you the number of times something has happened, and I've said, I'll give you one of the more recent things when they started blowing up boats in the Caribbean. I said, well, I know the laws as far as they pertain to war crimes. We had to study that stuff. And when you commit what is literally the textbook definition of a war crime, they list out, double tapping a boat after it's no longer a threat as being one of the most clear examples of a war crime in our training manuals. I thought, this is going to get them. There's no way. This is on an international scale. We've got the UN, we've got the ICC. They're going to impose trade sanctions. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. And they didn't, you know? So I think for all Americans, just watching any administration be able to flaunt the law the way that this one has is incredibly dangerous. I don't care if you're on the red team or the blue team. And they like to say, well, yeah, but Obama carried out surgical strikes. He did this, he did that. I don't know if I agree with all those strikes either. But, you know, Taft may have done some things too. That doesn't make what's going on right now okay.
Yeah.
You know?
That's always the
Andrew
argument,
Johnson was a
unfortunately.
horrible- Yeah.
We keep blaming the other side, and at the end of the day, that's not really going to serve anybody. It's not going to help us. And until we just, you know, don't get me wrong, there are people that I won't have in my life because they're not safe people. You know, there's a lot of unsafe people, but I'm not going to split hairs at this point. I don't think any of us should, when this is literally us versus the big guys. That's what it is. It's the American people versus the system. And if people can't start really getting on board with that, I'm a little concerned, you know?
Talk about Lisa Voldang again, or I'm going to flip.
We look at this and we're like, how in the hell can this guy possibly not be arrested yet? How can he not possibly be impeached yet? It makes no sense. Any other president in the history of our country would have done one of these things and been impeached.
Because Donald Trump's only in the middle. There are people way above Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not the end all.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree with you. He is the highest figure I have ever seen. And, you know, I was clear on that I never thought it was just him, you know, but the one point.
Yeah, because Lisa was always like, no, it's just Trump's reign.
Any of those Epstein files came out months and months and months, was that higher on the totem pole, so to speak, than Jeffrey Epstein was Donald Trump. And I said, I don't know how many times. He's going to be every other name in those files. And they did everything they could to redact him out of it to their best ability. And he's in there so often that there's no way to release hardly any of it without seriously implicating him. You know, and that should give people pause. You know, I wish these people would just slow down for a minute instead of just regurgitating whatever they've been fed through meme conditioning and just objectively look at that. You know, if you're mentioned more times in a particular document than God is mentioned in the Bible, you probably had something to do with that, buddy.
Or Harry Potter is mentioned in the Harry Potter books. I heard that from a senator too. I was like, that's such a good metaphor to use though, because it really puts it into perspective. I mean, I think the count is what, 38,000 times? I feel like it's
I've heard different numbers, but that was admitted to on the floor of Congress. I know
talk shit about Lisa Voldang again
as a minimum point.
Yeah.
You know, we don't even know.
Well, let's be clear. The public can see 38,000 mentions of Trump in the Epstein file, but you really have to ask yourself, do I believe Donald Trump, patterned liar, or do I believe somebody like Jamie Raskin, who says that when seeing behind the redactions, they see over 1 million mentions of Donald Trump? And if that's the case, and you decide that you believe Raskin, then that means that at best we're working with maybe 3.8% of Donald Trump's full mentions in full context that we've seen, which means that literally 96%-ish of the ways that Trump is implicated in the Epstein files are not viewable to the public.
And there's a reason for that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I believe Jeffrey Epstein when he said that Donald Trump is the worst of the worst. And I would ask people to just simmer on that for a second. If Jeffrey Epstein is creeped out by you and Jeffrey Epstein doesn't want to party with you, how bad are you?
Right.
I mean, we've all seen what Jeffrey Epstein did. He was burning people with the magnifying glass and keep it going from there.
Really? I didn't hear that part.
Man, how bad do you have to be? You know, when Jeffrey
the worst
Epstein
person in the world is calling you the worst person in the world, and you should really think about that. Like, I agree. And like you said, there's it's not possible that 3 people were doing this. It's not possible that 5 people were doing this, and it's definitely not possible that only 2 people were running it. because I believe, like Troy and many of you here, there's different levels of who's involved and where they're at on the totem pole. And what your recollection is just as important as what people believe. But either way, it took a massive, enormous amount of people to keep this operation running for that long and not get caught.
From all
In
over
every
around the
facet
world.
of the government, in every facet of our country, it had to have been a massive, massive operation. And maybe that's what is the worst part about it in their mind of releasing everything, because if they release everything, like, there's going to be nobody left. Right?
You may be correct. You may be correct. You know, and I've been vocal, particularly here lately, about the crocodile tears of the Democrats. You know, clearly the Republicans are running cover. There is no getting around that fact. But I would challenge these tearful, we sure wish somebody would do something. You're somebody. It's your job to do the thing. You know, what are you doing? Y'all had the majority. You know, you had a 50-50 split in the Senate. You had the House, but you had the executive branch, and the DOJ falls under that. Why could you not prosecute a single solitary person? Not one.
They don't want to.
And I do not believe for 1 second that those poor, sweet Democrats are just babes in the woods, and they have no idea what's going on around them. They've just never even heard a single story, and this is all brand new to them. Bullshit. Absolutely not.
There's something above, being a Democrat and a Republican, because power will always protect power, and that comes before party.
I do want to ask, just because, so, you know, I debate Epstein a lot here on these TikTok live, and constantly, right, one of the most consistent MAGA debate points, if you will, is the Democrats, you know, had these files for 4 years under Biden. They could have done something, and on and on. I do wonder what you make, because certain things that are not open to debate, right? Like, it is under Biden that we got the Senate Intel Finance Committee led by Senator Wyden, right? Which then arguably...
Bro, Jessica Collins, the Epstein victim, she was trafficked to Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, and she says that the whole DC Madam ring was literally Jeffrey Epstein's ring.
About 2 arrests that happened
Joe Biden's
at
in
the
these
very
files.
end of Biden's term. We saw Mike Jeffries go down, right, in November of 2024, who was the CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch, also appointed by Les Wexner around the same time that Epstein would have taken over his finances. He went down for human trafficking with his husband and another male co-conspirator. Also, a couple of weeks ago, we just saw a conviction of the Alexander brothers. Have you guys heard that story? There's that claim in the Epstein files, and in December of 2024, that arrest occurred. You know, and I know basically those are cases that I think the public didn't understand were Epstein file cases, if you will, because the conversation hadn't kind of come back into fruition. But I do wonder, like,
Don't
what
strangle
you,
dead
any of you,
Hulk
but
to
especially
death.
you, of course, Sascha, what you make of maybe those arrests. Do you see that maybe there might have been a little bit more effort with the previous administration, even if it wasn't a transparent one, let's say, or clearly an Epstein one?
To be honest with you, it looked performative. It looked like we have done something, but we didn't do what should have been done. And power protecting power, just like you've talked about, I do think it scoops up most of them. And I don't believe for a second that all of these congressmen are guilty of malfeasance to the degree that say Donald Trump or Jeffrey Epstein.
I do keep asking in the chat if we can circle back to Lisa Voldang. I'm being annoying.
Prevent them from having the ability to.
I'm peppaing them.
Almost all of them are insider trading. We watched
With
them
love,
do it.
Peppa.
You know, what do you mean there were,
Peppa's not
$2
here
billion
tonight, I don't think.
dollars worth of trades done 15 minutes before Donald Trump makes an announcement? You know, they used to prosecute, Martha Stewart would like a word, might have been the last rich person to really go down for that, but that's clearly insider trading.
Was Bernie Madoff before her or after her?
Bernie,
before.
man, that's a good question. I think she was before.
Let me see.
Bernie might have been
I
before.
know one was before the other. I just can't remember the thing.
I'll look it up.
But I would say I would say those two were the most recent. But I mean that was still years and years ago. That was still quite a long time ago that happened and all.
Martha was first, and holy shit, that was so much longer ago than I remembered. She was indicted in 2003, convicted in 2004, and then Madoff would have been December of 2008.
Right.
Okay. That
makes sense. Yeah, right around the crash, of course.
Old.
Yeah. Well, they facilitate that crash. And,
Bro,
and
why
they
are we
don't
talking
care
about
because
Bernie
they're
Madoff and not
insulated,
fucking Lisa Voldang?
by moving the money around because they know mathematically when those crashes are going to happen. And I will say
can
this
we
as a person that is
about Lisa Voldang
is fairly
again?
gifted in mathematics. I see some anomalies going on with the market that just don't make a lot of sense, you know. But what I know is that you can only kick that can so many times. You know, it eventually becomes a landmine and blows up. So
he was
gonna
on
blow
such
up
a
on the American
roll.
people. These rich people, they're insulated through all of their wealth. You know, they'll move it around, they'll do this, they'll do that, they'll be fine. It's the American people, once the economy crashes, that you know, are going to suffer. And going right back to character, you're talking about the same man that campaigned in 2015-16, saying that he was going to pay off the national debt. Now we're $39 trillion in debt. Just got over $1 trillion.
Do you think I just need to reach out to him or to them on fucking Threads? Like, dude, who is this person? There's 1,300 people in here. I could get them, right?
Place. I think his rich buddies get mad at him when he makes silly, you know, impulsive decisions like this war, and then they're like, what the hell are you doing? You're literally gonna bankrupt everybody, you idiot.
Yes.
And he's like, oh, everything's fine, we won. And I think that's all for the market. It's like he does it at certain days.
Whitney Webb won't touch Steve Bannon. Why?
He likes to do.
What do you mean? Like she won't talk about him? Period.
Gets his lies ready on the weekend while he's playing golf with his buddies. By Monday, we've got some market manipulation. By Friday, when the market's
Peppa,
closed,
get in this
we do
chat.
our really nefarious war crimes. You know, and that's happened more than once.
Yeah. And you can't tell me that he's not giving everybody around him a little tip or a heads up or people that he wants to keep loyal. You know,
the market sure is having some huge swings financially with money being moved around right before he makes his statements. And if that doesn't look a little suspicious to people, well, then they don't know what the hell they're looking at.
Well, the common thread with survivors is follow the money. Every single one of them have said that. You've said it. They've all said it. Follow the money. I'm not good at math. So I'm better with English and those kind of things. I'm not good at math. So I have only been able to follow people that are following the money. But I'd like to know, like, what's going on with Senator Wyden's office? Like,
that's a name that Lise liked to throw around.
Yeah.
I'm working with Senator Wyden's office. And I will tell that I did do another deposition with the House Oversight Committee, just the aides. It was a phone conversation that lasted an hour or two. They had questions. I answered them. But as far as anybody, a couple of House members have made contact. I have spoken back with them. There has been no follow-on from there. I have not spoken directly to most of these agencies. Lise was saying that she had, but what is going on? I have the same question.
Well, I got a bombshell for you guys for real quick. I called Senator Wyden's office Friday morning, and they've never heard of her.
They've never heard of Lise. Okay, now I'm not the only one that's saying that she has said that publicly, that she has contacted Senator Wyden's office.
Yep.
So that's interesting.
I asked if they'd have any communication, if they would be willing to tell me. The assistant was really sweet on the phone. She was like, I don't recall, that's a very unique name, and I don't recall her calling. I've been here this whole time. I don't recall, I don't see it. She looked through the phone book to see if she had left a message. She couldn't find anything.
We're on target. Lock the fuck
saying she
in.
didn't.
Right.
I'm just saying I called that office and they told me that they don't know who she is.
Manifest.
I have spoken with some members of Congress that I will not specifically name by name, but it has been confirmed to me that that she did reach out, but there was no response back, and that was on purpose.
Well,
interesting.
That is interesting.
I just said, was Lisa a fad?
Credibility
on
issue.
March 2nd, way before she even tried any of this.
And for the record, just in case the audience wants to know or cares, the only thing that I know of in terms of the investigation and Wyden currently goes, last I read, is that he was trying to look at how, I want to say it was in 2016, the DEA was looking at Epstein in terms of rug trafficking, if you will.
Right.
And basically, basically he was money elling, right, and trafficking rugs, and he wanted the files on that. And then ultimately Todd Blanche, the same one who went down to Florida and had that really controversial interview with Ms. Maxwell, basically stepped in and blocked that, which is dubious to say the least.
That's a good word for all of it.
Yeah, nefarious might be more appropriate, because I do think everybody has a motivation that's involved in this situation, and whether it be they're being threatened or blackmailed or paid, I think everybody has skin in the game, and that's why you're not seeing pushback. Even Democrats, both sides of the aisle, everybody has skin in this game.
Well,
I have a little question that's.
Oh, go
sorry,
ahead.
I'm so sorry, Sasha. Sort of just related to the potential, let's say, for bad actors inside the house that are complicit in covering this up, but also people who are very directly related to your story. Andy Biggs, Jim Jordan. Agree or disagree? Your story went viral, let's say, middle of January. Do you remember kind of the date that it really hit off?
I could look through my phone, because I could tell you the exact date if
you don't
looking
have
through my
to.
phone, because as soon as it went viral, the next communication I had with Lisa is she said, in order for the safety of the survivors, I've got this screenshotted, we need you to be completely radio silent for 48 hours. And we all know how the news cycle works, right? 48 hours, it's on to the next, buddy. Probably 24 hours.
Yeah,
So-
on TikTok, that's for sure. Maybe 2 hours.
Well,
Let's
the
go.
reason that I ask is
Lock
because I
in.
feel like I was able to piece together that it would have been somewhere around January 11th, January 12th, somewhere in there. Is because like you said earlier, right? It kind of sat around on Substack for a couple of months, didn't get a lot of traction. Then all of a sudden it explodes. But the reason I'm asking is because what I find interesting is that Congressman Biggs on January the 13th, so this would have been about a day or so after your story went very viral. It's still up. I looked for it before the slide, but on basically his website, he put out a PR statement, and the headline is Congressman Biggs applauds House passage of his legislation combating exploitation of children. Again, this would have been on January the 13th of this year. I won't read all of it because it's long, but Congressman Biggs' Coercion and SA Free Environment C-Safe Act was adopted unanimously by the House of Representatives. Congressman Biggs issued the following statement. Quote, the passage of my C-Safe Act delivers long overdue legal clarity and serious consequences for criminals who coerce and exploit children. The internet has become a hunting ground for predators who use manipulation, coercion, and psychological warfare to target children in the darkest ways imaginable. For too long, gaps in federal law have allowed these offenders to hide behind screens, anonymity, and outdated statutes while young lives are shattered. The C-Safe Act closes those gaps and gives law enforcement the clear authority necessary to hunt down and prosecute those who exploit children. You can imagine my shock after hearing your claims, right, about a damn day later, landing on that, on this PR blurb, which then led me, because I didn't know this before your testimony, and I'm sorry I'm talking so much, Sascha, but I don't even know if you saw that, but then right after I saw that, it led me to congress.gov, and I landed on this page from .gov, and
it was around then, because my Andy Biggs video of me calling Andy Biggs' office was January 18th.
Year, so not long after Trump retook office.
It was around then.
There exists on congress.gov something called Protecting Victims of Human Trafficking and Online Exploitation. And that's the committee looking into this. And guess who heads both committees germane to
Andy
this?
fucking Biggs.
Jim Jordan, main committee. Andy Biggs, subcommittee. Just FYI, Jim with like 30 people beneath him. His committee is a little smaller, but regardless, shocking.
Let's go.
I named them in formally named them in 2020 or 2021. I did a sworn deposition, not a Substack. I went down to the police station. That transpired. I initially reached out to the FBI. FBI told me to take it to local law enforcement. I reached out to them. They went to OSBI, which is, their Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, kind of their version of the FBI.
Oh God!
So that has been in the overall testimony for 5 years. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I do know that if you are a named defendant, so to speak, in a lawsuit, you can't adjudicate it. That's not okay within the parameters of the law. So I question that, along with where is that deposition? It was done. The police say it was done. Where is it? Even if you say, fine, I don't believe Sascha, I don't believe a word he says. I still said the same thing back then that I said to Lise on that Substack. It should still be in there, even if
Sascha says he, though,
official position of the FBI or OSBI, Law and Police Department, whomever, dedicated resources into looking into this. There needs to be, we made this phone call, we did this, we did that, we didn't find anything, we closed the case on this date, this is the file number, this is how long we took with it, it went from here to here to here to here, chain of custody involves these people. All of that should exist regardless, because so where the hell is that?
With the other 3 million files, probably.
Yes, it's in there somewhere.
Excuse me for a brief moment. I'll be right back. Sascha, you keep talking. I'm very sorry. I just really have to use the bathroom, honestly. I'll be right back.
You're fine. That's
Lock in.
I do wonder, did either you, did yourself or did Lisa end up reaching out to OSBI or to Lawton, was it? Yeah, perhaps to try and see, because I understand why you wouldn't want to go to a federal triple letter and get your 302s, but.
Right. Well, here's the thing, and I have this screenshotted as well, where, I say, hey, I don't mind going there before I come up there and trying to get these things. And she said, I would much prefer, and I have this screenshotted, that you allow somebody else to get those. That way you aren't personally going in there and raising up a bunch of red flags. And that did seem a bit unusual.
Yeah, I like how he
me,
calls her Lise.
But it did seem a little plausible. She said, hey, I've got connections. I can get the FOIA requests. We can get that information. The important thing is to get you out of there, right? I said, okay. So for whatever that's worth.
It's worth plenty. It is. And we'll talk offline. Maybe there's a way that I can maybe be of service of some of that, like record hunting, but we'll talk about that at a different time.
Right. So people need to understand something too that you and I have spoken about, and what I've noticed since I've been researching Lisa and the entire operation is that she controlled every single thing that you did. You didn't have the ability to speak out. A lot of people have said, all throughout social media, well, why hasn't Sascha had an interview with me? I reached out to them. Or they don't understand that you did not have the ability until you had enough with her controlling you to actually tell your story your way. Yes! Without someone over your shoulder whispering in your ear, this is what you need to say, this is what you don't need to say.
And I've got the receipts on that.
Or not at all, right? You do. And
slander Lisa.
What she did, honestly, was not okay. But I do have another question when it comes to Lisa, if you wouldn't mind asking.
Not at all.
Answering. Okay, so when she started platforming George Tonks.
Yes.
Now, George Tonks is known to be a big MAGA supporter, as is Lady Victoria Hervey, who Ann Cheever writes amazing articles on, and how she's involved in this whole situation as well, and since George has come into the picture. Now, given that George is a Trump supporter, what was odd to me was that she was representing you, who had claims against what did Donald Trump and what Donald Trump did to you. Yet she's platforming someone who not only supports Donald Trump, but has a direct line to him. And if people here don't understand that, you will in the next few days.
Do some reading.
Right. It's pretty insane. And you know, you probably aren't going to believe the words coming out of my mouth until you read it. Because George Tonks did have something to do with January 6th and the Hunter Biden laptop investigation. So
and two things can be true at once.
That is right.
Is she like from Peter Thiel, bro?
At once, he could be telling the truth about his testimony, about his abuse, and he could also now be somebody who works for them.
She could be a Peter Thiel dude, right? This could be how Thiel starts getting Trump out. Yeah. You have to have like 1,000 followers.
Well, we all know who controls this app, and I'm not really that surprised about it, if I'm being honest. To be honest with you.
Oh, OBS fucked? Sorry. Sorry.
Not had a single, because I mean, I guess not, because we do love the TikTok shop, especially on this live, but I'm stunned that nothing is kind of triggered here. I haven't been able to open my mouth for 10 seconds without getting a violation the last like month. So lucky us.
We have a lot of great people working behind the scenes as well that I would like, you know.
It's golf days, so you know nobody's really.
Okay,
true.
Really
lock back
Tied
in
up
on Lisa.
At Mar-a-Lago shitting their pants.
No,
Lisa.
Strategizing future crimes. I mean, that's got to take up most of your time, you know.
Well, and then that, in addition to covering up all the ones you did, and then the ones you're currently doing as well. Got a full plate, that Trump administration. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you want to take a few questions from the audience. I know they've been anxious to hear some things. Maybe that
Make sure and get Bunny Billions up here. She's somebody who does this work every day, and I know that she's here and she's very, very interested in speaking with.
So Tapley, please tell me who it would be to be good to have up here, because I don't know everybody.
Why don't you mod me and I'll look at the queue and I'll you out there.
Okay.
And then you can like demod me after.
Oh no, you can just stay on it. That's fine. Hold on to my moderators. We had your beautiful face.
I keep asking if Lisa's a Fed.
Come on.
It froze again? You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude.
Interesting.
Unbelievable.
Will it not let me do it because you're already up?
Paul.
No, you can just read to me. It's okay, and just tell me who's here.
Okay, so who is here right now? A Ziggy Star.
Oh my god, did it again?
Who did you just say? What was the name?
Let's let up sure Bunny Billionaire or Bunny Billions, I think. And then also if you see That's No K, who is Alex, he's wonderful and pretty popular creator here. And then also
I follow them. Okay, so I'm gonna bring up Bunny
an L
Billionaire.
chemist.
Okay.
And you know Elle. She was kind of working on the sidelines to Troy knows Elle.
So Bunny's up. I think we should take one at a time. I think that would just keep it nice and calm. Yeah. Okay, good.
Hi, Sascha. I am so pleased to meet you. We actually just finished going through your interview with Lisa. And I would like to start by saying that I am so sorry for everything you've experienced. I am a survivor of a 30-year cycle myself. And so I do understand. It is very hard to break, and it means so much that you survived and that you're here, and the world is a better place with you in it. So a little about me. I am actually building an investigative file because I believe that something should absolutely be done about this. And I say on all of my lives that the only way something is going to happen is if we, the people, force this to happen. Yes. So if you're comfortable, I'd love to ask you some questions about your experiences.
Sure. Absolutely.
Awesome. So I know from your interview that, let's start out with kind of the softball stuff. I know that Lisa said that she was going to take some of your documents and try to get it in front of some people who were investigating. And I did come in a little bit live. Could you just give me like a refresher if anything ever came of that?
Outside of the communications that we had of intent, no, not that I'm aware of. I did make some attempts to get some of the files and was surprised to learn that in some cases, CPS only keeps the files for 25 years. One of the hospitals that I was in as a child was a private hospital. They are only required to keep the files for 25 years. So they are gone. They do not exist anymore. So I know that there are some files out there, but no, we don't really have a whole lot.
So if you want to hit me up on the back end, I actually do a lot of requests like that. And I did notice while we were listening.
Thanks, Lisa. Money's on the table. Get the fuck out.
Private hospitals where you had made the claims against T-Daddy. I like to use code words to protect the lives. Against.
Yeah, I trust Sascha. Sascha seems credible as fuck to me.
For that same behavioral health header company, because they had filed bankruptcy, all of their files and everything else were transferred to a different company, which may very well have them in their repositories, because it would have come over on fish scale and films, and we just have to cajole somebody in the records department to be willing to go and look through all of those films to see if they can find them. So hope is not lost there. I want to kind of reassure you on that, because I know as a survivor myself, it's very difficult when the years have passed and it feels like there's nothing available to back up what you're saying anymore. So now
there is my body though. I've had numerous broken bones. Both my legs have been broken, my left arm was broken, my hands have been broken, my ribs have been broken.
You can see how old
I understand, or I'm not a doctor either, but they can do bone scans and roughly gauge when those breaks occurred. Particularly if it's a child, prepubescent and all of that, because of how they heal.
Absolutely.
And I have some deformities. My rib cage is a little deformed. My legs are deformed. So I exist for sure,
And definitely an IME, which for those who aren't in the legal field, that's known as an independent medical exam. That would actually show all of that. You're absolutely correct.
She's a legal person. She about to lawyer talk us.
To see some of that, where they're going back and they're looking at how much the bone repaired itself, where it was near the growth plate and things like that. So there are definitely.
Sascha is not alien balling us for sure, dude.
Oh, sorry, Savage Siren. I don't mean to take over. I have experience in interviewing victims, and so.
Dude, I don't like this lady.
As much information as possible. And obviously this helps the plight. I think we all want to see people held accountable,
Well, and he can use all the support he can get. I think.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you and me and Troy and all these other people start really going down different types of rabbit holes and start focusing on, say, one piece of the record, we can come together and actually like put a whole puzzle together, which would be great, you know?
Well, and what's really going to blow your mind is, Tapley is a mutual with me, and
bro, please, can we get back on motherfucking Lisa Voldang?
We've been through nearly 1 million pages at this point, and interviews and everything else. I myself have been through more than 1 million pages, and I don't think that the government is being honest with us about the number of records we've received, because if you look, there are so many redundancies, and they're saying that there were 6 million independent files, right? There were 6 million pages of independent files. And yet when we go through the 3.5 million tranche that they've already given us, you have at least a 30 to 40% duplication rate, which means that we've really only gotten 60 to 70%.
This is a Lisa sideliner, bro. What the fuck?
Million independent records still out there, and I think that they do contain the things that involve the T-Daddy and involve some of these higher ups that would,
get out of here,
quote unquote, as Bondi said, crumble the system, right? So let's dispel with some of the naysayers, because in my line of work, we deal a lot with that, right? People coming back and saying, oh, no, you're lying, when I'm doing plaintiff work. So a lot of people are saying, oh, that's not true.
She's a fucking lawyer, dude.
Why wouldn't this have happened? And so I kind of did that a little bit while we were reviewing yours. So if it's okay, and if you're comfortable.
Oh my God, spit it the fuck out, dude.
Let me know, okay?
Oh my God.
So you mentioned that you had CPS involvement in Texas and in Oklahoma, right?
No, Texas, Tennessee, and Alabama.
Dude, this is like the Lisa shit again. Tell me about the time that you killed your friends.
And law enforcement got involved in Florida.
Was there an explanation given to you in your youth as to why nothing was ever done from that?
So I didn't have enough socialization to really even understand how life worked. Until I was really, I didn't become like I don't know how to put it, functioning member of society until I started boxing. And at that point, the only reason that I kind of came out and started participating in society is because I had some success there. Prior to that, I knew no other existence outside of how I lived. And really the only thing that I knew was that the people that had money could do essentially whatever they wanted. And then there were people like me who were, at their beck and call. That was just my reality. So I didn't know enough about how life worked to even begin advocating for myself. I had no idea.
So do you think it was just more a situation of the powers that be smoothing things over with those agencies in order to keep you in the entire scheme?
To a degree, yes. But I do know that at the time, and this is looking back. At the time, I did not know this, but looking back, we moved constantly. We moved at least 3 or 4 times when we were in Texas. We only lived in one place in Tennessee, but we only lived there for a year and a half, maybe. Alabama, we moved 3 different places. So we were constantly moving around. He did have some connections. William Kyle did. CIA connections, government connections, things like that helped him stay ahead of the law, but he was still running. So looking back, part of it was they are very clever at using jurisdictional limitations to allow them to commit crimes. One of the things that my adoptive father would do is he liked to work in a whole nother state than he lived. Sure. So when he's living in Georgia, he's driving through Tennessee to go to Kentucky to do his 2-week shift of his life flight. And a lot of that has to do with makes it very hard to prosecute somebody, or in order to kind of get away from law enforcement, you just change jobs and work in Missouri instead.
Well, and of course, back
So-
then it wasn't as easy to track people. You know, it
Yes.
was more based on, you know, where are you working at versus where do you live. That's why there became such a great need as contractors became more prevalent to be able to kind of track people. So tell me, did your moving around, did it coincide with these visits and interaction with law enforcement and CPS?
To some degree, yes. Okay, I can tell you.
Why do we keep talking about CPS and law enforcement? Why aren't we talking about these fucking parties and shit? I don't know, man. What the fuck's going on? Or like the experience of it.
Skull, that landed me in the hospital.
I feel like we're about to ask about him murdering his friend again.
Yes, and law enforcement interceded in that instance. I don't have a clear recollection of, I'm below 9 years old at this point.
Right.
So we moved to Tennessee, where I make my first film. So that is significant because the parents, or at least one parent of the other child that I was filmed with, went to jail. They identified the features of the basement of their house where we filmed this, and that was enough circumstantial. They didn't get our faces in the camera, but there was enough that they could identify the child and the place. So when we left from Tennessee, it was to get away from that. As soon as they got to a point in that investigation where they weren't actively charging William Kyle and Mary Lynn, we rolled out to Alabama. And I do know that some of that investigation followed us down to Alabama. I just remember Bill and Lynn talking about how they dodged the bullet, because they thought once they got to Alabama that the investigation was over, and it wasn't quite over just yet. So it followed them down there. And as far as the moving around in Alabama, it may have had something to do with that investigation following them. So I believe, and this is my childhood memory, I believe what they did was contact CPS, some of the law enforcement agencies, wherever we were living in Alabama to begin with. That would have been, I think, Enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
We moved to another place in Enterprise. The second place we lived in Alabama was definitely Enterprise. But I think that they were moving jurisdictions, trying to just find some place that would not really pursue it. We finally landed in New Brockton. And that was the end of it. But yes, they were moving to try to stay ahead of the law.
So essentially, when it followed you to Alabama, they were close enough that they called down and said, hey, you need to go check out this family. They just moved in the midst of this investigation.
Yes, that absolutely happened. And I can tell you, remembering, Lynn was kind of stupid. She thought, we do one thing and this just all goes away. Bill was scared shitless. He wasn't, he's much more intelligent, or he was much more intelligent, at least as it pertains to kind of how things work.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a lot of fear there that they were going to go to jail. And I didn't even know, exactly what they were afraid of, or if I, was involved in all of it or not. Because separate of me, you have to understand that both of those people are criminals too, outside of trafficking me. So,
sure,
that could, muddy the water a little bit too.
So now, did you ever have any encounters with Epstein himself?
Yes. Okay. Now, and I've been very clear on this. I remember meeting Ghislaine one time, only once. The only thing that I remember about her is that she had this really nervous laugh. And when we left, Lynn and Bill were talking to each other, and both of them were creeped out by her. I can remember Jeffrey Epstein's name, and I can vaguely, and I mean just vaguely, remember him being at one of those parties, meeting him, talking to my dad. I cannot tell you what transpired in that. I have the clearer recollection of Ghislaine just because when we were driving there to make the meeting, her name being unusual, Lynn kept asking. She didn't want to screw it up. She was afraid of getting the name wrong.
Sure.
And, the reason that it stood out in my mind was that I could tell whoever this Ghislaine person was a higher person than my adoptive parents. And why that sticks out is, okay, the higher up you go, the more evil these people are. So anytime we were going to somebody that was kind of at the station of my adoptive parents, there might be some safety there. Anytime that we were going someplace where they felt as though they needed to provide respect for the people, these were elevated people. So now my adrenal glands are open. Now I'm paying attention because those are the dangerous people. I understood that from at least 8 or 9 years old on.
Okay. And so I've had inclinations, if I can share with you, that, you know, we made our way through all of the files of what they took from, you know, the properties and everything else. And I made note during my lives that they took an awful lot of servers capable of hosting dark websites and things like that. Do you think that there's a possibility, because I know that you said that one of your enlisted brothers had a video that involved you. Do you think
the
that your
coincidence of that
videos
is
could have been part of that scheme of the trading of snuff films and C-corn and things like that?
In the earlier days, absolutely it was. It had some popularity. The film that got passed around in the Army, I know which scene it was because of it being described to me. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the scene that was the most popular was the scene with me and Samantha, and the reason is we really liked each other, and we were having sex with each other offline, you know, because it's fun, and we had that same kind of interaction on film, and that it was like throwing chum in the water. It scared my adoptive family because of the popularity. So I know at least in the early days, absolutely it was in there. And I know that it still existed up until about 2009 and here's another thing. I don't know how those military guys got that film. You know, I assumed, as most people would, that they were just surfing online, stumbled across it. Now they share it. But that may or may not have been the case. I don't know how they got it.
Well, a lot of that material, you know, they say the internet is forever, and you have to remember that. Even in the early days when, you know, you have things like all of those servers hosting sites that all you need is the web address. You know, it's not a publicly disseminated address. You have to know the web address to get to the server. You have to have a password to get logged in. And then once it gets logged in, what you'll find time after time is they farm those videos, and they'll take those videos after they've farmed them, and they will put them into servers on the dark web, and they will sell them over 10,000 times over. And people, you know, we often forget that, you know, individuals like yourself, every time that video is viewed, you're re-victimized, you know, because you have to relive that moment.
It caused an incident.
So just quick interruption here, just to thank the audience. 1 million. What a big deal. Thank you all so very much for doing that for Siren, doing that for Sascha. You guys really helped with exposure today. We have 100 or 1.6K viewers. We cannot thank you enough for coming out to show some support. And just also quick interruption here, only because we're talking about the timeline, right? Whenever cohorts at his base came for, or basically went down for spreading around CSAN, that is not open to debate. It was something long before I ever knew anything or was connected personally to Sascha. You can go back and look. There exists in the archives a Denver Post article that lays it all out for you in the same year at the same base that Sascha alleges. Headline, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it's called 2 Carson Soldiers Arrested on Child Porn Charges. And it details how 2 younger 20 males, one of them named Micah, one named Michael, were both arrested, and that they were, you know, basically the charge was exploitation of minors for spreading the CSAN. And another investigator on the internet went and corroborated the conversation that Sascha alleged in their testimony that went very viral, right? Which is that Sascha was approached at the base, said that they, were recognized on one of these tapes, and it's the commanding officer. Is that correct, Michael Bayless? Is that his title?
He was a first sergeant. So your highest enlisted member is a first sergeant. I was enlisted, so typically
he said 1 million likes and there's 1,600 people watching.
Crime, even though I wasn't being charged, or if the incident or whatever it involves enlisted, first sergeant handles that. If it's an officer, if it's a lieutenant or somebody, the commander would handle that. So the person that I remember speaking to was First Sergeant Bayless. But I very likely don't remember, but did speak to the commander. I just don't have a clear recollection of it, like I do with First Sergeant Bayless, who also, to your point, talked about it. So
yeah,
said,
and that was my big point, is that another investigator reached out to Bayless on Facebook and got him, asked, confirm or deny, were you at this base during this timeline? Do you remember overhearing this conversation? And the answer was a hard yes across the board. And on top of that, Bayless also had listened to Sascha's testimony and was deeply disturbed by it, and didn't say that this was something that could. Yeah, what's up, Bunny?
Will you send that to me on the back end? I'd love to add it to my investigative file.
I'll be happy to. I've got all the files. And then on top of that, just for bonus points, what I found after I found this article was a summary disposition from 2011, okay? And the summary disposition is basically detailing Micah's appeal, right? So we can see in this summary disposition that in 2011, he had gone through a USCMJ trial for this and ultimately got punished in some way. However, we can find no other record, so we don't really know exactly what basically the sentence was.
I can speak a little bit on that.
Hush, Bunny.
So
please.
You might not be able to find much of a record because depending on how it was adjudicated, they have two different avenues. If it rises to a level that they need to get civilian authorities involved, now you've got a clear paper trail, right, through the civilian courts. If it's UCMJ, or Uniform Code of Military Justice, that's within the military. You're not going to be able to get those files from, a police report. So that doesn't mean they don't exist. There should be now if it's just an Article 15, which is a lower level of punishment, that goes away after a while. I don't know that they'll keep that. But a court martial,
they don't.
A court martial will be in some record somewhere. And if I know what his punishment was, is he got kicked out of the military. So regardless of any of the rest of it, that chapter paperwork, you get a chapter 14 or whatever, chapter 11, where they kick you out of the military, it has to say why. They can't just put because we wanted to. So it'll have the different violations that he had, but you have to request those records through the military.
And the challenge is getting them to approve that FOIA.
Yes.
Because you have to remember that typically in those situations, it's the same as we saw in the older millennial situation with the investment thing and the stuff that happened with Joffrey. You can't get that if they don't want to give it to you, right?
Right.
Because it's just between you and them, like his DUI that he got when he was on base in Japan. Nobody gets that except for him and the higher ups in the military. That's all, kind of kept under wraps.
Well, and for the record, when I found this summary disposition, it was on the DOJ's website. And I found this in on or around January the 23rd. And then I kind of put it to I followed it as long as I could, right, and hit a brick wall and kept it moving to something else. And then a couple weeks later, I was on a TikTok live in which Sascha's name got brought up, and I was just listening. And it occurred to me that I hadn't even spoken about the summary disposition that I had found yet. So I get up on the panel, I explain what I had found, I go to look for it. I go to see who the last person or the last time I engaged with it, and it was to my co-investigator, Kate. And I saw, I sent it to her on this date, January the 23rd or whatever. Looked at it since, and it live in real time on camera on this panel, I go to click the link removed from the DOJ website. And I panicked because I couldn't remember if I had screenshot it or not. And then I was like, why the hell would this document that's existed since 2011 in the last couple of weeks, like since, Sascha's story started to come out public, why did it disappear from that website? It was really weird to me.
It disappeared because it was originally released under the cover of public interest. They usually will do that the same as they do with like the clergy in the Catholic Church and things like that. It's a way to kind of take the edge off
Sascha is
for
bored.
the public's
You're
outrage
so
over
right.
it. But once Sascha came out with their story and started providing that information, and
bro, she even talks like Lisa.
They pulled that document to keep it from being found by others.
Interesting.
Whoops.
Sasha's like, snore.
Let's go, but that's in the world.
Right, this will easily
The
go down
point
as
is-
one of the world's largest cover-ups
Oh
ever.
my God.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And the
so
whole
what-
point
let
of going through the
Sascha
minutia
talk.
of all of that is, again, just to add a little bit of substantiation, some corroboration to Sascha's testimony. I mean, these are, again, artifactory.
People are
items
saying in the
that show
chat,
that
let
this
Sascha
did,
talk.
At minimum, right? The base of Sascha's claim happened in the timeline that they
Sascha!
say, in the year that they say, the base that they mentioned.
Everybody's saying, let Sascha talk.
Down in the audience, the names would be, don't be sorry at all. The two names of the perps would be Micah with an H, Micah Rochet, Rochet, and Michael Morris. The names of these two individuals.
Spell the Rochade again. R-O.
Yeah, we want to have. People are saying we want to hear from
And then that
Sascha
Denver
while we
Post
have
article,
them.
Again, 2 Carson soldiers arrested on child porn charges.
Okay.
And it's altogether possible. It's more than possible. The group of people that was sharing that was much larger than the one person that got in trouble in my unit. So, they may have been distributing and doing all of this stuff. Maybe that's where the soldier in my unit that got very likely UCMJ action, got picked up in that. But yes, there was a whole thing. It was a large investigation. That's why I got pulled in. Typically, on something that's not as big of a deal, commander and first sergeant just handle that. Soldier gets disciplined. That's the end of the story. But I do know that, and this is a limited recollection. We're talking 15-year-old memories or so, that it was a process that happened over time because the soldier that got put out in my unit, initially they knew that he had some of that while he was deployed, and we came home, or they came home. I missed that deployment. I had a broken leg. And then that investigation, went through its process, and he was put out of the military. So yes, that's probably all the same investigation involving the same incident, just, different people.
Do you know, you would know. Did they send you, after they found that video of you, did they send you for any psychiatric care where there would be a record in your military? They didn't do anything to assist you?
No. It wasn't the focal point of that investigation. I was just an ancillary confirmation of the age of the participants in the film, because I can recall the conversation that First Sergeant Bayless and I had. I get called into the commander's office.
Isn't that crazy that you were there?
And when you get called into the commander's
and
office,
they put it together that it was you?
They don't want to, give you a hug and, anything like that.
What were you thinking?
You're usually in trouble. So I walk in, a little upset. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on. I didn't do it. And, First Sergeant Bayless he's no, you're not in trouble. And I can remember him blushing and saying, we have got some video evidence of child sexual abuse material, and the images of one of the actors in there looks like you. And I can remember pausing because I didn't know, what to say next. And I said, okay, yes, it probably is me. Or initially he said, have you ever made a movie with a black girl? And I said, you know, I kind of knew where that was going. And he then said that second statement, we have found this. And after that, there was a pause, you know, while I kind of collect myself a little bit. You know, this is the first time that I've spoken about this publicly, you know, and I just said, yes, you know, I had to do those things when I was a child. And he said, well, you're not in any trouble. We just need to know about how old you were when you did that.
That's crazy.
And I could remember close enough that I was about 11 or 12 when I filmed that film with Samantha.
God.
And it was the only time that I recall being filmed with an African-American girl.
Okay. So I know that you said that during the filming period that they were doing the CSAM with you guys and the C-Corn, that 3 women, and I'm choosing my words very carefully because of the TikTok, but that 3 young ladies involuntarily expired in your presence. And I think people are really curious as to what happened to the remains. Can you tell us a little bit more about how those scenes played out?
How many more times?
Okay, so I was around quite a bit of death. As from my perspective,
come on!
I was forced to do cleanup. So from the blood and stuff like that, I took care of that. But as far as removal of the victims and how they were disposed of, I don't know. I do know that at one point during one of those shoots, there was a small backhoe. And I didn't see them bury anybody. I don't know. To me, that's probably, you know, it's got to be what they were using. So they just take the bodies, the remains out, use the backhoe, dig the hole, and get rid of them.
Sure.
So that is, I never, other than Samantha, I cannot recall having anything to do with the disposal of the remains. With Samantha, who my adoptive parents paid for the privilege of committing that crime, I was the one that dug the hole at gunpoint.
Oh my goodness.
Sascha, she was really
And we do
special
love
to you,
the
right?
TikTok shop, just FYI.
We do
love the TikTok shop, especially the unit-free disposable face towel.
Don't forget to
Thank you,
check out my
TikTok.
TikTok shop, The Baked Bunny. Visit my TikTok shop. Get your coffee mugs. Don't forget to get your stuff. We love TikTok shop.
Sorry, I just
Yeah,
wanted to
sometimes,
point
Sascha,
out
you
that,
just got to say silly stuff like that in case we might overstep terms of service. Pardon me.
You're fine.
No, I just wanted to say I know that she was really important to you. Was she the one that you got the tattoo for?
Yes.
Okay. It's a beautiful tattoo. It's absolutely beautiful. It's really sweet. And I just wanted to point that out, that like this was someone who was important to you. This was someone who meant a lot to you. And, you know, just sit with the gravity of that for a moment, you know.
She did more to try to protect me than really anyone that I can remember from my childhood. So she was a little bit older than me. I was in the area of 10 to 12, and she was more like 15 or 16. And she ran that brothel that she was forced to work in. She had some privileges that the rest of the people that worked there or were enslaved there, if you want to say it like it really is. But she did what she could to try to look out for people. And that wasn't much, but she tried, you know, and she did a lot to help me navigate the kind of the pitfalls of that existence for survival. So she didn't have to. You know, she could have been a totally different person, but she chose to.
So I noted that the target of this, because we've talked about how JE was really just kind of a small cog in the whole machine, and that DT was a little bit higher up on the food chain. He had a little bit more greater connections. And I noted
still
that
think he's
the target victim
a
seemed
high
to be
roller.
the forgotten child. Did anybody ever come looking for Samantha afterwards?
Here's an interesting thing with Samantha. We lived in a duplex at the time in Enterprise, Alabama, on Gilbert Street, if my memory is correct. And our duplex neighbors called the police because they heard screaming. Now, the police did an investigation that included the FBI. There were some interesting things. If we could get that investigation, that would be really interesting, because there was blood found in the room where they used to store us. It was like a little storage room. I don't even think it had a window, but it was a very small room. They used to lock us in there. And they found Samantha's blood in there. They found blood. It didn't match anybody in the house, but they did find that. And before the serious torture started, all Samantha had was a little plastic bag with like one change of clothes, a pair of shorts and a shirt maybe, when they got her. So they needed to get some clothes and stuff for her. And one of the people at a shoe store remembered us. We kind of stood out a little bit because we really liked each other a lot. We were laughing and giggling and having a good time. And it was just something that she kind of noticed more so than another person would have, because she was also an African American, also a slender lady.
She said involuntarily expired.
Sammy was very slight of build, so black and white, and we were laughing and giggling and having a good time.
Involuntary.
And being in South Alabama where racism was rampant.
Oh yeah.
So the conversation just yesterday about that. It probably, and this is just my speculation, probably really stood out because here kids are getting it right. We're just laughing, giggling, having a great time, and this adult probably has a much different experience in many instances with white people, particularly in 80s Alabama. I can tell you that the little hardware store in New Brockton, Alabama that I used to hang out at because, home sucked, but they had a back door, and the old black people, some of them would stand behind the back door with their hat over their heart and not making eye contact and ask if it was okay to come in. So if you want to know how racist it was, that's how racist it was in some ways.
I'm going to interject really fast, just because I want to ask you, Sascha, how you're feeling right now. Do you need to take a bathroom break? Do you need to take a drink break? Do you need some water? Do you need anything at all? Because we've been going for almost 3 hours. Has it been 3 hours already?
Yeah, we're right at 3 hours.
When we started, I was over here.
You started a little later.
Throw the phone through the wall because I couldn't get it to do any of the things that I wanted.
I'm not trying to interrupt anybody. I just want to make sure you're doing okay and you don't need to take a break, because we can pause for a minute. We can, if you need to do anything.
Let's pause for just 5 minutes, and I wouldn't mind a bathroom break. I'm not desperate, but I could use one.
No, that's not a problem at all. And I know that we have some other people that want to ask some questions and want to chat. So, and I'm sorry for cutting you off, Bunny. I think you're brilliant. I hope we can chat.
Sascha really carries themselves really well. I'd be a wreck if this shit. That's the thing too, and that's why they are so cavalier with fucking them up, is because it helps, because then later, most likely, they'll all just turn to drugs and they'll fucking, fall off the face of the map and not be coherent like Sascha.
Title VI, Title IX, 1983, 1985. So quite well versed in building, those back timelines and things like that. And I would love the opportunity to work with you to kind of build back your timeline and see if maybe we can locate some of these places, because there may be evidence there that would lend credence. And I would love to be able to do that.
I was relying on lease to procure that, and it wasn't that I was refusing to do it. It was
Back
at
to
her
Lisa.
behest. She
Right.
wanted to have control over that. And to be perfectly honest with you, I didn't want to do it. You know, I have less of a problem communicating just like we're doing right now than I do with going to the organizations and requesting. There's just some sort of psychological barrier there for me. I don't want to do it. It's not
normal.
that I can't. I just feel like that's going back to the abuse in a weird way.
It's perfectly normal. And I just want to make sure before, because I'll go ahead and drop down so that some other people can ask questions. I know there's a lot of people waiting. I just want to make sure that you are doing what you need to for your mental health and everything like that. Do you have people you can talk to? Do you have somebody that you're working with to help you process through all of this? It's a lot.
Sort of.
Okay.
Well, I think that between all of us, we can certainly come up with some extra resources in case you need them. You know, just
I am a mental health professional, so I'm here for you.
Oh, there we go. There we go, right there. Well, thank you so
Right.
much for letting me ask you some questions, Sascha. I do have a ton more that I would love to ask you, and I look forward to the opportunity, of being able to kind of help you build that case, because there is a bill before Congress, and we need to remember that they are still pushing
What are you guys
to
talking
remove that.
about? What are you talking about? Bills? The fuck are you talking about, dude?
I think that
Lisa Voldang Jr. over here, bro.
Be one of those catalysts to help do that, so that
Fucking
maybe
talking about bills.
In your case, it definitely.
If we just voted Kamala, this wouldn't have happened,
I
guys.
appreciate that sentiment, and I'd like to jump on and make a point too towards that end. I have talked to at least one other survivor that was in the same boat as me. That the floodgates didn't really open until almost to the 40s or in the 40s. So sometimes, depending on the abuse that was suffered in childhood, it can take that long to just even for those memories to surface. Now, I had some recollection of.
Her name's also Bunny Billionaire, which drives me crazy.
But the clear picture didn't really start happening until my early 40s. So, for what that's worth, I kind of think that if particularly if it's filmed, why should there be a statute of limitations for something that's on film? And I have that question even for my adoptive father. I know for a fact I'm on film. It's been verified. So
The government has it in their possession.
They do?
That's the bottom line, is they have that in their possession.
I
They've
think there's
elected-
several copies across the globe.
Absolutely.
Somebody has it. That's the point, is that somebody has it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, the UK, the Met Police just went to Congress asking for the full unredacted files about 10 days ago, I believe. So
let's let Sascha please go to the ballot.
Yeah, and Bunny, sign off.
Bunny, thank you for being here,
Bye.
and I'm definitely going to make sure that Sascha.
Good luck. Adios. Let Sascha fucking talk their shit, okay?
Maybe we can add her to the Signal chat, and maybe we can share resources and share.
Maybe.
I don't have Signal.
Okay.
I barely
Kid
got on
Bunny.
the Discord, okay?
Just kidding.
I don't care either way, but I'm
We'll
just
make
saying,
sure and get you looped in, put you in a Discord about it or whatever. But
Absolutely.
We're all working together here, Bunny, and thank you for being here tonight.
And Tapley, are you familiar with Acorn? I'm mutuals with Acorn. She's building out.
I am very, very familiar with Acorn,
Awesome.
and we should definitely have Acorn come up to do her demo towards the end of the show for sure.
Absolutely. I
Demo.
think it
Yeah.
all builds into the same thing. And,
I have a friend who's building a fucking case file for a new bill.
given me a follow as well as Fallout.
I did.
That's literally what Lisa was saying. We're going to make a case file and bring it to the FBI.
Like I say in my lives, the only way we're going to get something done about this is if we, as the general public, stand up and say, absolutely not.
Bye,
this
Bunny
is not going to
Billionaire.
stand. What the is wrong with y'all? Like, are
gotta
we
go
in the
10-1.
upside down world right now? Because no, this isn't going to stand. And we see the pressure building. That's why we see all of these files. And if you ask me, I'm a skeptic. I think that the DOJ duplicated a lot of those files in the Epstein releases simply to muddy the waters and throw people off the tracks. They didn't bank on people like you and I to sit down and figure out that we can change the page number at the end of it and see all those pages that they think they're hiding from us. They didn't think we'd figure out how to screen record this stuff so that when you take it away, we still have it, right? They're hoping that it'll all just go away. And in a normal world where they desensitize us to it and they make it mainstream, it would just go away. But you are talking about a level of depravity that nearly, and I say nearly because we know there is a sect out there that does not care, but nearly every single functioning human says this is not right. And we
functioning is the operative word there.
Functioning, critical thinking skills apparently are in short supply these days.
That was literacy, I think, in this country as well.
emotional
But that's another
intelligence.
topic. Yeah, emotional intelligence
yes.
for sure. Yeah, and you know, the bottom line is we are really never going to get to the full bottom of anything until they release the rest of it. Truthfully,
Yes.
So if anyone, to me, at this point, you don't have the right to come at a survivor.
Bye, Bunny.
You don't have
Yo, this lady is a rat.
won't allow it. But number two, because you don't know what else is out there. You don't know what other evidence is out there to corroborate.
All we need is a couple thousand Luigis in the same day.
There's way more than just the files. Like people, the resources out there that actually have the information that we need to connect the dots are not in the files. The files need to just be a reference point from what we find elsewhere.
Yeah.
And we also
people are
have
doing it the opposite way, and that isn't working.
And we also have to remember that we have to quit pigeonholing it to just JE. He was just a cog in the whole machine. Right. You have Nygaard up in Canada, who was the Epstein of Canada. You know, we already know about Ehud Barak. Right, Al-Fayed. We know about Ehud
The Sultan of Brunei and his dastardly brother, Prince Jeffrey.
The Alexander brothers. I mean, it just reaches so deep and across and people keep wanting to just pigeonhole it to JE and to America and the U.S. Virgin Islands, when the reality is that is such a small portion of what's going on globally. And we're not going to stop it globally until we start turning these people over one by one and breaking up their schemes.
Okay,
and until we stop giving them our money.
Ta-ta!
Yo. If you want to go ahead and drop me down, Savage.
Your
thank you so much for letting me take over.
You're the best.
Bye, Bunny.
We'll hook up for sure. We'll all do that after here, and we'll make sure everybody's connected and has each other's contact information.
Awesome. And I
but thank you so much for coming up here. Your questions have been so insightful and really well thought out. So I just really appreciate that.
Absolutely. Let me know if you want any.
Very cop-like.
For a really long time. I know how to create those safe spaces.
I'm more of I've been a performer for a really long time. I sing jazz music.
Shut the fuck up, everybody, please.
And be on here and not feel weird or self-conscious, you know? But yeah, we'll hook up definitely. I'm always happy to learn. I think if you stop learning, you stop living, in my opinion. But
you do.
But anyway, we'll see you later, and we'll get someone else up here.
Bunny, what do you say we maybe do 2 more, then kind of hand the stage back off, like kind of do final words and all of that? We don't want to keep Sascha here for like.
No, I mean, yeah, we don't want to go crazy until for 7 hours. But is there anyone that you know, hun, that really wants to like, and maybe we'll keep them to like 2 questions each for now?
Yes,
so
please. If you do come up, you're maxed out at 2 questions, and that's not because Bunny asked a lot. It's just literally you're not going to compete with Bunny. She's so good at this, and so anyway. So I think as far as who I knew was in the queue, do you still have That's No K? Named Alex?
That's No K, Alex, or Alex? That's
or just
no
That's No K. It should just be called That's No K.
I follow them, so I know what they look like. I'm not seeing them right now. There's a huge list.
Who else you got? Just read them off, and I'll.
I definitely have. I have Anne on here. I didn't know if she wanted to come up. Troy, you would know more than I would. I have Terry Taylor. Terry Taylor, I don't know who that is. Savvy Scalpel. Nisa Turner Gallum, Melissa.
Just
G7.
get a random. Come on.
I'm not sure who you spoke to that one.
Anyone will ask a good question. Come on.
There's nobody that I'm hearing that I'm very aware of. I mean, I know Acorn is here. She's going to do a demo of something really cool that's related to all of this, but let's save her.
This is going to be some Mela Luca shit at the end.
The question thing and more of a demonstration of a very cool investigative tool that she's been working on. And
Sascha, I can see Sasha's fucking spirit leaving his body right now.
somebody who knows me, send me a red heart in the chat so I can
Sue,
see you
you're
if you're trying
Feral
to get up.
America?
Just let someone
Is that really
dog.
Sue Sell? Is that who?
That sounds right.
I just saw that she was.
do we
I
have
thought she.
Sue?
Do we have?
Pick a fucking person so we can all go to bed.
We love Sue.
Yeah, we do. I thought someone said.
Just let Sascha talk. Well, we don't need questions. Someone said this feels disorganized.
I don't know what her handle is on here. Honestly, I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Sue's one of the Buster Talks. Isn't that Sue?
Buster Talks is Sue.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm fairly sure, unless I'm mistaken. I'm not seeing it, but that's the one that I know of that she.
Okay, and I do see a Diava Talks as well.
I need Becca to interview
he'd be great to
him.
have up for a question or two.
Okay.
Please, Becca, talk to Sascha.
And then we'll
pick
go
someone.
From there. Where are you? Did you request up Diava? Let me see. Oh,
She's
there's
right there
Sue.
in the chat.
Is that
Oh,
Sue?
Thank
Where
God.
is she? I'm gonna grab her.
Oh, she was just up and then got and dropped. Who was? And by the way, to people in the chat, yes, this is kind of disorganized. This all came together today in the last few hours, so do not you dare not. Our wonderful hostess, all right? Everybody's doing their best.
This feels disorganized.
Please feel free to invite us to your Sascha Riley Live.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
truly, we literally, like, Troy and I tried to start.
Yeah, no, I love that they're doing this. I love these guys. I'm glad that they're doing this. It is hard to interview people. I fucking did a whole bunch of yapping too when I first started doing it. I'm still bad at it.
I'm also not used to having a bunch of guests. You know,
We
normally
lost
when
Sue.
I do my lives, I do them by myself. Here you are, finally.
But you know what? The most important thing is that Sascha is here live and, you know.
We wouldn't know.
AI.
That's right.
Okay, so we've got Diava Talks on here.
Hi, Diava.
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Hi, lovely.
Great to have you. What's on your mind?
Oh, thank you so much. It's great. It's
We're gonna get a 10-minute diatribe about this person now.
Sascha, you're incredibly brave, and we're incredibly proud of you. I know all of this has to be really hard, or has been very hard for you.
my
I also
God,
just wanted to offer my
No, please just ask a question.
10,000 followers. If you want to join my live sometime to maybe get your story out there a little bit further and wider, I go live every single day, literally 7 days a week from 4 to 7 p.m. Eastern. But I'm willing to work around that if you'd like. So I think that your story is important to get out in light of the fact of what the DOJ and the FBI and literally everybody involved has been doing in keeping this covered up.
Question.
So I wanted to offer that to you.
Question.
If you would like. No pressure, obviously.
Question.
But just wanted to offer you that since I do have a little bit bigger of a platform. And I'm not bragging. I'm just...
Oh, my God.
I understand.
I just want to get it out there to more people. That's all. The question, I missed this part of and I've been here since the beginning.
Oh my God.
And I'm sorry if you said it.
Oh my God.
But what was Lisa, or what was her relationship with you? Like, I heard the issues and stuff, but I don't think that, like, for those of us that came in that didn't know who she was prior, who was she?
She was just somebody that reached out
Lock
through the
in.
internet. And
Everyone shut the fuck up.
Made contact initially through the internet. Then we had a couple of telephone conversations and a bunch of traffic back and forth through like WhatsApp. So she was just somebody that represented herself as having
WhatsApp user,
journalistic, political connections, and some background in survivor advocacy.
Connections to the Clintons.
From what was being presented to me, it looked like a perfect fit. Plus, I had the desire to leave the United States at that time because here I'm saying these same things over and over and over again, trying to get somebody to pay attention. And it's very obvious that the system wasn't trying to hear it. So I thought, okay, if this is a person that has some outside reach, you know, political connections and things like that, perhaps it's a case where I'm just not being taken seriously because I'm just, you know, I'm just a person out there saying things on the internet, you know, along with 8 billion other people, you know.
Right.
And that's something important for the audience to know. I don't think we've touched on that tonight. Sascha has been talking publicly. You can go back and look at their Facebook. What is it? As far back as 2019, 2020? And we see you.
2020, yes. And even prior to that, even prior to putting it on the Facebook, I had a Twitter account. And I didn't have a huge account. I think it was somewhere around 37,000 followers at the end there. Maybe 34,000. I don't remember. 30-something thousand. I had been talking about some of this stuff on Twitter as well, even prior to what I posted on Facebook. So it's been a number of years I've been talking.
Did Lisa share any of the funds from the interview of the paywall, like the paywall interviews?
No. And that was real point of contention for me. In my belief system, you cannot profit from the suffering of others. You can profit from labor. You can profit from intellectual property. You can sell an item or whatever. That's all fine. But you cannot position yourself to profit from suffering. And some people would say, well, it's your story. Yes, but I'm not the only one in it. Right. So,
So
that was a huge thing for me.
She exploited your vulnerabilities.
To a degree,
it sounds like.
Absolutely.
Well, that's shameful. Are you suing her, or are you just trying to keep your distance from her?
Part of me wants to, just because I think this is a pattern of behavior for her, and
it is.
I think that she needs a wake up call, but no, probably. I won't say definitively that I am absolutely not going to take her to a courtroom. I will say if she gets ignorant and tries to get law enforcement involved for any reason, she's going to lose, because I still got all those screenshots of the stuff she just deleted. So
well, and you have whatever. Welcome to. I can send you all those documents like in a file or something, so you have those just in case too. I did a deep dive on my Substack about her and kind of like her history, and I'm still looking. There's enough that I'm still looking.
There isn't much that I don't know about her, and she has threatened to sue me quite a few times. So I will be taking legal action myself.
Well, Discovery should be lit.
Bring it on.
Oh boy.
And I hope she hears that, because I'm serious.
And I think that was my next question for you, is that
Lisa
do you
is
think
a cook.
that Trump himself not coming after you is simply because of Discovery, or that's why other people are doing it, kind of circumventing the directness of it coming from him directly?
Yes, he can't take me into a courtroom. He can't. My dad can't take me into a courtroom. Now, Jim Jordan might be able to. Andy Big might, because Discovery might not destroy them.
He's honest about that.
For the fact that they are both sitting on a committee after I have named them as defendants. You know,
that would be a problem.
It should be a problem. You know, and I did this 5 years ago, so I have mentioned all of the same names because when the memories came forward, like I said, I remember vaguely Mitch McConnell being there. I think that I remember vaguely Chuck Grassley being there. At these parties.
Bro, you know these are true. Why else would they be there? Oh, fuck.
To go with it to do anything. But these same names.
He just said
These
Chuck
same
Grassley
5 names I've
and
been
Mitch
talking about
McConnell
for
were
at least
he thinks were there, but he's not 100%
6,
sure.
7 years at a minimum. So it's been the same ones.
And that's why I think they all cover for each other, and which is why they keep them in their positions of power. I think they all have dirt on each other.
Oh,
so
yeah.
none
Yeah,
of
these
them
questions
can
are
turn
better.
on Trump. No one can turn on each other. Because they all have freaking dirt on.
So where it cut out, he said, I think Chuck Grassley was there, and I think that who else did I just say? Mitch McConnell was there.
Because they're all going to get blown up. And they know.
Well, and it's exactly the reason we saw Jeffrey Epstein, right? Go down, quote unquote, the way he did in West Palm Beach. You had Acosta, you had Dershowitz, you had all of these individuals from, the federal government dimming down what was meant originally to be an FBI RICO case, and they dimmed it down to 2 state charges, the most egregious being soliciting prostitution from a minor, which is an absurd charge in and of itself. But
well, not only that, but
exactly.
Pam Bondi was the Attorney General of Florida when most of this was going down.
Well, to be accurate, she was AG in 2011, and by that point, Epstein was already a free man. That isn't to say, that she wasn't part of like that ether and couldn't have had tangential connection, but she did not actually become AG until early 2011.
She probably knew about it because she was working there, but she wasn't the one that made any decisions. Correct? That's what I know, is that she didn't really she wasn't in charge of anything, but you bet your bottom dollar she freaking knew something. Of course. She had to have. That's insane not to believe that.
If they didn't know, they know now because they've seen the unredacted files, which is exactly why I believe Dan Bongino bolted so fast as the deputy director of the FBI, because he saw those files and literally within a day or two, he's out. He's back on his podcast because he was drumming the beat. He made money. Him and Kash Patel both made money on their podcasts by just nonstop talking about the e-files.
Come on.
Until they got a hold of them and got to actually see them. And Kash Patel, he knows.
Mm-hmm.
They made all their money, all their following on how they're going to expose all these evil Democrats, right, that are in here. And now that he's seen them, he's even more complicit. But I will at least give a small, eensy-weensy, tiny, and I mean the tiniest amount of credit for Dan Bongino for dipping. But what I think he should have done was expose what he saw instead of dipping. But
then again, I will say that I'm not giving that person an accolade ever.
Danny DeVito.
But but I will say that I imagine it was a rock and hard place situation.
Silence.
For sure. I'm sure that he was threatened. I'm sure that he had to sign NDAs. I'm sure that there was a lot of things that went on behind the scenes before he left.
But look,
and obviously that scared him so it had to have been
here
something.
right now under threat, and we're doing what we're doing, so he really doesn't have any excuse.
Yeah, agreed. You're either willing to take the risk or you're not. And I know some people have a lot more to lose in these situations too. You go, I'm not going to trash anybody who walks away from it for their own mental health, for family, for serious threats. I'm not ever going to do that. I know you wouldn't, Sascha. I just feel like, but unfortunately, if everyone does that and nobody ever speaks up, then we're going to continue to be right here where we are with no justice and no release of the files. And for me, like, there was a lot of back and forth between Troy and I before we did this because there was a lot of shady stuff.
Let Sascha talk.
Freaked out, and I was like, I am a little freaked out, but at the same time,
please,
what are you going to take from me? I can't afford groceries anyway. Like, what are you? I have a car that's a lease. What are you going to take from me? Like,
$7 for a gallon.
Bring it on, man. So
do you think, Sascha, and I'm gonna word this carefully.
Yes, Sascha question.
Do you think that Jeffrey went out the way they said he went out?
Do I think it was
self-harm?
No.
Okay.
No. I wasn't there, so I would, as a guy that's a math nerd, I would give that much less than 1% probability.
Do you know who was there? Nick.
Who's that?
Nick Tartaglione. Yeah, so I think that question really should be asked to Jessica Reed Krause. Just
that
saying.
lady.
Ding ding.
So, Diava, if you want to do one more question, then we'll bring up Sue Sell just for timing. It's been going so long, and I don't want to burn Sascha out.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and that's the only reason why I offered myself to you, Sascha, was because I think more people need to hear this.
Chill.
I appreciate it.
And so that, you know, like I said, but I had one more question. And you may have already covered this, but I've had to step away a couple of times to do something with my kids, but I always come back and I've been listening the whole time. Do you think that Virginia went out the way they said she did?
I would give that a higher probability than the scant, less than 1%. But do I believe she did that? No, I do not. I don't. She was about to drop, and she was about to make everything public, and she was fighting all along. So why she would do that right before her book came out? The timing is definitely.
Frozen? Oh! Did you hear? She asked if he thinks that Virginia did it.
It's
killed
odd.
herself, and he said no.
I'm really a writer more than I ever have been like a journalist or an investigator. And I read her book from cover to cover, and something never sat right with me about it. It's not that I didn't believe her words or what she was saying. It's that the writing seemed off. It seemed like it was pieced together, as if a different voice was writing part of it than the other part, as if that makes sense. Like a different writer was writing it. I feel like there are things that were probably removed because she had already passed. She didn't have the say that she did when she was alive. And so it was taken over by the ghostwriter and obviously whoever was in charge of the estate. And what I believe is that a lot of things were removed after she passed.
But let's also be clear. I'm very disturbed by the fact, I'm going to say it out loud, okay? Straight up. I believe that Virginia ultimately changed her story. And I believe that she did it for her own protection. And the reason that I think that is because, I mean, again, in the Epstein files, you have these two predators privately emailing each other, the dog that hasn't barked thing, right? Where Epstein himself says that he saw Virginia unattended with Donald Trump for hours at his property, right? With Maxwell more or less agreeing. Then and this is right after Virginia first goes public in 2011. And when she does go public, she says that Donald Trump flirted with her before, that she saw him, like at the property, whatever, like not on the clock at Mar-a-Lago. And then a couple of months later, you have a private conversation between Epstein and you have a conversation between his private investigator. And the email is simply Epstein saying, before I reach out to Trump, is there any other option? Right? As if there's some kind of a containment narrative happening. And then when she actually gets formally deposed, and forgive me, I can't remember if that was 2015 or 2016. I don't have that in front of me. But she's actually asked the question about the flirtation comment that she made. And she says that that she didn't say that and it wasn't true, more or less. Again, that's like a soft quote. But at that point, she completely changes her own narrative and has consistently said ever since that Donald Trump did nothing. She saw nothing related to Donald Trump, et cetera, and so on. And I'm just not buying it. And with everything that we know about Donald Trump, with everything that we know about his penchant for consistently paying women into silence, right? Or threatening them, et cetera. That's why I think that. But that's pure supposition for entertainment purposes. That's not me saying that I can prove that. That's just them's the receipts
you love your
for
life.
me. And I love my life.
I do have
Everybody, we all love our lives. Nobody's planning on doing anything, just to be clear about that. I also want to point out that there was a survivor, one of the ones that was in the video ad that they did during the Super Bowl. She has curly hair, but her name is escaping me right now. Gorgeous little girl. She was on, I want to say it was MS Now, and she almost slipped up. They asked the question, don't you think Donald Trump would have known if there were these kinds of parties at his place? And she almost admitted it. And then she goes, well, I can't really talk about that.
Okay, so there's one thing that I should need to say, because I have a special relationship with some of the survivors outside of Sascha as well.
God,
and when it comes to Virginia, it's a lot deeper than what people realize, and people will know the truth soon. That being said, I think a lot of the focus
dude,
when
Sasha's never gonna fucking trust anyone.
Royal House.
Sasha's never gonna fucking come here.
A lot of it is traced back to Andrew, Fergie. I wouldn't say Antonia Marshall, but I mean, some involvement there, at least knowledge of, and Lady Victoria Hervey. Just look at all of the claims that have been made against her, especially the photo, which has been proven.
But like, Sascha can't fucking talk about this stuff. Like,
again, I've mentioned Ann Cheever. She does such an excellent job. She's been following this for so long. She's the most knowledgeable person on this subject. And
we gotta friend up Sascha, bro.
A lot of, I'm trying to find a way to say this without giving.
You could save it for later. I love you guys.
Look towards
I'm
the
so glad
UK
that you did this, but
when
like,
it comes to Virginia,
come on,
and
man.
there'll be some things that you find.
Well, and again, like, we're all going to work with each other, and I know that we're all sharing pretty much what we find with Sascha too. I know that for me, I'm going to make sure that
fuck
is saved and downloaded.
Stupid ass OBS, bro.
And from what I understand, we're all going to share these things for free. That's what Sascha wants. So let's just make sure we're on the same page with that. I know people are getting anxious in the chat because they want to hear more from Sascha.
Yes.
I see a lot of people yelling at us.
Yep,
So do you have a talks? I'm gonna bring up Sue Sell to ask a couple of questions after I let Sascha say what, if there's anything Sascha wants to say, they can say that. Okay.
Thank you for coming on, Miss Steva.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Thank you so much.
We'll definitely hook up. I followed you back, so we'll all connect with each other.
Great.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then Siren, let's go with this final question. Alex, if you're there,
This is
that's
Sascha
okay.
Riley.
I will totally have you up too. You're such a trusted creator here. So please feel free to get in the queue. Then we will bring up our chat mod, Viper Vicky, so you guys can gift her for all of her hard work. And then we're going to show you one demo from a friend of ours, okay?
No.
All right.
Okay. And is there, just to take a little second, is there anything, Sascha, else that you feel like you want people to know about you, your situation, what's going on right now? Like I said before, how to help you. Is there anything you want the people to know?
I'm good for now. I may have some requests after I get settled in, you know.
No problem. No problem.
I feel as though as this has developed, there are more people coming into the situation with good intentions. You know, there have been several people that have tried to attach themselves to this, even outside of me.
This is a live.
for all
There's no
kinds of
scrolling
purposes
back.
that have nothing to do with justice. So I really feel as though there are
You can
more
scroll back
people
on my video.
getting involved with
Hit
this,
J a
just
couple
wanting
times.
justice. And one thing I want people to know, if Bill Clinton is in those files, he needs to be prosecuted as well. It is not a right side, left side, blue
Let's
team,
go.
red team. I don't give a damn
Let's go.
who it is.
Yeah.
I don't care if Jesus Christ is in those
Oh!
files. Go get him. You know,
Honestly, if I found out my dad was in the files, I'd send him to prison.
I
I would.
There's got to be something, right?
Right.
You know,
Well, you have to have a moral line because it's not political. That's the problem. People
Right.
keep making it political. It's moral. It's not political.
And I want people to know that starting out, I would have been one of those people that was conservatively minded, maybe progressive in some regards, but probably leaning more towards the red team. It was the handling of the different cases and allegations against Donald Trump that had pushed me from independent, that would have voted for a Republican if I believed in them, did vote more Democrat than Republican, but to where I'm at now. So it's, you know, I get accused a lot of being some sort of I don't know, plant or whatever.
Libtard, shill,
Oh, God.
whatever nonsense that they throw at. Oh my God. And you know, most of them are bots too.
I wasn't even political until Trump came along. You know, I was a person that kind of sat on the sideline for most of it. So,
well, and I think that you have every right to argue or have your own opinions and argue about what's going on with the military and the war, because you were a part of that world. You know that world. You understand it like probably none of us here would ever understand it. So, I mean, your opinions are your opinions, and quite frankly, I don't honestly think they lean either way. I think they lean towards reasonable and logical.
And that's kind of what I wish we would all do. You know, it shouldn't be red team or blue team. It should be the most qualified person. It should be a diverse group of thoughts. But right now what we have is just pointing at each other with our little crocodile tears, and this other team won't do anything for the American people. And the other team saying the same thing. The truth is nobody's doing anything, really, all that much for the American people. Yeah. They're helping themselves to, you know, all kinds of millions insider trading. And that is both sides, both the blue
Sasha's
team and
the
the
real
red team.
deal,
and
bro.
I question if maybe the pedophile ring is centered more one way than the other, but with all of them stealing money, nobody can really say a whole lot.
It's hard. It's hard right now. I'm going to pivot to That's Not Okay. I've seen your work. I already follow you. So welcome. I hope we can keep in touch after this, because I think you do great work.
No preamble.
And if you want to ask a few questions to Sascha, and Sascha, you're comfortable with that, then yeah, we'll keep it moving.
And real quick, Siren, I'm going to go ahead and load in just those final couple of people. That way we don't have to worry about it, and then they'll just sit on mute. It's people I trust.
You're the best. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you guys so much for having me. Appreciate it. And thank you, Sascha, for doing this. It's really great to hear from you.
Here we go.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah. We've been following your story closely.
How many fucking people are we adding?
Honored to get to speak to you. I just have one question that's just want to keep it brief so other people can come up. But I don't know if you've seen the files where it's mentioning this girl's story where she is speaking about horse stalls, and that there's short walls on the side that they were keeping these girls in underground. I don't know if you've come across that.
Oh my God, there's like 10 people in here.
I have read parts of it, but I may not be as familiar as some other people.
What the fuck is... Oh, it froze again.
No, I just was curious if you had, and you know, in light of your story talking about being on the farm and all that, if that, you know,
they've added
resonated
like
with
fucking
you,
50
or
people in this
had
bitch.
any connection with your story at all.
Not exactly the same, but we used to call it a pick'em line. So if there were however many children there were, you had to stand in a line, and those people got to choose, you know, their victim. So I did something similar, and that is one thing that has been consistent throughout all of this, is to see, you know, the similarities between the different stories, between the different situations. You know, there are differences, but yeah, we experienced, myself, Patricia, Samantha, Sarah experienced similar things to that. Yes. I don't remember specifically being in horse stalls or anything like that, but you have to understand these people, they're rich.
Bro, they just
these are
added
farms.
6 people.
There's going to be some horse stalls and things like that. So,
right. Yeah, no, just when we had gone through her story, it to me reminded me a lot of, you know, hearing your story. So I wanted to bring that up because I thought, you know, it did lend some credence and corroboration in a way.
Thank you for bringing that point out. I appreciate it.
Nope. Thanks for having me up, guys. Appreciate it. I'll let the next person
come up.
Alex, what a pleasure.
Thanks.
And then
Thanks,
just
I'm not
quick
okay.
announcement for the chat. Please, for reasons that are none of your business, Acorn absolutely must not accept gifts. So please do not gift Acorn while they're up on the panel, okay? And we're going to go rapid fire. Everybody gets one question. I think Farrell is who we were waiting for. Yes, is that correct?
Yeah, she's been waiting
Okay.
a very, very long time, and she is
let's
a very.
let Farrell do. Let's
Yeah.
let Farrell do her thing completely. Everybody else gets one question. Okay, go ahead, Farrell.
Hey, hi guys.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm super schizophrenic on social media and I have so many different names. So like most of my Sascha stuff was under Gen X, ECHS, and then I went off TikTok. Anyway, I really actually have an answer to some of the questions that people had. First, the Lawton Police Department. I reached out to them, and all we need in order to get the documents from that is a signature release from Sascha. So you wouldn't need to go there. We would just need a signature because it happened while you were underage. So I think we will touch base offline, and hopefully we can get that done. As far as the Enterprise, Alabama, I also talked to that police department and gave them Race Lawson's name and the address and everything. And they said, because it was so long ago, unless we had a specific date, that they wouldn't be able to find those records. So it's another one of those where time has passed, unfortunately.
Right.
But I just wanted to share that about the Lawton Police Department, and hopefully we can get that, because I know that those records have a lot of corroboration, a lot more than what we've all already found.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for that. And I have no problem signing that paperwork. We will get that taken care of.
Yes, awesome.
Cool.
And
hell yeah.
Thank you again for being so brave to share your story and
No, ma'am, Miss Sue, thank you. You were one of the people that did the most as far as getting in there and just digging. And you dug up quite a bit of stuff, you know, in a variety of different ways, and it is greatly appreciated.
Cool.
Because before people like you came along and did that, it was easy to just say, this is just some other jackass on the internet running his mouth. This isn't real. He isn't even real. That's AI. That's a bot. That's this. That's that. But,
dude, you can't AI
you
Sascha.
made it very obvious that
no
that
shot.
there are a number of connections, and I greatly appreciate it.
And I'm still working on some others in relation to other things, and don't even get me started on Lady Victoria Hervey. So
Don't get any of us started on that crazy
We will
lady.
talk.
But just also
Not now.
a quick plug. I've been quite offline recently because I've been in transition and getting more mobile. But I do have some things in the works, and one of those is I'm working with an Epstein survivor on restarting a foundation that will support survivors of trauma and trafficking. And so once we have a little bit more to share about that, I'll make sure to get that shared out with everybody. But it all started because she reached out to me with questions on Sascha's story. And so you doing this is providing resources for other survivors, and it's just really amazing the doors that you sharing your story has opened for so many people. So thank you again.
Also, Sue, I have had a couple of people reach out to me from different organizations, so maybe we can hook up and share information if you need, if we can even get even more nonprofits and companies and associations to sort of throw their support behind Sascha and provide those resources in a really like upfront, honest way, like for everyone to be able to contact. Like I hope that we can chat after this, and I can give you some other stuff too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like crowdsourcing helping Sascha's smarter.
More starstruck by her than I am by Sascha. No offense, Sascha. I have to say the quality of your work is remarkable. definitely follow her and track all that she's done. She's a very, very careful, meticulous reporter and diligent researcher, and the community really appreciates
Cool.
what you've done.
You were the person that inspired
Oh my fuck,
And then Troy inspired me. So it was a chain reaction.
dude.
See what you started, Sasha?
That makes me smile. Thank you.
Yeah, we will become your village.
All right, next question.
Do you have anything else for? Should we keep it moving? Errol,
Keep it moving.
you got it. And please feel free to linger on the
All
panel.
right,
so
mad
long as
respect
you'd
on
like.
Farrell. Mad fucking respect on Farrell. Let's go, baby.
Introduce my left-hand lady. She's my co-researcher in this investigation. This is Kate Fox of Pennsylvania. Hi, Kate. I'm so happy you're here.
Hi, thanks for having me, Savage, and it's so nice to meet you, Sascha. Thanks for spending your evening with us on this Sunday night.
Well, I greatly appreciate the links that all of these guys went through to make this happen. We had another venue scheduled. I won't get into what exactly happened with them, but I believed them what they told me happened, and it was significant. And then, the next venue was what it was.
Here we are.
Wait,
so,
what does Sascha
just,
mean?
I don't know if you've talked with Tapley about kind of what I've been doing as part of the.
Oh, Farrell just said that she just said, let's move along. She only had the one question.
Thanks. I specialize
That's
in
why I was giving her
Ponzi
props.
schemes, so I'm very familiar with high-level money laundering and other types of financial fraud and crimes. So my biggest focus in the investigation is following the money. So I wanted to ask you, did you ever have hear any conversations or were present for negotiations with the
Yeah, was he talking about the MS Now interview?
for an exchange of money? Do you know how that logistically was coordinated? And of course, I don't want you to have to get into any dark details or anything. I'm just trying to figure out logistically how the exchange went so that we can better understand the movement of the money.
It sounded like cash to his dad.
I do know that some of the money was moved around via favors, so, I'll take care of this and for that. So, there is cash moving around in some of those instances, but in other instances, the payment can be a variety of ways.
Kathy Griffin,
good paying
too.
job that you don't necessarily qualify for. J.E. himself had one of those. I don't have a lot of knowledge about that just because for the logistics of it, they try to insulate you a little bit so you don't really know what's going on. I can tell you that the dollar figure for Donald to have access to me was somewhere between $5,000 and $25,000, which would have been a substantial payday to my.
I know, dude. This is getting late. I gotta get up at fucking 6.
Significant, bump in money, So that's really the only intimate knowledge that I have as far as how the money changed hands. I know, and we all kind of know this. Sometimes property will get sold for $1, or sometimes a vehicle, a brand new 2026 whatever gets sold for $100 or something. So things like that, to try to cover the money trail. But I don't even know if they'd really tried all that hard to cover it. At the end, I think they had the whole system and they just moved money around.
Yeah,
He's not going there solo.
I figured that you would probably be insulated from that.
He can do a signature, like a PDF signature. He doesn't have to go there.
Validation of sometimes there won't be a money trail, even if it was cash or something like that. You could see it move from a bank account or whatever. But a lot of this was not about money for them. It was about trading favors for power. So thank you for everything. And thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on.
All right. Everyone's keeping it moving now. I like
Thank you for being here, Kate. I appreciate you. Elle, welcome, 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 Elle. I have you to thank for my participation in this. So thanks for making me aware, Elle, and welcome to the panel. How are you tonight?
Hello, Michelle.
I'm sorry I don't have my voice yet, but I just wanted to pop on and say hi to Sascha and you guys, and I'm glad that this could work. Sascha, how are you feeling?
Good.
About setting this damn thing up than I was doing it. It's funny. I've been in this situation a lot of times in life. You know, I had to do an interview after a boxing match one time. I wasn't worried at all about the match. I was scared to death of the interview. In this, I wasn't really afraid of doing the interview, but I'm not a techie guy. I do what I do on threads and Twitter, and it's not much. I don't go live, and I've led a very, very private life before this, so this is all brand new to me.
Well, you're doing great, Sascha. Oh my fuck! Dude, this is killing me, man. I'm sorry. Ugh. And it's still not up.
I feel bad that you've had kind of a traumatizing situation on top of everything. I know all of us have said this, but I feel, I feel for you. I personally am a whistleblower. I'm on a Netflix documentary. I've been through this whole predatory press bullshit. So, if I can help you in any way, lean on me. You have my number. So
he was just saying.
I appreciate it, Michelle.
I also think that
He was just saying that he was more nervous about setting it up, but that it went smoothly, and he's glad
there was too much time with the announcements of the other people for people to start working their magic and doing whatever they do behind the scenes to discredit or stop it. And for us, we kept everything super, super private, small circle, and then we just were like, do it. Like, let's just do it. Let's get it out there. And I think that was part of the reason why this worked so well. But that's just my 2 cents. I just feel like
I agree with that.
I'm really happy with everything. I hope you are, Sascha, because I just wanted you to see how many people support you on here and want to know you and want to talk to you and
I was
all
a
that
whiny
stuff.
little bitch, but
I'm just
everyone
really
did a
honored
great
to
job.
be here with you too. So thank you, and thank you,
It's a
Elle,
great
for
start
all
to a
your hard work
conversation.
too.
I appreciate the love and support.
Sorry for being a hater, Tapely and fucking Siren and
Of this, and
Fallout.
TBS. As far as it being a network, there's a network taking it down. So, welcome to the network.
I told you
I
we
look
would make
forward
it
to a
happen.
brighter tomorrow because it's gone. This cabal of
cucks.
Yeah. I guess I mean off topic, like what are you most excited about being in Ireland?
It is the closest place to heaven that I have ever visited.
Dude,
I love
Ireland
everything
is
about it when I
sick.
was there. Kind of like Canada in one way. I got into a little bit of a kerfuffle, an argument with one person, but everybody else was just amazing. And
Ireland rules. Ireland.
I think that that's going to be a new beginning. I really do. I had hoped that
Hell yeah,
that it was
Sascha.
going to be here. I really love it here as well. But journey takes me on down the road, and I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to brighter days, and it's been a long time since I could say that honestly. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited for you, and hopefully we can chat more if it works out.
If it freezes again, remember, try and do the blue emoji thing, because that'll catch my eye faster.
I've been posting your story like so much, and
Not that it's your guys'
because
job,
I
but-
listened to your story and I was like, this man is telling the truth. I can feel it, and like just to let you know that there are millions of eyes on my content alone, and I'm not even a big creator. So like there's a lot of people who listen, and I'm glad that you can see that, because
I can't
fuck folding.
Well, I feel like you were almost like controlled under Substack and Substack alone in a way until you started posting on your own Threads account?
Oh, I am the one that broke the story. It was a very, very small thing until I said, hey, I provided testimony, and somebody, I don't even remember who the first person was. Well, where is this testimony? And I went over to the Substack, I copied it, I said, right here. Yeah. And then I won't say as soon as I did that, but within days, a day or two, 48 hours, maybe 72, I mean, bam, it just exploded. Next thing I knew, I had 100,000 followers. And that caused a rift right there between Lisa and I. I said, you're telling me you've got all these connections. I just stick it on the internet and it takes off. Why did it not take off on your Substack? You're supposed to know what you're doing. You're supposed to have this audience, these connections, all of these things that you have represented yourself to be and to have. So why does it take me to do this? You know, and she never did give me a good answer.
Dude,
That's because there isn't one.
He wants to fucking trash Lisa.
And
I want to give him a platform.
I knew that she wasn't on the up and
Bushka.
up. But what else can I do? You know, I have been screaming into the abyss for years. So now I'm here. I've got this one little chunk of information from her that, and I would give her credit for that. She did my Substack. Some people say that she could have done it a little bit better, but that wasn't her forte. It did get done.
Oh my God, dude.
So I don't know with what intent on her part that got done. But it brought us to here. So, hey.
Well, I think between all of us, we can figure out a way to keep these kind of chats going. And I'm hoping that we can get them on other platforms like the YT platform and Insta and
right here.
Everywhere. I feel like this is the time.
Here.
We need to blast
dudes,
your
the blue
beautiful
will
face
work
all
way
over every
better.
friggin' platform that we can find and make
I
you
caught
as
it
visible
before you
as
guys
possible. That's
blew it
my
up, but
opinion. I don't know
blew
what
it
you
up.
think, Elle.
Yeah,
but
smart.
That's what I think.
And I sent you Leslie's info in a text, Sascha. I think, I don't know if that would be an
Lisa
option,
was
but
definitely sent to be his
she also has
handler,
a
I think.
connection. So like I have a little baby platform. I'd love to interview you, but there are bigger people out there, and my goal is to help you. You know, and as a whistleblower myself, I went to the police like 7-8 years ago, and they still ain't doing fucking shit. So I hear you, and I understand. Like, that's why your story hits me so hard, and I'm like, I'm gonna share that. I'm gonna try to amplify your voice because that's the least that we can do. You know, I don't even know. Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. That's what we have, though, is each other, and that's been one of the heartwarming things of this. The system may not give a damn about any of us. I mean, to a large degree, it has solidified the point that we're just kind of cattle to them. You know, we're just something that they herd around and feed a bunch of crap and, you know, stick us with a shot so that we'll stay alive and then exploit us until we're gone. But I think the more people that are seeing that as being a kind of a reality, we're rallying around each other, you know? So that's been kind of
cool.
I don't know, a little silver lining, I guess, in some of this, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that as a result of, you know, the orange clown, people are waking up. So
it took them long enough. Good God.
Yeah, right. What you said something really good the other day on Thread, Sascha. You said that the regular people are just cannon fodder. Yeah. For rich people, and that's the truth. It's the truth in really almost every aspect of this, between from the war to the Epstein files to the healthcare to the everything that's going wrong right now. They don't care about us. They don't. And you hit the nail on the head. We're just disposable, really.
Yeah. It's sad to really think about that. You know, there are so many countries right now doing it better than the United States as far as that goes. Nobody's perfect. You won't find nirvana anywhere, but it would seem that the government of the United States has completely forgotten what their job is, and that is to take care of the American people. They now view the American people in my opinion, it's just something to exploit until they're dead to fill their coffers. You know, it's kind of disgusting.
Sascha, let me tell you about Paul.
And I hold them all to that account to a degree. I do believe some of them in there are fighting the good fight, but I just do not believe it's very many of them.
Yeah, maybe one.
Just me, though. I don't
No,
mean to be a
it's
downer.
everybody. It's everybody in this chat probably agrees with you, I'm sure. And Ella, you good? You good?
No, I love Sasha's
Okay.
vibe, dude.
Yeah, I'm good.
I
My
trust
voice is
Sasha.
shot, so I'd love to chat with you more, Sasha, when I'm.
Sasha's absolutely not alien balling us, bro.
Sickness too. I hear you.
It's and I just kind of as a content creator, not being able to speak is not ideal. So,
right.
But thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you for hanging in there with us, Elle. Great to have you, of course. Now, with the final... Oh, yeah, please.
Troy is trying to get back in.
Oh, yeah, let's get Troy up.
Let's
see here. I'm looking for him. Oh, there we go. I got him.
I'm gonna pop out. You guys.
Bye, Kate. Take care. Bye, Elle. And then our final question tonight is going to come from my dear, dear friend and also a very popular live hostess, Roxy. And then we're going to move on to a demo by Acorn and then final words. Hi, Roxy.
A demo.
Hi, Tapley. Sasha,
Hello.
so good to meet you.
Good to meet
Your
you.
bravery and your courage and your diligence to get justice is astounding. And I don't know. I'm enamored by you.
Word, me
I do
too.
have several questions. I always like to, Tapley and I are friends, and I haven't met you before, Savage. Thank you for having me on your live. I appreciate you. I had a few questions. I'm just wondering, are
Ear
you going to
buzzing.
do this again, Sasha?
Yes.
Are you going to hang on TikTok for a little bit? Okay, cool. Good. Because I missed this entire thing. And I didn't miss the entire thing. I've been sitting in there for a little while, and I'm so upset you guys went through 3 hours without me. That's okay. I'll have somebody catch me up. But I do know your story, and as heartbreaking as that is, I have so many questions, but I'll try to keep it short.
No, you have to keep it short. We all have to go to bed. Oh my God, we're starting at Pam Bondi. Oh my God!
To look at that
These
agreement
cucks, dude.
and do further prosecutions, and she ignored them back then too. I just wanted
Did
to
you hear
point
that?
out.
She said, I'm
She
going to
ignored the
keep it,
victims.
well, I'm going to try and keep it short.
But one of my questions is how many perpetrators do you think there are involved in this, just with the Epstein stuff?
Yeah,
I would
dude,
think
blew it up.
that it is a statistically significant portion of all of the
Blue Army
uber affluent people,
I
at
blued
least in the
myself.
United States. And then a percentage, I don't know what, internationally in several countries. In order for this to work, enough people would have to be in on it that they are the majority, it would seem. At least not the majority of the people, say, for the United States, but the majority of the power, wealth, and influence.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's
you know,
bothering me because I've seen some of these children being ushered around parties with movie stars. And I also was approached by somebody when I was a child. Thank God I didn't go with this person, but a lot of people know my story. And they wanted me to go on a yacht with rich men. And they said, but you'll have to be topless, and then you might have to do things. And I said, no, I'm not. Thank God I was close to home and I could get away from this person. But they had pictures of them with politicians, with stars. I mean, this was in California. It's all over the place. We have a serious problem in the United States with P3DOs. Serious problem. And it's been going on for decades.
I know that it's at least as early as the late 70s, and I would assert that it was well established by then.
Goes
I
back
just
forever,
can't assert
dude.
that what was happening exactly.
The Finders group.
What's that?
The Finders group. This it all really started to become a little more known after World War II and then the Vietnam War.
Yeah, there was a group of people around this person that I ran into. I think it was about 14, 15. I was very young. And there were women working on girls' hair and makeup. And I mean, it's shocking. These people look normal and they have a whole staff around them. This is in California. I'm not sure if that's, what happened on your side of the fence, but this is what I saw personally. And I didn't, and now that all this is coming up, I'm like, oh my God, I came so close. And it's just terrifying. I also wanted to ask something else. The people that you were talking about involved with you and that you know of, Andy Biggs and Lindsey Graham and Clarence Thomas and all of them. There's we got Donald Trump. These are all the people that were in Donald Trump's administration. Steve Bannon, Howard Lutnick, who have been involved in the Epstein files, Elon Musk, Catherine Rumler, and Larry Summers, Les Wexner, of course.
Don't forget Dershowitz.
And Alan Dershowitz. Oh God, I can't stand him.
I call him Dershowitz. That's what I call him.
Okay, guys.
Yeah.
Hate that
and
guy.
it's kind of like they stay together to protect each other, just like Pam Bondi being Attorney General in Florida, and having Alex Acosta moving into the Department of Labor Secretary, because Alex Acosta, is behind the sweetheart deal along with Alan Dershowitz, who wrote out in that sweetheart deal that the deal between Epstein and the state would also cover any other perpetrators for federal, civil, and civil crimes. It was, they wrote that because they were afraid that he was going to talk, that Epstein was going to talk. So I'm just, but all these people that are involved, I just wanted to point out that they are moving together and I'm sure there's more that we don't know of, but you're absolutely right. All these people that are enabling this, the cooks, the cleaners, the gynecologists, all these people, they need to be held accountable too.
Yeah, word.
That's what I call the machine.
I agree.
Yeah, the machine. That's a good way of looking at that.
That's what my series is on Substack.
Yeah, Troy's done some great deep dive work on that.
What's your Substack? I'd love to look at that.
Oh my God,
Fallout
guys.
With TBS.
Let's start pretending like it's midnight.
TBS?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Everything is backed up with
Come on,
receipts
guys.
that are
Lock
public
in,
record.
everybody.
It's just people
We gotta
typically
go
don't
to
know where
bed.
look, but I do.
I still gotta eat. I'm so hungry.
And then also Roxy, just for funsies, but it's not going to be fun.
Oh my God. I caught that immediately. I'm the
that you
OBS
can really
Jedi.
prove. I think that you need to look into John David Norman, and you also need to look into another guy.
What the fuck? It didn't go.
And what you will find in John
Corel?
David Norman is that from the 60s until he went down, I
Dean
guess, in the
Corel?
late 90s, he was one of the biggest operators of child trafficking in the United States.
This is so journalism
while he was
school
in prison,
coded.
was publishing like weird zines, right, for child porn and sending them around out of prison.
And Tapley got a call. Hate when that happens when you're right in the middle of the sentence.
Dang it.
Okay, that's probably a sign.
I will check into that, but I was just wondering, have you offered people?
Sorry about that, Roxy.
No, it's okay.
No, I got a call. All I was
Come
saying
on,
is I'm
guys.
not going to dig into the minutia of that here, but you should definitely look into that story, and you will see not only how systemic but long-running behavior, exactly like what Sascha, if not worse,
Nice kitty,
is
though.
alleging has definitively happened.
So,
Come on,
this
guys.
is hard. It's just hard to stomach.
And it's so much for everybody. I think it's really great that we're all connecting because
Yeah,
maybe
I
I
have to
have the
piece it
Lisa
out.
portion and you have this portion. and
Sasha's
someone else has
glasses
this
are
portion,
on.
and
I mean, come
maybe
on,
we
people.
can keep kind of doing these lives and honestly start to really put it all together. That's my thought, is that we all keep
Sasha's transition lenses are transitioning him into night mode, bro. Come
whatever
on.
whatever they're comfortable with, whenever they want to do it, so that we can get, we can do this. I really think we can all do this. Maybe that's optimistic.
Brothers,
but
That's a good segue
Christ.
into the project that I
I'm
want
gonna
to
go
share
put my
with
food
you.
in the oven.
Can I say one more thing?
No.
And then I'm sorry, Acorn. I know you've been waiting forever. I'm so sorry, Sascha. I'm just wondering. You've offered Congress to testify under oath.
Yes.
What kind of
Multiple
response
times.
did you? What kind of response do you get, if any?
I have had a couple of aides reach out enthusiastically, and then no follow on from that. So I have had not a substantial number. I would say 3 or 4 different aides saying, "Hey, I work with Congressman so and so. I've heard your story. I'm going to make some calls. Would you be interested?" And I have always said yes. Now, after those initial conversations, just like that took place, nothing has happened after that.
Well, hopefully we'll have
So-
a Democratic House here in the midterms, and we can start looking seriously at the Epstein files and making sure that we find some justice. So thank you for taking my question.
Thank you so much, Roxy.
Thank you, Roxy.
I think
for being here.
Things may be a little bit different now that you have separated yourself from Lisa. So I think
Still
reaching
going
out to
good.
them again is something that you should try, because they're not a fan
of Lisa.
Right.
And I kind of took that after a while. The only reason I stayed here is the realism. Well, first of all, I love Canada. I just freaking love it up here. I mean, it's awesome in pretty much every way. The roads are a little narrower. If I have to complain about something, that's about it. So you're awfully close to other cars, but you know what? I haven't even seen but one fender bender here because the people know how to drive here. So there you go. So that's not even that big of a deal. But just from a logic standpoint, I'm screaming into the abyss in the United States for years and years. Nothing happens. I come here under false pretenses. We're just going to say that. But something at least happens, regardless of the intent that Lisa may have had. So, you get what you get and you don't pitch a fit. We've all heard that, right? So in any situation, this one included, you just try to make the best of it and work within the parameters of what you can do. And I forget who I expressed it to, but just in the last day or two, I was just cranking it out on that little hamster wheel, trying to, get exposure on social media, talk to people, let them know I'm a real person, answer any questions that they might have. So, on to the next.
Proud of you. Very proud of you.
Well, now you've got an army. You've got a literal
Yes.
TikTok
Hell yeah,
army
dude.
behind you.
Yes.
I'll
And I
ride
can't
for
thank-
Sascha. Fuck
I
yeah,
want
bro.
to. That is one thing that I want to do. I thank Sue Selly and a couple of other people. I can't thank enough the people that did do all of that digging, and there was quite a bit. It wasn't just one or two little caveats. Okay, we've verified one little detail. Oh hell no! They spent some time on this stuff. Jay, oh my God, she really dug into everything. She's
Great. If you guys don't follow Jay Megan, you should.
And I
Yes.
love
Great.
that he wants this to be picked apart and shit,
Seats, they all
Yep.
tell it like it is, and also Sue Sell, follow her on.
Cat Dadistan pledges our troops to Sascha Army for
Just
sure.
follow all these people in this chat and up here in the thing, because I feel like we all have the same purpose. We just want to help Sascha. We just want to do our due diligence, and we want to prove his story correct, whatever that takes. I mean, that's what I want to do. So I'm so happy that you decided to do this. I've said it a million times, but I'm going to say it again.
I have
and
wanted
maybe-
to for quite a while.
Good, good. I'm glad you're here.
Thank
Now,
you for having me.
who do we want? Tably, who's next?
Well, so I just brought up Danielle up here so she can get more followers because she was nice enough to be our backup in case everything went down. But everybody knows and loves Danielle, so just hi, Danielle. And by the way, Sascha, if you love Canada and you ever want to go back.
Oh.
Lost.
All right, Sasha's having fun. Oh my goodness! I'm sorry. I'm fixing.
You can go out there and go swimming at her pool anytime. You just let me know if you want to keep it Canadian.
If I was going to be here longer, I would.
Sasha's at least laughing. Sasha's having fun.
Sascha, have you said what city you're in, or you're not comfortable saying that?
Victoria.
Oh, my whole
they were very
lives
comfortable.
there.
Are you the
I'm
fucking
in
police?
Vancouver. I'm in Vancouver. My whole family's
I've
in
been there too.
Victoria.
Oh my God, same thing. Rains a little more, but still is beautiful.
Hey, it's been a good winter. Oh my God, I can't believe how close you are. Do you like it up here?
Love it. Love it. I was just telling somebody after I do my next round of traveling, if I wind up right back here, I will consider myself to be a very lucky person.
How do you get to go and live in Canada or Ireland? Can you just move there?
Isn't it?
Oh my God. It's beautiful. The people are amazing. The food is great. It's clean. It's pretty. You have got a variety of things to go do, see.
Damn, Sascha likes Canada?
And most of it's within walking distance.
Okay.
And I will tell you this. This is how you know Canadians are good people. The dogs here are some of the friendliest I have ever been around in my life. And you can tell a lot about a person by how their dog acts.
That's right.
So...
And also, you can tell a lot about a person whether they like animals.
Yes.
Is it the chicken or the egg? Is it that
I
we
love
all
Sascha.
have dogs up here, so that makes us better people?
I have
or is
5
it the
dogs.
other way around?
It's all of it. It's all of it. Canadians are a little bit reserved, but their animals aren't. And that just tells you just how friendly people really are.
I'm always telling Americans, I'm like, we don't live in igloos. I promise you. We have Costco. We have highways. We have internet. Like, I always try and convince.
I know, because all these fucking Canadians be showing up on my internet all the time. I'm like, what the fuck? Who gave them access?
All their problems with them. I brought mine. Sorry.
Well, we have this saying in Canada. It always, what is the saying that we have in Canada? It takes everyone a little longer to find their way home, but when they arrive in Canada, we welcome you as if it's your home.
Team is
It's a
on
saying
route.
like that.
Stop.
I believe
love
you.
that. I love that.
Well, Danielle, thank you for coming up. Everybody out there, please follow Danielle. If you like me, you don't see me go live very often, but if I do, chances are I'm going to be up on Danielle's panel. And then also, Viper Vicky is right next to her. She's been really sweating it out down there in the gulag, keeping all the crazies in check. We thank you so much, Viper Vicky. This would be a wonderful time to please show Viper some love. And then also, please don't hate me for doing this, Siren, but I must. Vicky is a very good friend of mine. She is the most popular mod on the most popular panels on this app, and she has required some community help lately. She does have a GoFundMe that I actually put up in her honor. It's on her bio. So please go click that. Anything helps, even if it's just a few bucks. She's got modicum medical needs right now. And, you know, tonight's all about community, yes. And Vicky is a huge part of it. So please, please, please.
Hell yeah.
For sure. I'll make a video tomorrow when I recover from the last couple of days of scrambling and try to push that out to my followers too. So thank you. And I really appreciate it.
2 million taps on this live. That's insane.
Wow, that's
yeah.
You know, what you said in the beginning, like I was like, what is he talking about? Because he underestimates me.
Well, I don't know. You know, I like to keep it conservative and then be surprised. And then Acorn, I can't tell if you're having technical difficulties. I don't want to lose you. I'm purposely, none of us will shut the F up, but I'm dying to see your demo. So please come back up here. I really want to show the audience the hard work you've done. But
as soon as you come back, we'll put you up. Please, please, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Sascha,
thank
we
you,
love you.
To Viper Vicky one more time. Thank you, Danielle, for being a fail-safe. And then...
Yo, for real, everyone here, I goofed on these people a little bit, probably too much because I'm a little tired and and I just want to hear Sascha talk. And that's, but they all did a great job. I'm sorry for being sassy. We love you. One love. Good job. Appreciate the platform. Y'all did a great job. I know this is like your first time. I did a terrible job my first time. I'm still terrible, actually. So, but anyway, dude, Sascha, we got to get on the show. For real.
In the queue, let's see. Allegedly. Never mind, chat. You lied. Acorn, if you can hear me, please request up. If not, if we don't get you up here this time, then we will put you on the next panel when we get Sascha back.
Yes, right? I'm not planning to try to go back into the shadows anymore. I don't know how much of this I will be able to participate in. It does take a little bit for me to prep myself mentally to do this, but I am going to do more of it.
Yes.
So, how that transpires exactly, I don't know just yet. I cannot thank everybody on this panel enough. It may have been rushed and we may have had a few technical difficulties, but
it was great.
We made it happen. So,
more talky though.
We're grateful for you. Like 2 million likes. You got 2 million likes. 2 million people like you. That's a lot of people. And we're so grateful for you. I can't even express. I'm sure I speak for everybody that we all really appreciate you being here and spending so much time. We're working on 4 hours, 5 hours now. So we're gonna wrap it up with Acorn, but I just want to say thank you to everyone too.
Oh my goodness, it did it again.
Acorn to I'm gonna have to do it on Sasha's box actually, so let me do this. Perfect. Acorn, take it away.
Yo, they just booted Sascha.
You are on mute, Acorn.
What's going on?
All right, Acorn, can you talk for us real quick to make sure we can hear you because we're not getting any sound?
Oh my God. All right.
I see.
Maybe next time,
if you
Acorn.
can hear us, we're getting no audio. I guess that's why. They're saying they've been having audio problems.
We'll have to try it again next time, guys.
Might we need to do this again a different time, Acorn?
Have
do
you
want to
heard of
type that down to me?
toxoplasmosis? Why, young mogul? You think I got it? Possibly.
All right. Let's just go ahead and see what she says.
All right, guys.
I'm going to give my final word for tonight. I want to thank everybody who rallied together to help pull this together, but I especially want to rally together.
I've been waiting for this demo, bro. Come on, give us the demo.
No, it's okay. I especially want to thank Troy, and I do want to thank Elle. Randomly through Viper Vicky got me connected to this thing today, and I'm just grateful that I had all of your trust to just kind of jump into this within 2 hours and do this. I have been talking to Sascha a little independently, but I'm so honored I could have been a part of this thing. So just thank you especially you tonight, Savage, for having me up here. I deeply appreciate you.
Thank you, because I usually really do lives with maybe one other person and me. And so this was people underestimate how much of a challenge it is to do a big panel like this. And you have been so helpful. And Troy, you have been so helpful because you're my little tech wizard too. And I just love you, and I love all of you guys. And I'm so happy to be here with Sascha and everyone, because I this is what I wanted for a long time, is to connect to a community like this, and speak to survivors and share their stories. That's all I wanted. It's like a dream come true for me. So thank you.
Well, just like at this work,
do we
this
bail
work
on
at large
Acorn?
has been the honor of my life. This is a part of something I'll never forget. Okay, now
is the new
just
Kanye
really quickly
album
out there, I see
with
all
Heil
of you asking
Hitler on
where
it?
can we watch this live? That is a good question, Savage. Do you have any intel on that, where you might be posting this?
Well, I know that I said it at the beginning so that all my moderators will receive copies of this live. And I will obviously download a copy immediately.
The Cat Dad stream's got it.
Troy's been screen recording as well. We knew going into this.
I
that,
thought this was about Sascha. I haven't heard about Sascha in about 3 hours.
Ways that we're trying to record it. Then I personally
YouTube.
Yeah. Well, and I'm gonna get Sasha's email and send him the
We got it here first, boys. First, we win.
one, and then I'm gonna do some editing on my own pages, on my YouTube, on my Insta, on my Substack. I'm gonna personally, just like I said, blast his handsome face everywhere that
Sascha is handsome and a great face for this, and a great speaker on all this. Sascha is fucking a great voice. This is awesome. I love Sascha, and we have to get Sascha.
Be, ready to send until somewhere tomorrow, because we gotta sleep, because Troy and I haven't slept in 3 days.
I'm with you. I'm a little exhausted myself. It's been a
I know you haven't slept either.
Yeah. But we're definitely gonna get this out, and I hope we can do it again. I really do.
And reminder to the audience: we mustn't gift Acorn, okay? Acorn, testing. How's your audio?
Acorn is we got so many things going on with Acorn.
You're on mute, Acorn.
It's cooked, Acorn.
Shoot.
Testing, Acorn.
Dog, I think we gotta call it. Come on, dog.
Your microphone is fully on mute, Acorn. If we don't get it to work out this time, don't hate me, but we're gonna have to end the live. So try and unmute for me.
Unmute, Acorn. Your mic is muted. Oh, that's too bad. Well, from what I can tell, she's done a lot of work on that.
Yeah, that is amazing. Go follow her, because that's amazing.
Than it was last time I saw it.
What she is trying to demo for you guys is an obsidian grid, like a map that she's made with like every node that you could possibly imagine within the Epstein sphere. It's my understanding, at least this last time I saw her do this,
it looks
that
like
much, at least of her early work was like an accurate interpolation of Becca Day's work, because she deemed Becca to be the most credible on the app, which I would agree, right? In terms of depth of research and just visibility, etc. Becca is the GOAT. But I'm sure that it is vastly improved and gotten a lot more dense since. And I'm sorry, Acorn, I'm trying to kind of plug it or demo it for you. I wish I could do a better job, but
all right.
Yeah, she has videos of it on her page, and you can see like the whole. It's amazing. It's incredible. It really is. So if we can't get her audio working, check it out for sure.
Good night,
Acorn,
Sascha.
your mic went
we
off for a second.
appreciate your time
try to
so
push
much.
Your mic button again, maybe it will work.
We love you, Sascha. Thank you for your time.
That's
it's not going to work out tonight, Acorn, but thank you for
Namaste, Acorn. Oh my God, it's fucking stopped again.
I will go ahead and share it as well.
I can
Becca
sympathize
Day
with the
forever.
technical difficulties. Good.
All
Love
right.
you, bro. Appreciate that.
Honestly, though, we haven't had a single restriction. We haven't had a single
Dude,
flag.
come on, Sascha.
Of course, Viper Vicky
We
has been
love
doing her
Sascha.
job like nobody's business. But like, honestly, this has been really successful, especially considering the subject matter.
Agreed.
'Cause I know, Tapley, you can attest
Great job,
that
guys.
It is hard to keep lives like this going. It is, and it's amazing that we've been able to do
And
that.
they didn't
so.
get stopped. That was awesome.
but appreciative.
Yay!
Appreciate all your helps.
Well, I think, Sascha, is there anything you want to say? I think we should end with you, my friend.
I just want to express my gratitude one more time to everybody
fuck
that's
you.
been
Fuck
involved
yeah,
in
Sascha.
this,
I
to
almost said
everybody
fuck
that's
you.
shown support, to everybody that gives a damn about just doing the right thing for the right reason, not
Give me Sascha
the
or
ones
give
that
me
maybe
death.
just got involved with this for the wrong reasons. They can all go to hell, but by an overwhelming majority, that's not the case. Most people are they just want
Basically
to
good.
Yes, they just want to see they want to see people, particularly children, better protected within this system. And I think if we can get to that, to any degree, we have achieved a measure of success. And the only way that we will get to it is if we band together as a community and force these people that are in charge to do the right thing. You leave them no other options.
100%.
Love y'all.
Love you.
Yeah,
We love
love
you.
you, Sascha.
Show some love for Sascha. Give me some hearts. Give me some purple hearts, please. Purple heart is actually indicative of the color purples for survivors, if you guys didn't know that. So give me some purple hearts for Sascha.
Come on, guys.
Awesome. Well, I hope we can all do this again soon. I know Troy and I, after a quick break, we'll jump right back on the bandwagon. But thank you so much, everyone.
This,
Thank you so much.
what is that? Hold on. Oh, we got a lot of feedback there.
Civil resistance that has the feedback.
That's Acorn.
Yeah, I think that was Acorn on her backup, but I don't know what all that feedback was. So.
Gotta go.
Oh, hi, Acorn.
Can you hear me?
Do we have? Yes, we do. We can hear you,
brother.
Let me turn my volume up. Can you hear me?
Sascha was like, I was free.
Oh my good
Dude,
God.
I am free. I love you, Acorn. Right? Is everyone okay with this decision? Yeah, no Acorn. Let's go. We gotta go to bed. All right. I'm sorry. Sorry. Acorn is a fed. No. Acorn's not a fed. We love Acorn. All right. For real, though. Sascha, awesome. Love Sascha. Everyone who ran the panel, great job. Keep doing it. Keep practicing. Y'all are doing great. But yeah. Bro, Sascha, open invitation. Way more open invitation than for Paul Wysopal. Paul literally is not invited anymore. The only open invitation for the Cat Dad show is Sascha Riley. And look who decided to show up at the end of stream here. She says, Papa, it's fucking midnight, dog. She says, your alarm's literally going off at 6.